Chapter 711. The Phantom Stranger, the Questioner, and Pandora, they were the triple evil bodies. The first two were elusive, often wandering outside of hell and heaven. It was impossible to find them. Pandora, who was believed to have released the 7 deadly sins, was her only choice now. Pandora was a pitiful woman, whether in myths or in real life. The originally innocent tribal girl opened a metal box out of curiosity and was nailed to the pillar of shame, accused of releasing the 7 deadly sins. Ridiculous. The emotions originally possessed by humans were forcibly pressed onto the head of a girl, just because she opened a box that no one knew the purpose of at that time. Old and dim-sighted, neither wise nor good at listening, irritable, stubborn, and unreasonable. Old Shazan, who claimed to be the guardian of mankind, sentenced the girl to life imprisonment with a groundless accusation, punishing her to stay in the world forever to atone for her evil deeds. Old Shazan would not admit that he did not know what the box was, but he claimed to be the guardian of mankind. He could not give any constructive suggestions, so he pushed all the blame to the ignorant girl, saying that she had to atone for her sins. Then he closed the door and went to sleep. This was just one of the countless good deeds that the old fool Shazan had done in his life. Thea was now going to find the girl who had wandered the world for thousands of years, then enter the stone of eternity, take away his divine power, and cut off the old dog's head. Justice needed to be upheld, but it could not be dealt with by just finding a scapegoat. The more good people like Shazan there were, the more chaotic the world would be. Gideon, search all the databases for a woman. Purple clothes, but I don't know what she looks like. The only clue I have is that she has always appeared in remote places. She should have been born around 800 BC. Traces of her should have been seen in many human wars. Search according to these conditions from ancient books, then use modern facial recognition to filter out the target. Thea set the search range, then put her 2 long legs on the table, waiting for the search results. 2620 BC, Memphis, Ancient Egypt. Well, this era is too old to judge. In 44 AD, a woman in purple appeared in the Druid forest of Antrim. This news should be true. 113 AD, Jerusalem. Master alchemist Boaz accepted a female disciple, 1328 AD, Mount Song. 1416 AD, Osaka, what a pitiful woman. She's just an ordinary person. She doesn't have any talent, yet she has eternal life. Thea looked at the results of the search and sighed. Vandal Savage was like that, Ninja Master was like that, and so was this pitiful woman. She had a long lifespan, determination, and willpower, but she lacked the talent to turn something rotten into something magical. This woman, who was known as Pandora in the ancient books, began to travel alone and traveled all over the world. At first, she was still searching for extraordinary powers, lowering her head to seek guidance from those who were less than a fraction of her age. Unfortunately, she had no talent at all. Other than practicing martial arts, she had no other strong points. Some of the results were confirmed, but most of them were discarded. Gideon's search area was rapidly narrowing. It was not until 2 hours later that he finally determined the target's current address. In Aleppo? It's really a good place to nurture outstanding people. Thea put on her coat and teleported over. Back then, the various great countries used this place to compete and fight for their own goals. There were constant wars, and there were piles of refugees. Now that the attention of the big countries had been drawn away, what was left was a scene of devastation. Whether it was the Quinn Group or Wayne Enterprises, they had done some help to these places, but it was a drop in the bucket. The hatred between people was not so easy to resolve. The vile nature of human nature was brought to the forefront in this place. Those who were being helped kidnapped those who were helping. In order to satisfy the greed of a small group of people, the financial groups had to pay ransoms in exchange for their own employees. As time passed, no one was willing to help here. The once war-torn places only returned to peace on the surface. All kinds of interests were still surging in the dark. Sinful souls. Thea did not like this place. She could see without a trial that people were dying here every day. However, the killers were not necessarily bad people, and the dead were not good people. Everything was chaotic. She did not pay much attention to this place. Compared to the disaster in Darkside, this was nothing. She released her psychic power and searched for the people with the strongest vitality in the city. Soon, she found something strange in the northwest corner of the city. She flew over. "Hi, I'm Thea Quinn. I need your help." The young lady descended from the sky and stopped Pandora in her tracks. The woman in the purple windbreaker was startled by her sudden greeting from the sky. She nimbly did a backflip in an attempt to increase the distance between them. The moment she landed, she pulled out 2 pistols. She had lived for tens of thousands of years, but she could only fight with pistols. Although the pistols looked magical, Thea chose to ignore them. When the woman landed on the ground, her hood fell off, revealing a face that was not too beautiful. Thea felt that she should be at least 70 points. She had blue hair, and her eyes were tired. The only thing worth mentioning was that there were 3 lightning bolts on her cheeks, arranged in parallel. From afar, she looked like Naruto's relatives. Thea raised her hands and waved them gently, indicating that she was unarmed. "I know who you are. Why are you looking for me?" The woman quickly put away her gun and questioned Thea with an unfriendly expression. I read some of your records. I want to find a way to enter the Stone of Eternity." "You don't know about the Stone of Eternity? It's the place that turned you into this state of immortality." The woman pulled out her gun again, pointed it at Thea, and asked coldly, "How do you know about this? What's your relationship with them?" Thea ignored the gun. "Them? Old Shazan has accomplices? She could easily teleport a sorcerer like Constantine, let alone a pistol." The woman was waiting for her answer. Suddenly, she realized that her gun was in Thea's hand. "Good gun, enchanted metal. Is this the Jewish alchemy you learned from Master Bowen's? The barrel is engraved with Sanskrit, and the bullets are silver. You're really a hodgepodge." Thea chuckled and threw the pistol back to the woman. "I have nothing to do with that old guy. I just need a little bit of your memory. What happens after has nothing to do with you," Thea said sincerely. The woman was very reasonable. Maybe she was shocked by Thea's power, so she nodded and agreed. Chapter 712. Just as Thea was about to drag her to Central City to look for Psyker, Pandora's expression changed drastically. She pulled out her gun and fired a shot at Thea. "Who taught you this spear technique? You missed, right?" Thea's supervision told her that the bullet was off course. It could even be said that it was ridiculously off course. The distance between the two of them was very close, less than 3 meters. Your marksmanship was too lousy. However, Thea felt that something was wrong when she looked at Pandora's expression again. She was gritting her teeth. Did she have such a huge grudge with her? The two of them had only exchanged a few words. Even the god of hatred, the wasteland wolf, wouldn't be able to pull aggro so quickly. Bang! The bullet hit the wall in the distance. From this angle, it missed Thea by at least 30 degrees, eliminating the possibility of her ambush. Did that mean that there was an enemy behind her? But how was that possible? Anything that could move had a soul. Even the sludge monsters had souls. To ambush her silently, one had to be at least at the level of the ghost eclipse. Thea didn't think that there was such a big shot in Aleppo. The woman ignored Thea and jumped up. She kept firing with her guns. Bang! 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 The walls, street lamps, and trash cans in the alley flew everywhere. Thea felt 3 black lines flashing across her forehead. She was dumbfounded. "Big sister, who are you fighting with? Is there a hidden enemy here?" However, she used her god power, magic power, and spirit power to search several times. There was only Pandora in front of her. She jumped up and down, dancing with her guns. Between her left and right hands, she fired without stopping. Her action of reloading was also extremely smooth. From Thea's perspective, it was very beautiful. Of course, if she wasn't shooting at the air, it was still pretty good. Even though Thea was intelligent, she was still confused. Performing gunfighting for me? Now that you know I'm in control of Hollywood, do you want to play the role of a torn apocalypse? Sister Pandora's performance soon ended. She said to her feet in a very stylish manner, "Jealousy, this is what you deserve. Go to hell." As she spoke, she fired 2 shots into the empty space beside her feet. "Let's go. How are you going to take me there? Are you going to fly?" Pandora put away her pistols and put on her hood. When she saw Thea stretching her neck and looking into the distance, she patiently explained, "That green-skinned monster is envy, one of the 7 deadly sins. The war between us has lasted for 10,000 years, 3 million days and nights. This is my eternal mission." Thea glanced at the empty ground and then looked at her solemn face. She was completely speechless. "My elder sister, you've suffered quite a bit of shock. Were there any of the 7 deadly sins?" From a broad perspective, it could be said that there was. However, that was the inherent nature of all intelligent creatures. It was not as simple as opening a box and causing humans to commit all sorts of sins. It was also not as if you could kill a human just because you brandished your guns. This big sister Pandora was paranoid and delusional. Thanks to old Shazan, in order to solve the various negative emotions of humans, she imagined 7 demons in her mind. These were her so-called 7 deadly sins. However, as her thoughts continued, the demons in her mind would always exist. She fell into a vicious cycle of eating, sleeping, and fighting the 7 deadly sins. The war between humans had nothing to do with Ares. Greed also had nothing to do with the 7 demons in her mind. She was a pitiful woman who fell into her own world. The so-called Pandora's box was actually a technological creation on Earth. Due to the disorder of time and space, it was thrown into the ancient times of this world. It had nothing to do with magic, and it could not release any of the 7 deadly sins. Old Shazan was usually a fool. He did not understand the purpose of the box at all. Pandora, who was a tribal girl in a primitive society, could only rely on her own understanding and her own worldview to do this. Normal people's delusions could be cured, but she could not. This illusion had lasted for tens of thousands of years. Once she was told that it was all fake and that the 7 deadly sins in her mind did not exist, even if she could accept it rationally, the mental pressure would cause her to collapse. This part of the memory was so deeply rooted that even Thea did not dare to erase it easily. She could only sigh and maintain the status quo for now. After teleporting to Central City, Thea was afraid that Pandora would perform gunfighting in public and scare the Flash's friends. She called Psyker out. "You want me to shock a place that is not in time and space? Is there such a place in this universe?" Psyker was shocked by Miss Pandora's high request. "Isn't it the seraphic space? I heard from Barry last time that you blocked the seraphic space for nearly 2 milliseconds. You just need to help me find the coordinates. I can go in myself." Thea felt that this was not difficult. However, Psyker did not dare to speak in front of Pandora. After trembling in fear for half an hour, he still did not find anything. This kind of past that can't be sensed so deeply through clothes. Psyker's shocking words made Miss Pandora roll her eyes. What did he mean? You can't do it through clothes, and you want to communicate deeply? So that's how you are, Psyker. Reality proved that her thoughts were a little dirty. Psyker was still a good kid. The 3 of them had to return to the Advanced Technology Laboratory. He had to make 2 brainwave readers, 1 for each of them. Only then could they investigate deeply. Oh, so many people. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Thea entered the laboratory and found that there were surprisingly many people. The Flash, Barry Allen, Black Girl Ayers, and her father were all there. There was also a black young man beside them. Apparently, he was Ayers' younger brother, Wally West. Dr. Wales and Jesse Thacker, whom Sia had met on Earth too, were also there. Jesse Thacker had been flirting with the black lad. From afar, it looked like the parents of both sides were meeting to discuss something important. We're fine. Thea, what's the matter? The Flash hurriedly stood up. Nothing, nothing. You guys continue chatting. I need Psyker's help. Dr. Wales, how did you guys get here? The skinny old man sighed, and the chubby girl beside him told him everything that had happened. The story was very simple. The war on Earth 2 had ended, and the humans had reclaimed the city. Before they rewarded the merit points, they had to do one more thing, and that was to punish the culprits. Catch the Great Plains wolf and shoot it? They did not have the ability to do so, so they could only find someone from Earth to take the blame. On Earth 2, Dr. Wales, who had also created a particle accelerator explosion, and at the same time, had entered the eyes of many people in power. Many ordinary people had obtained abilities because of his experiments, so the wasteland wolves were also lured out by him. The deduction process was simple and crude, and the people in power did not want to hold a debate. They wanted to just shoot the thin old man and be done with it. The thin old man was not willing to take the blame, so he took his daughter and created a bunch of advanced technology. Using the space rift left by Thea and Darkseid, he escaped to Earth 1. There was no difference between fleeing and being shot. The politicians on Earth 2 put all the blame on him and then blew up the passage on the other side. The father and daughter were completely left on Earth 1. Thea expressed limited sympathy. Seeing that they were living a good life and got along well, she decided to let them stay if they wanted to. While they were talking, Pandora seemed to have found traces of the 7 deadly sins. She stood up, pulled out 2 guns, and performed gunfighting in the cutting-edge laboratory. Chapter 713. Pandora's sudden outburst made them tremble in fear. Caitlin was not here today, and the only one who could fight in the laboratory was Barry. The rest were all ordinary people. Sia winked and made small gestures. She pointed at Pandora and then pointed at her head. Only then did she manage to appease these people. Psyker, who had some thoughts about the royal lady, had a bitter expression. She looked pretty, but was actually a mental patient. He had to get rid of this plague as soon as possible. With the help of Dr. Wells, he worked quickly and created 2 brainwave readers. Pandora, who was not mentally ill, was very polite. She put on the reader and tried hard to recall the horrible scene. She was carefree when she was in the tribe, but the world had changed. Skyscrapers had long been erected in the tribe's territory. She had changed from a savage to a cold and elegant royal lady. Even after 10,000 years, she was still full of hope for the life she had in the past, because that was her home, a home she could never return to. Her memories changed rapidly, and finally, she reached that fateful moment. She was picking wild fruits alone when she saw a golden light flashing in the weeds. She pushed the weeds aside out of curiosity and found that it was a golden skull. Under the gray sky, a strange wave knocked Pandora unconscious. When she woke up, she was already in the stone castle. A very imposing old man questioned her sternly, as if she had done something unforgivable. In the outside world, an hour had passed. Psyker sat up with a face full of sympathy. Pandora's eyes were a little wet. Recalling this memory was not pleasant. I won't guarantee anything, but I will help you seek justice for what happened to you back then. Thea knew that this memory had hurt her again. She would feel at ease if she sought justice for her. Pandora's face was full of struggle. No matter how much she lied to herself, saying that she had released evil and that the 7 deadly sins had wreaked havoc in the world, her subconscious mind and the accumulation of 10,000 years of knowledge made her vaguely understand that she was nothing. Those extraordinary wizards could change the color of the sky with a wave of their hands, and the sun and moon would lose their light. The druids in the forest could communicate with the will of the world. Their wisdom was as deep as the sea. Even if they did not do anything to destroy the world, she was just a girl from a primitive tribe. Releasing evil? Am I really that capable? This thought was very vague and had long been suppressed to the deepest part of his memory. In the past, it wouldn't have appeared at all, but today, with the help of Psyker's brainwave reader, it finally appeared. I don't know if what he did was right, but I don't think I should be punished like this. Pandora was hesitant at first, but in the last sentence, she almost used all her strength to shout it out. The confusion that had settled down for thousands of years was now broken, and Pandora saw her own heart. What 7 deadly sins? What grave sins? They were all fake. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a thud. Psyker, who was still connected to her mentally, turned pale as well. The group of people busied themselves again. Miss Thea, the medical authority of the current era, checked both of them. She looked at Barry's concerned eyes and said, "Both of them are fine." Pandora's emotions are surging. She'll be fine after a while. She should be able to recover by now. Fortunately, Psyker helped her share a lot of the burden this time. The few of them had to take care of Pandora. After recovering for a while, Psyker stood by the side and tried his best to use his shockwaves to sense the location of the Stone of Eternity. They waited for an entire day. Midway, Thea and Barry even went out to kill a small monster. It was a guy called Tortoise Man, who was stealing something. This guy looked ugly and had a common face. He was the type that couldn't be found in a crowd, but his ability was extremely powerful. He would emit inert waves around his body, and all people or things that approached him would be slowed down. Even the Flash wasn't spared. Even if he ran over at high speed, he would be slowed down to a pulp. In the end, Thea used a large area of effect soul shock to defeat this small monster. She was the one who took him down, so it was natural for her to deal with him. Furthermore, Miss Thea frequently used the name of government requisition, so ordinary superheroes couldn't refuse. Tortoise Man was thrown to death knell by her. She didn't have the time now, but she would study it in detail in the future. This guy was simply a sharp weapon against extremely fast people. In the morning of the second day, Psyker experimented hundreds of times. He used a lot of advanced technology that made Thea dizzy just by looking at it, and combined with his own ability, he finally found the entrance to the Stone of Eternity. Thea sensed that the spatial coordinates were very stable, and there was no problem using the mother box to travel. "Thank you for your hard work. Let Pandora rest with you for a few more days." Thea didn't say her purpose, and the few of them wisely didn't ask. In the part of the memory that Psyker saw, the old man who caused Sister Pandora to be so miserable must be a bastard. Room. With a loud bang, an orange passage opened. Thea stepped out and touched the ground again. She was already in a rather magnificent underground palace. The energy of heaven and hell neutralized. Thea felt a sense of relief when she entered the underground palace. The two extreme forces maintained a balance here. Space couldn't be limited here, and time had to stop here. It was called the Stone of Eternity, and it wasn't wrong to call it that. Lightning-shaped decorations appeared on the ground and walls from time to time. Eastern-style pillars with dragon carvings and ancient lamps in the dragon's mouth. In the windless room, the fire didn't change at all. It was maintained at the moment when it was lit for thousands of years. Thea walked slowly through the passage. The two sides of the passage were joined neatly, and there were only some scattered corners where she could see the marks of swords and axes left by angels and demons. Old Shazan's collection was just like him, messy and disorderly. The old man's taste was terrible. Murals of various ethnic groups, utensils, stone javelins, and arrowheads were piled up everywhere. This made the young lady, who had always been known for her tidiness, frown. She passed through another door. 2 armored samurai standing guard at the door were smashed into powder by her 2 disintegration spells. What a mess. A Japanese samurai's armor and a medieval knight's armor, standing in front of the door in rags. Are you trying to be pitiful? A spacious room finally appeared in front of her. Thea saw 7 chairs, but only 1 chair in the middle was occupied. She knew she had finally found the right person. Fortunately, old Shazan probably hadn't watched The Voice of Persia before, so he didn't pretend to be profound and play with the chair. Otherwise, the young lady would have blown this mouse hole into the sky. A thin old man was curled up on the stone chair. The old man had brown curly hair tied loosely to his forehead with a red string. His eyes were dim, his face was dirty, and his teeth were about to fall out. He looked like he had 1 foot in the grave. The only praiseworthy thing about him was that he was still holding a lightning cane in his left hand. Chapter 7:14. An uninvited guest. You are neither a good person nor an evil person. Please state your intention. Old Shah Zan stared at Sia for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out the depth of the person who had come. Hee, Thea smiled. This old man had been cooped up here for too long and had never seen the new god. After careful observation, she still found something strange. I thought you were a mage. I didn't expect your soul to not show signs of decay. Normal people can't withstand a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect you to have divinity too. Old Shazan was silent. Thea continued her analysis. According to the records, you should be a Canaanite, chosen by the gods and given divine power to maintain the order of the world. But you have divine power in you. It doesn't look like it was given by the gods. Are you a god yourself? Old Shazan, who looked like a homeless man, was finally moved. I am the Canaanite you speak of, and also, I was once a god. My name is Mamlawang. Sia chuckles, indicating that she has never heard of it. You must be a god that came out from some corner. Soon, Old Shah's praise answers her doubts. I come from the place you call Australia now. I am the god of thunder there. Thea was still expressionless. The god of thunder, how classy. Zeus was also the god of thunder, but how could a skinny old man like you compare to Zeus? Zeus was strong because of his own strength. It had little to do with the god of thunder. If it was someone else, like the lonely old man Sharon, if he was given the god of thunder, he might not even be as good as a normal god. Moreover, the indigenous god of Australia. This was stronger than the Hawaiian shark god that Thea killed years ago. But there was a limit to how strong he was. He was the kind of god that could be defeated with a few dozen city guards with a stick. The power of the gods allowed old Shazan to survive until today. Thea did not care if he was possessed or merged. She only wanted the divine power. I'm here today to receive the divine power of the gods. This power should be used to contribute to the world, not to rot with you. Her words were not polite at all because she did not have a good impression of this old man. Old Shah Zan looked at her with his old yellow eyes and shook his head. You should leave. You don't meet my standards. You are neither a good person nor an evil person. Ha! Thea was amused by the old man's muddle-headedness. Were his eyes for venting? Can't you see that I'm here to cause trouble? Also, this argument of absolute good and absolute evil was extremely laughable. How could there be such a person or God in this day and age? The Heavenly Father, who represented justice and love, slaughtered a planet with billions of lives with a wave of his hand. Darkseid, who also represented evil and brutality, had mainly conquered many planets. Sometimes, he would even use some diplomatic means. He had never heard of this big shot being so bored as to kill for fun. Good and evil were relative, not absolute. Naturally, there was no such thing as absolute good and absolute evil. Thea was a little curious. Why did the old man look for such a person? Old Shazan, who looked like a homeless man, did not speak English. If Thea had not ascended to godhood, she would not have understood him. The old man stuttered in his native language, only the good and the evil can control Pandora's box, close the gap again, and take back the original sin of mankind. Thea glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Ha! It seemed that this old man was also a psychopath. She had wronged him when she said that he threw all the problems to Pandora and closed the door to sleep. He was also doing some work in silence. Most likely, he had tried all means in the past 10,000 years, and after all his efforts had failed, he came up with the idea of an absolute good and an absolute evil person as his successor. That box was not a magic item at all. The original sin and evil were all fake. It was a teleportation device, the result of the technology of the 3 imitations of the mother box on Earth. Only the people of that time and space could open it. Old Shazan was completely screwed over. For the sake of Pandora, she could still save him, but old Shazan looked dirty. She did not care about him at all. I don't care about your absolute good and evil. Hand over the divine power of the gods. Thea's cold tone finally made the slow old Shah Zan realize that something was wrong. Why was she so fierce? Did he owe her anything? Only I can give it to you. Mortals have no right to demand it. Old Shah Zan stood up. His words were beautiful, but unfortunately, his hunchback was less than 1.7 meters tall. He was a little weak in front of Thea, who was 1.8 meters tall. This Australian god still could not see through Thea's background. In order to strengthen his persuasion, he slammed the lightning short staff on the ground and shouted, "Shah Zan." A brilliant golden lightning wrapped around old Shah Zan. When he appeared again, he had changed from a homeless man to a middle-aged muscular man wearing a red tights and a white cloak. Your appearance is not bad, but it's a pity that this power is not yours. Thea took out her holy sword and rushed out like an arrow. The sword was slanted towards Shah Zan's head. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. Old Shah Zan held his staff with both hands and blocked the sword. Old Shah Zan was not used to Thea's style of fighting. He had just completed his transformation and had a lot of lines to say. Why did she rush over? Young people nowadays were too impatient. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, Thea's big sword was aimed at his vital points, and each strike was faster than the last. Old Shah Zan was a herdsman back then, and then he stayed at home for thousands of years. Occasionally, he would fight with his divine power to crush the enemy. Old Shah Zan had almost no experience in fighting an enemy. Faced with Thea's holy sword, he could only stupidly block left and right. His flashy tight clothes and large cloak became a burden, and he was slashed twice by Thea's sword as if he was a sandbag. What do you want? I want the divine power in your body. Old Shah Zan had no way to deal with such a tough opponent. Without his divine power, he would die. With only the divine power of the Australian gods, he could not have lived until today. There was nothing else to say. Let's continue fighting. Thunder and lightning. Old Shah Zan spoke in a long-lost language. As soon as his voice fell, a golden lightning as thick as a child's arm shot out from his staff. It was like a dragon, baring its fangs and claws at Thea. Old man, do you think you're the only one who knows how to use thunder and lightning? Thea moved her sword to her left hand and summoned a ball of lightning with an equally imposing manner to meet the dragon. In the flash of lightning, old Shah Zan flew back. His beard was as long as halberd, and his whole body swelled up visibly. He seemed to have used all his strength and spat out a simple syllable. Ow! A sense of desolation shrouded the abandoned land of heaven and hell. After the smoke disappeared, a giant beast that looked like a hippopotamus, was 3 meters tall, had huge fangs, and walked upright appeared in sight. The giant beast's body was surrounded by a large amount of golden lightning, which proved that this was old Shah Zan from before. Chapter 7:15. The space inside the Stone of Eternity began to expand proportionally due to the battle between the two, seemingly without end. Originally, she was worried that the fierce battle would destroy the space, but now that she saw this function, she was relieved. Thea's fighting spirit also rose. Is this a behemoth? This transformation spell is not bad. He knows that he is no match for me in close combat, so he wants to crush me like this. This old man is not so stupid. Old Shah Zan's move was completely different from the transformation spell in magic. Thea did not know whether this thing was a behemoth or not, so she could only name it according to the game. Is this the original body of your Australian god? Thea asked tentatively, but her hands did not stop casting at all. The giant beast had lost the ability to speak. It roared at her, and like a mountain, it charged at her with heavy footsteps. Roar! Thea's legendary transformation spell was also completed. She chose the overlord of the sky, the giant dragon. In the midst of the smoke, a thick dragon tail fiercely hit the side of the giant beast. The giant beast that weighed several tons was hit, and it staggered 2 steps before stabilizing its body. Thea transformed into a giant dragon that was most suitable for magic, the blue dragon. Her whole body was covered in orchid scales, and the scales were full of profound and unknown spells. She looked at old Shazan with eyes full of wisdom. Barbaric god, hand over the divine power of the gods. Blue dragons had always been known for their slender bodies. Thea's giant dragon naturally did not have those hindrances of muscles. She flew very dexterously in the air, and faced the giant beast with a dragon's breath. Old Shazan, who had turned into a giant beast, acted completely according to instinct. Known as the king of the land, the behemoth also had the confidence to challenge the giant dragon. Its 2 claws that were longer than its knees slammed the ground fiercely, and at the same time, its feet kicked hard. The giant beast jumped into the air, not only dodging the dragon's breath, but also taking the opportunity to pounce on the giant dragon. The opponent was dominated by the beast's instincts, but Thea did not have this problem. Fighting with the dirty giant beast? How was that possible? With a nimble twist of his body, he flew a few meters into the air. When he saw that the huge beast had lost its strength, he immediately spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. Shazan, the god of thunder and lightning, should not be very useful to him. Thea extracted a huge amount of magic power and turned it into bone-chilling ice. She tilted her neck and blew a big breath at Shazan's back. Roar! The entire back of the giant beast was covered in frost. The ice formed by magic was constantly eroding its body. The giant beast was in mid-air and could no longer maintain its balance. It fell to the ground with a loud bang. Brainless fellow, humph. Thea followed up her victory with a large-scale mud spell that enveloped the battlefield. The giant beast struggled several times, but it sank into the mud because of its heavy weight. Thea threw out countless wind blades, and a layer of golden shield appeared on the surface of the giant beast in an attempt to resist. Unfortunately, the shield only lasted for 3 minutes before it was broken. The giant beast covered its vital parts with its hands and tried to get out of the mud. She did not want to go down into the muddy battlefield. Thea used magic again. Great summoning spell to summon her subordinates. A sky-blue portal opened. Fiora, who had been on standby and wearing black armor, finally entered this space. She turned back into her human form. Thea pointed at the giant beast, and the female adjutant punched the giant beast in a loud explosion. She grabbed the giant beast's hair and punched its hippopotamus head twice. The giant beast struggled hard, but its weakness of not being able to fly limited its movements. The female adjutant had been basking in the sun on Earth for so many years. Even if she was not as good as Superman, she was not far behind. This kind of pure physical attack was simply fearless. The giant beast seemed to be irritated by the flying insect. It roared again and again, and its 2 giant claws kept dancing. The giant beast wanted to catch Fiora and drag her into its battle rhythm. However, as the leader of the younger generation on Krypton, Fiora's combat skills were also tempered by the Kryptonians. They were simple and effective. Fiora's talent in combat might not be as good as Kara's, but he had made up for the gap with years of hard work. The giant beast's combat instinct was far worse. After he merged with old Shazan, he had not fought for too many years. The divine power consumed by the transformation now was the divine power of the indigenous Australian god. Even if they looked the same on the surface, there was a big difference between their divine power and the divine power of others. Usually, he had to rely on his own divine power to control and guide the divine power of other gods. When the consumption was not too great, he could use it twice. If he consumed too much of his own divine power, the balance would be broken. Should he deactivate the transformation or continue to fight? The consequence of being overly cautious was to reveal a huge flaw. Fiora lifted the giant beast directly. Thea jumped up and slashed at his head with her sword. Shazan quickly deactivated the transformation, and the hippo's head shrank rapidly. The head turned back into a human and dodged the attack. Unfortunately, one of the giant claws did not dodge and was directly cut off by the brilliant holy sword. The brownish-black arm fell to the ground. Thea motioned Fiora to continue attacking fiercely. She raised her hand and arranged 2 sealing spells. She put the arm into the energy-absorbing necklace. The necklace operated automatically, and traces of pure divine power were filtered layer by layer and turned into her own divine power. The total amount is too little. It seems that a part of it has dissipated. But it is still faster than natural recovery. Thea gave Fiora a look. The female adjutant immediately understood that she wanted to capture the target alive. Fiora took a deep breath. The energy in his body was quickly converted, and a bone-chilling cold was directly ejected. Thea waved her hands repeatedly. Ice storm, icicle, frost ray, and frost nova were continuously thrown out. With one of his arms cut off, old Shazan was a little overwhelmed by the two of them. He could only rely on the lightning enchantment to hold on. Old man, don't be so stubborn. Give up your divine power for the order of the world. It was never yours in the first place. Thea persuaded him to surrender like a villain. In order to increase the persuasion, she summoned Frost Killer Caitlin. The temperature in the room was cooled by the three of them together. Even the stone of eternity formed by the fragments of heaven and hell could not withstand their magic power. The few eternal night lamps that they saw earlier had been completely extinguished. The walls, the floor, and even the stone chair that old Shazan sat on earlier were all frozen and cracked. Old Shazan, who was already in a state of losing a lot of blood, looked pale. It was more like he was instinctively resisting the few of them. His brain that was already frozen was so cold that his thinking was even slower. After a long time, he finally understood the situation. Old Shazan shouted loudly, "No, I still have to choose a successor. I still have to find the person who is both good and evil. This is my mission, idiot." Thea scolded. This old man was too stubborn. It was fine if he was stubborn, but he did not have the foresight and knowledge to waste so much of his divine power. If they continued to fight like this, it would be her divine power that would be wasted. Thea, who had long regarded the opponent as her prey, was ready to use her trump card. Chapter 7:16. Caitlin, absorb and convert Fiora's energy. Thea ordered. The Frost Killer had absorbed Superman's energy and killed the Righteous Alliance and the Suicide Squad with one big move. Naturally, she could freeze the old Shazan as well. The two girls had practiced this ability before. Caitlin nodded to Thea gently, indicating that she was ready. This was not a game, and there was no setting where the team could not be hurt. Before the final battle with Darkseid, Thea did not want to be hit hard, so she directly moved to the subspace. The subspace lacked color, and it was as if there was a layer of gauze in front of her eyes. She could not see clearly, but she could still feel the sudden burst of energy in the outside world. Clang! With a muffled sound, all the stellar energy in Fiora's body was converted. Caitlin froze the entire stone of eternity in an instant, and the originally dark gray underground palace turned into a world of ice and snow. In the face of such a huge burst of energy, even the old Shazan, who bore the brunt of it, was frozen into a giant ice block with a confused expression on his face. Beautiful. You two go back and rest. Grud and the rest will take care of the rest. Thea stepped out of the subspace and looked at the results with great interest. She immediately gave the two outstanding female generals a long vacation. The female adjutant's stellar energy was almost depleted, and she needed to absorb sunlight again. Caitlin's mind was also burdened by controlling such a huge amount of energy, so the two immediately went back to rest. Thea checked on the old Shazan. The old man did not even realize that they had a combination skill, so he was not mentally prepared at all and was directly knocked out. Sigh, it's a pity that we can't use this skill too often. Fiora's 3 years of savings are gone. The young lady sighed as she carved a magic circle. She wanted to seal the old Shazan's divine power and mental world. After that, she summoned the gorilla. Grud was choked by the cold environment, and Thea could only coax and scare him to hold on. This guy was lazy and hated work. His endurance was getting worse and worse, and Thea felt that his ability to control his mind was worse than in the same dimension. Even though old Shazan was knocked out and had no power to resist, it took Jared a long time to get the old man under control. This world is full of holes because of people like you who hold the banner of justice high but do a bunch of stupid things. I will protect this world. Billy Batson can continue to be a brat. Your mission is over. Go to the other world and find your good and evil people. Thea whispered to herself. She then turned to Grud and said, erase his will. Even though old Shazan's body had changed owners and his spiritual power had been weakened layer by layer, his willpower was still very tenacious. It took Jared, who had maxed out all of his spiritual ability talent points, a whole day to completely erase Shazan's consciousness. At this moment, old Shazan's body was still there, and so was his soul. Only his consciousness had been erased. Thea sent away Gertrude, who was so tired that his tongue was hanging out. She took the big ice cube and found a hot planet to thaw it. Do you still recognize me? He waved his hand in front of the awakened old Shazan, but the old man did not respond. What is your name? This time, Thea used her spiritual power to ask the old man. Old Shazan was confused for a long time. He then shook his head with a blank expression. The effect was good. Thea was very excited. She put the living source of divine power into the necklace. The thick and long divine power was transformed into new divine power and slowly injected into Thea's divine positions. Since there was no one around, Thea could not help but moan. It was like a person who had been thirsty for water for days finally finding a water source. It was a very comfortable feeling. With her divine power fully replenished, even if she still could not defeat Darkseid's clone, she was confident that she could last 30 to 50 moves. This old man is not simple. As she slowly absorbed the divine power, she felt something strange. Old Shazan not only had the divine power of the Australian native god, but he also had another divine power in his body that he probably did not even know existed. Hee. Sia carefully identified it and nodded. She chuckled. It has a trace of Zeus's original power. This old man is actually Zeus's chosen one. It was not difficult to guess that old Shazan did not know that he had this power. Similar to Diana, this was another one of Zeus's hidden pawns. This was also why old Shazan could use lightning freely. Among the 6 divine powers of old Shazan, there was Zeus' divine power. However, that was only pure divine power and was completely different from the original power. Originally, Thea wanted to suck the old man dry. Now, she changed her mind. She wanted to keep old Shazan captive and use his connection with Zeus's original body to continuously absorb Zeus' divine power. Anyway, the king of gods' main body was in hibernation. He was happily training his Smuff, so he would not mind. Thea did not care whether Zeus' level would drop if she took too much of the original power. Back then, Zeus was like an unreachable mountain to her. Now that she was going to fight Darkseid head-on, she was 100 times more confident. She was not afraid of him. When they returned to the new world, Diana also brought reinforcements. There were 500 Amazons, 500 Minotaurs, and 200 Death Knights. Hercules, the god of strength, who was suffering in Mount Olympus, also came to the new world. At this time, he was competing with the Valkyrie. Hera was busy arguing with Athena and could not leave, so she sent Wineskin, god of wine, Dionysus to help her. Thea did not know how to deal with this weakling who was good at eating, drinking, and having fun. After all, he was here to help, so she could only treat him well. We can't continue like this. The ordinary people are too nervous. We need to adjust our strategy. When she returned to the White House, her mother told her this news. She then handed her a few reports. The ordinary people had all kinds of guesses. Some said that the Earth was going to explode, some said that it was going to be World War III, and of course, the most common was that it was an alien invasion. Thea scratched her head. She also realized that she had been too nervous during this period. The pressure of shouldering the fate of the entire world was only part of the reason. More importantly, it was the influence of the divine position of the soul on her. 99% of the souls were filled with resentment. Being in charge of the divine position was not optimistic at all. Announce the truth. The people have the right to know what happened. Moira sat behind the president's desk and deeply felt that it was not easy for her predecessor. "I'll do as you say. I'll make some adjustments accordingly." On Friday night, a group of technicians was adjusting the equipment in the president's office in the White House. Moira was preparing for a televised speech. This was not the traditional fireside chat, so it would take a long time to prepare. Milady was more low-key in the White House. She found a chair and sat by the side, watching a group of people busying themselves. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. It was the little Supergirl, Kara Danvers. How did she get into the White House? Chapter 717. She casually crumpled a ball of paper and threw it over with a whoosh. Little Supergirl reacted quickly and reached out to catch it. She stared blankly at Thea. Thea waved at her. Little Supergirl looked around and shook her head. She came to the White House for business? Thea looked at the pass hanging around Supergirl's neck and thought. Tonight's matter had nothing to do with her. She just needed to ensure that there would be no trouble. She thought that it was just a briefing to inform the people of the current problems, but it turned out that the politicians were not on the same wavelength as her. In order to maintain stability as much as possible, Moira asked sociologists, psychologists, international relations experts, and a bunch of staff to come up with a package plan. Thea's words like, "Do you know that Earth is in trouble?" were definitely not going to work. According to the staff, the people would collapse directly. The plan they came up with was to talk about it step by step. They would talk about it a little bit today and a little bit tomorrow so that the ordinary people would accept the reality. It was not until just before the broadcast that Thea knew that Kara had sneaked into the White House as Kate Grant's assistant. After Kara graduated and handed in a few resumes, she was directly hired by Kate International Media. On the second day of employment, Moira sent an invitation to her good friend, Kate Grant, to be her spokesperson. Perhaps it was because the clothes that Thea had helped to design were very fashionable and tasteful, or perhaps it was because Kara's silly and innocent look was very trustworthy. Kate Grant picked this girl to be her assistant at first glance. She would help her carry her bag or bring her water when she was free. "My friends, my compatriots, today I will take up a little more of your time and tell you something that is happening." In front of the camera, Moira was like a kind neighbor aunt. She first talked about politics, economy, democracy, and freedom, then talked about history, culture, and the current happy life. She focused on the hard-won good situation today and mixed in some slogans such as, "Don't let the enemy destroy our lives," and "Resolutely defend freedom and democracy," in her words. "The enemy is coming?" Little Supergirl finished her work and quietly sat beside Thea. She asked in a low voice. "Trust us, we can handle it." Thea did not want Kara to rush to the front line. She was too naive and had not experienced any hardships. Her willpower and faith were not enough to deal with the upcoming battle. It was best for her to be the reserve team. Her policy was to find more reinforcements from the universe and reduce the losses on Earth. Kara didn't look young. He was in his early 20s. In fact, he was no different from a naughty child. He was the kind of person who would not leave if he was led along. The young miss, who had replaced the original death knell and became the nemesis of the brats, immediately thought of a countermeasure. She looked at her with an extremely serious expression. "Even if you can't go to the front lines, your mission is still very difficult. Our family, my mother, Clark's wife and son, all of these need your protection. The enemy is savage by nature, so it's hard to say if they won't make a move against our family. We need to rely on you for these things." F***CK. Kara, who originally wanted to argue with Thea, was stunned. "So, the reason why they didn't let me go to the front line was because of such a difficult task. Leave it to me." Kara patted her flat chest. Although she was better at attacking, she could also play defense. Thea did not feel guilty at all for tricking a little girl. Strictly speaking, it was not tricking her. Would Darkseid make a move against the higher-ups of Earth? From past experience, the Dark Lord was very arrogant and did not care about ordinary people. However, it was hard to say what his subordinates would do. Whether it was the Wasteland Wolf, Desard, the kind grandmother, or the universe's #1 assassin, Guangdong, who she had never met, it was hard to say what they would do when the battle was in a stalemate. On the surface, Thea arranged for Supergirl to protect her family, but secretly, she and the other heroes had another meeting to discuss. "Everyone, we can fight at the front lines, but we can't relax the protection of our family." She was the first to bring up this topic. For a moment, there was a silence. Thea was not too worried. Green Arrow was not that easy to kill, and Moira's safety was even less of a concern. Although Amanda had all kinds of problems, she promised Thea that she would mobilize all the resources of the Heaven's Eye Society to protect the president out of a sense of honor. Although the Quinn family attracted the most attention and had the most protection measures, the problem lay with the rest. Diana and herself were family, and the assassination team could not kill their way into Mount Olympus. Hippolyte and the others were very safe. The Sea King's mother, Atlanta, was hiding in the depths of the ocean. She had the strength of a demigod, and it was very difficult to kill her. The Martian hunters' family members had all died, and only a few spiritual bodies were left alive in the spiritual world. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to kill their way in. His niece, Megan, was one of the best among the Martians. Her superpowers could be ridden twice, and her combat strength was off the charts. Only Superman, Batman, and the Flash needed to protect their families. "My family is safe." Batman threw out a sentence coolly and did not say anything else. Superman hesitated for a moment. "My family will be placed in Fortress Dugu." Where was this place? They wisely chose not to ask, and only the Flash was left. "Me?" It was the Flash's second time attending this kind of meeting. Seeing Batman's attitude as if someone owed him millions, he did not know if he should reveal his true identity. After all, if he mentioned protection, his identity would be exposed. Especially his family's heirs, who was a super burden. Since Louise Ryan had a child, she had restrained herself a lot. Now, the #1 in the world of death was none other than Ayers West. Other honest people could just find a place to hide, but Ayers was the one who was dishonest. She asked all kinds of questions, and her curiosity was boundless. She wanted to touch everything. As long as it was a locked door, she wanted to go in and take a look. Places like Thea and Batman's secret places were definitely not for her to enter. "Let your friends stay with my wife," Superman said sincerely. Benefiting from Superman's good reputation, the Flash agreed to this proposal. "What kind of reinforcements are there now?" The Martian hunter asked Thea after the family issue was over. Different from the original timeline, because of Moira's support and her relationship with Diana, Thea's words had a lot of weight here. Batman did not need to run around to contact people, and he and Superman had a tendency to stand aside. Fortunately, heroes of justice were not selfish. Since someone took the lead, they just had to do their own thing. There will be a few green lanterns. Purple lanterns, blue lanterns, yellow lanterns, and green lanterns. Each of them is comparable to a superhero, and their combat power is very strong. There may also be some space mercenaries participating in the battle, about 3,000 people. In addition, green of all things, red of all things, and black of decay will help us to a certain extent. Chapter 7:18. With the control of the Neutral Business Alliance, it was not difficult to find some mercenaries. However, in order to take care of the impression of these heroes, they had to choose those who looked better. This gave Death Knell, who was in charge of extraterrestrial affairs, a headache for a long time. Diana also talked about the reinforcements she had brought, and the rest of the people looked at the Sea King. Atlantis sent 10,000 troops. The Sea King was a little embarrassed. "You're kidding," Batman said gloomily. "How dare you talk to me like that? We have our own difficulties." Arthur Curry's temper was as bad as ever. Needless to say, it was their family's *T problem. As the nominal host, Thea had to come out and smooth things over. "Shut up, Atlantis sent too few troops. At present, the estimated number of troops dispatched by the various countries on the ground has reached 7 million. There will be a similar number of troops mobilized later. In 2 months, 10 million elite troops will be stationed in the New World. Your 10,000 people are too few. The Sea King turned his head away as if he did not want to say anything. The heroes were all helpless. Thea rubbed her head, thought for a while and said, I won't comment on your political system. If I help you get the priests, can your royal family suppress the elders? How many troops can you send? Should be about 1 million, with all the equipment. The people of Mira will also send 3,000, the Sea King thought and said. Thea sighed. Okay, I'll solve this. She threw the god of death to Poseidon and let him send an oracle to urge the priests to cooperate with the deployment of troops. The problem of Atlantis was solved very smoothly. With the support of the priests, Atlantis dismissed 3 elders in one breath and replaced them with her own confidants. She very happily said that she would personally lead 2 million troops to join the war. The ground was on the verge of panic. Moira changed the tradition of only giving a speech on Friday and brainwashed the citizens every night for 3 days in a row. The fireside talk this time was much more heated than Roosevelt's New Deal and the Gulf War. Even though she made light of the situation, many people were still shocked. According to a social media website, they were not afraid of dealing with the Earthlings, but a large-scale alien invasion? Could they hide in the countryside? In the movies, the aliens were like retards and were often fooled by the protagonists. If it was in the cinema, it would be fun, but to turn it into reality? It was simply unimaginable. Even after so many years of work by the Earth's Extraterrestrial Administrative Committee, it was still impossible to eliminate everyone's misgivings. There was a very representative point of view among ordinary people. Most people believed that the aliens on Earth were weak chickens, equivalent to the level of the Native Americans. But this time, who would be coming? Their ships were sturdy and their cannons were sharp. They were armed with weapons that had been advanced for who knows how many years. How could they still fight? The Quinn Group, the Wayne Group, and the Luther Group, which was no longer what it used to be, all instructed the media they controlled to publish various articles to boost morale. The general idea was that Earthlings were awesome and invincible. Unfortunately, the effect was not great. Early Monday morning, on the lawn in front of the White House, after 3 days of bombing, the people's tolerance level had reached its highest point. Moira was going to hold a briefing for the world's media here. Everyone, I'm going to use the word compatriot here because the next disaster is not targeted at any single country. It is targeted at all of us on Earth. We have to put aside our disputes, put down our hatred, pick up the weapons at your hands, and protect your family. Because our enemy is coming. He is powerful and cunning, and if someone is lucky, then his future will only be filled with pain. Perhaps there are some people who don't believe it and even use the viewpoint of conspiracy theories to think that I want to seize power. For such people who still have malice in the face of the survival of mankind, I can only say that they should take care of themselves because I can't care so much. Myself, my son, and daughter will all join this battle. As an ordinary mother, I am proud and worried. If they die on the battlefield, what rights do I, a poor old woman, need? Moira's talent for acting pitiful was already maxed out. Many reporters at the scene were infected by her tragedy. For example, Kara Danvers, an honest child, had red eyes. Moira saw that the effect was good and changed the topic. But if you believe me, I will fight to the end. Some people may have doubts about whether diplomatic means can be used, whether a certain price can be paid to avoid a war. We are not militaristic people, but the situation is not optimistic. A few superheroes risked their lives to film the brutality of the enemy. Now, let me show it to you. Moira then signaled for the staff to show it. There was no big screen in front of the lawn. Thea had given the White House an external starlight projector. It was not suitable to show the tragedy of Earth 2 to ordinary people. She had to spend a lot of time explaining the parallel universe. She edited a few videos of Darkseid's army conquering other planets. These videos were also used in the new planet of creation as teaching material. She showed them to newborns when she had nothing to do. The shooting angle was almost perfect, and it fully showed the characteristic of Darkseid leaving nothing alive in its wake. The advanced projector made everyone gasp, but their attention was soon diverted. They looked at the blood-red sky, the ruined city, and countless monsters burning, killing, and looting. Blood flowed like a river, and broken limbs were everywhere. Ordinary people who were born in a peaceful era could not accept it. This is a movie, right? Some people said things that they didn't quite believe. Ah! A White House staff member hurriedly covered his mouth when he saw the brutal scene, afraid that he would scream. What a vicious enemy. When a certain bearded reporter saw the apocalypse demon tearing apart an alien child that looked like a child, he couldn't help but curse in anger. Moira saw that it was about time, and signaled the staff to stop the screening. She pointed at the bearded reporter and said, "This reporter is right. How can we negotiate with such a brutal enemy? Do we use the flesh and blood of our citizens to satisfy their cruel desires? What if they ask us to hand over a large number of people as slaves? The will of freedom and democracy does not allow me to do that. For my children, for my family. I will fight to the end." Moira shouted at the top of her lungs. There was a round of applause. No one was born out of a crack in a rock. Moira's use of her family as a breakthrough was very much in line with the ordinary people's wishes. After the general direction, Moira left the stage amidst the applause. It was Defense Minister Leon's turn to talk about the deployment of their troops. At first, the old man was afraid that the enemy would learn about the intelligence, but Thea dispelled his worries. Darkseid did not care who the enemy was. He only cared about where the enemy was. Without a god like him at the front, billions of troops would be useless. Don't worry, the enemy does not care about the deployment of their troops. Chapter 719. Old Man Leon had multiplied the actual 10 million soldiers by several times. In front of the reporters, he claimed that Earth had already gathered 50 million regular soldiers, vowing to defend democracy and freedom. Of course, if ordinary people could join the army, that would be even better. Where is our battlefield? Will it destroy the current city and cause great harm to ordinary people? A reporter asked a question that many people were concerned about. Ordinary people were really scared by the previous 2 battles in the metropolis. Several heroes and enemies flew in the sky, sometimes in the east and sometimes in the west. Ordinary people could only run on the ground like headless flies. If they were lucky, they could survive. If they were unlucky, a brick might fly from somewhere and smash them to death. Having this kind of experience twice in one's life was enough to be proud of and bragging. Don't let it happen a third time. Before the news conference, several people had unified their statements. They definitely couldn't say that magic had built a continent. That was too fantastical. Ryan used scientific words and vaguely said, "It's a new continent that we have discovered." The old man wasn't in charge of answering questions. He just rambled on and on about the size of their army. How many troops they had, how many battleships and mechas they had. In short, it was the same thing. Don't be fooled by how brutal the enemy was. They weren't weak either. The last bit of time was given to Kate Grant, the media woman who was known for her sharp tongue. At first, she was not very used to the role of a news spokesperson. She scolded the reporters on the scene until they wanted to hit the wall. After that, she restrained herself a little, but she also scolded a few guys who tried to change the topic. After a busy morning, many reporters did not have time to eat the White House's working lunch and hurriedly began to publish. At 3:00 in the afternoon, with the help of many media outlets, it was estimated that more than half of the world's people had learned the news. Disbelief, suspicion, fear, and panic began to spread in the crowd. Several superheroes cooperated with the police and severely attacked a group of bad guys who destroyed the market order. There was a lot of bad news, but there was also good news. A large number of retired soldiers, under the call of Moira to protect their homes and families, responded to the call and returned to the army. Many hot-blooded young people also went to the streets to sign up for the army. Thea worked hard to absorb the divine power of Lao Shazan and occasionally comprehended the shadow of the earth too. The current queen of Hollywood, Miss Felicity, directly launched the Avenger Alliance. An all-star cast, highly invested and highly efficient production team, and released at the same time around the world. The ordinary people who were originally extremely nervous finally heaved a sigh of relief. Many people watched it over and over again because there was nothing else to watch. The theater owners were really scared of the tax checks. Since everyone is showing this, I'll show it too. After that, he miraculously discovered that the scene of him losing everything he had imagined did not happen. His losses were not that great, and some of the cinema chains even made 20% more profits than the same period. The main actors were as tired as donkeys and were dragged around the world by Felicity to do publicity. In the face of the reporters' overwhelming questions, they fully displayed their acting skills. Their faces were full of righteousness as they expressed that they would definitely win. They were very confident. Thea didn't know if the release of the Avenger Alliance had awakened the public's sense of unity. However, the morale of the ordinary people still improved a lot. This was not a movie world. They had real superheroes. It was not a movie or an actor. There was no need for special effects, and there was no need for computer-generated effects. They were superheroes who could fly and run with lasers in their eyes. With this group of people in front of them, the rationality of the ordinary people finally returned to normal. The emotions of the people were like a roller coaster. With a swoosh, it directly fell to the bottom and then slowly climbed until it surpassed the original level. This made the politicians sigh in relief. After all, they couldn't let the fat members of parliament fight with their lives on the line with submachine guns. The soldiers were ordinary people, and their emotional stability was more important than anything else. Time passed. In the process of preparing weapons, transporting supplies, and building a frontier military base in the New World, a month passed quickly. With the fat brothers and pets, Hal Jordan, who was dressed like a protagonist, rushed to Earth. Together with him was Carol Ferris of the Purple Lantern Corps. This former airline executive was wearing a purple combat suit with a deep V that reached to her belly button. Her elbows and calves were tightly wrapped, and her thighs and shoulders were exposed. Thea pouted. This suit was comparable to the uniform of the Blue Lantern Corps. The purple lantern was indeed the symbol of love. It was indeed hot. To be honest, Hal Jordan's personality was a little flamboyant, especially now that he was already the greatest Green Lantern. Thea was afraid that a fight would break out between the superheroes to introduce him at a hero convention. In the battle that followed, Thea had to fight Darkseid head-on, so she didn't have the energy to command. The superheroes didn't have it easy either. Intentionally or unintentionally, they left the command to Batman. After all, he was just an ordinary person. With 127 types of martial arts, he might be able to kill a random soldier with a little effort, but that was all he could do. It was better to leave such a big shot to the rear and come up with ideas. Thea introduced Hal Jordan to him. In fact, they had met a few years ago when they were fighting the Parallax monsters. However, so many years had passed, so there was no problem in introducing him again. After the introduction, she stood at the back, ready to watch a good show. As expected, as the current, greatest Green Lantern, Hal Jordan was very proud. When he heard that he was going to cooperate with Batman, he exploded. After living alone in the universe for a few years, Hal Jordan's knowledge and vision were no longer what it used to be. He looked at Batman with a scrutinizing gaze. What abilities do you have? Can you fly? No. Super strength? No. Hal Jordan looked at Thea in disbelief. You're not just an ordinary person in a bat suit, are you? Batman stared at Hal Jordan with a fierce expression. His eyes seemed to emit omega rays as he stared at Hal Jordan. The greatest Green Lantern was a little confused. Just as he was wondering why Batman's gaze was so ferocious, the green light on his body suddenly extinguished. His transformation was deactivated. An emerald ring was in Batman's hand. Master Bruce smiled happily. I can help you focus. Carol Ferris, Hal Jordan's ex-girlfriend, laughed happily when she saw Hal Jordan being taken advantage of. Batman looked at the ring and threw it back to him. The enemy's vanguard is infiltrating more and more. I need you and your partners to join the hunt. After that, Batman picked up a square mother box. We need to gather these things together so that the enemy will appear on the battlefield we designed in advance. After sending Hal Jordan, who had brought his own food, away, Batman sighed. Thea was busy improving herself, and he had to coordinate everything. It was tiring for him. Hold on a little longer. We only have a month at most. Thea was racing against time to convert her divine power. She really did not have the energy to care about chores. She was not the only one. Diana and Superman were also working hard to make use of every minute and second to train. With the three of them working together, she was confident that she could take down Darkseid's clone even if the Heavenly Father did not come. If the Dark Lord himself joined the battle, then she would have to lead the retreat. Time seemed to pass quickly, but also slowly. Half a month later, Ganthercide of the Blue Lantern Corps brought the Holy Walker and the baby planet Mogo to Earth. In order to teleport Mogo to the New World, Thea brought 300 blue lanterns and used her teleportation circle. It took a lot of effort to get Mogo to the New World. Ching Nu led the blue lanterns and stationed them there. The only regret was that the Firstborn did not respond to her call. Otherwise, the Alliance would have gained another powerful force. As for the Yellow Lanterns, they also picked 500 of the less ferocious-looking ones and rushed to Earth under Akilo's lead. Green lanterns, yellow lanterns, blue lanterns, violet lanterns, no matter how many there were, they were all gathered together. Even with Thea's deliberate suppression, Hal Jordan almost got into a fight with the yellow lanterns. Because of this, she could only appoint the Holy Walker, who looked neutral but actually treated her like a god, to be the leader of the blue lanterns. It was the most difficult to obtain among the 7 lanterns. When the blue lantern was present, it could strengthen any lantern ring. It was the strongest lantern besides the white lanterns and the black lanterns. Chapter 720. Ching Nu was as insignificant as a monk, and Carol Ferris was the only purple lantern who came. The symbolic meaning was greater than the actual meaning. The few of them nodded and agreed to let the Holy Walker be the temporary leader. In order to not be left alone, Hal Jordan ran back to the main planet of Ura. Relying on his high reputation, under Thea's surprised gaze, he pulled over 100 green lanterns and barely managed to maintain a stalemate with the yellow lanterns. Batman had not returned to Gotham for half a month. He was as busy as a spinning top every day. However, his busyness was very valuable. After his coordination, the lanterns were mobilized more than 300 times, and their footprints were all over the New World. They captured 91 Apocalypse demons alive, and the rest self-destructed. They also collected 22 mother boxes, and the enemy's main force would definitely appear here. The task of setting up the battlefield was also handed over to him. Moira signed a special pardon order and released Lex Luthor. The condition was that he had to atone for his crimes by doing good deeds, or else he would sit in prison until he died. Batman, hee hee. The middle-aged Luthor with a bald head looked at Batman with a faint smile. This guy knew his true identity. This thought appeared in Batman's mind, but the two smart people did not expose him. Instead, they talked about the mission in front of them. Is there anything I can help with? We plan to set up the battlefield in District East 12. It's near the sea, and the space is wide. Atlantis and the human navy can attack from the water, and the human army can attack from the land. Then we can set up some traps. The two of them were the smartest people on Earth, and they checked each other's mistakes. Soon, a problem appeared in front of them. Could there be people on Earth who are colluding with them? Luthor had a deep understanding of this. Back then, the knowledge of Doomsday was secretly taught to him by the Wasteland Wolf. Putting himself in Luthor's shoes, he felt that there must be such people. After self-studying more than 10 psychological books, Batman had more right to speak. We can't stop them. There must be spies, and the number won't be small. We can't track them down with our current methods. Magic, abilities, and technological equipment can all be brainwashed. There are too many methods. In addition, whether it's important officials, soldiers, or even civilians, they can all be controlled. There are too many options, so it's impossible to filter them out. Batman wasn't bullshitting. He had talked about this with Thea before. She couldn't do anything about it. Magic wasn't omnipotent. Some people were bent on being traitors. What could she do? There was no trade involved in this process, and they were completely willing to betray the human race. They wanted to rely on the Apocalypse Star and hug Darkseid's coattails. Under such circumstances, there was no way she could have known. What's more, she was currently spending all her energy on comprehending the Soul God's seat. The new gods on the Revelation Star all knew that she had a trade god's seat, so they wouldn't blindly try to bribe her. She wouldn't be able to sense other people's secret transactions. There was no such thing as being a thief for 1,000 days, but there was no such thing as being on guard for 1,000 days. In a head-on battle, strength spoke louder than words. This was the only choice. We can come up with an algorithm. The human spy will definitely choose these few key points. Around the commander, the armory, the person in charge of the nuclear bomb. Find these key points and compare them to see if there are any anomalies. After that, we can filter them out. Luther's brain was still working well. Batman added a few key points, and the two of them quickly got to work. At this time, Thea had returned to the new planet of creation. Her previous estimations had been accurate. The Heavenly Father couldn't help her anymore. This was because Darkseid's main body had personally led a large army to the new planet of creation. They had set up camp on a small planet less than 8,000 kilometers away. The few generals of Darkseid's elite society were all present. Thea and Diana were also summoned back. Now, there was a 10-member council. Including the Heavenly Father, the 11 new gods looked into the distance. Insect Queen, Kalibok, Desard, Wasteland Wolf, Wayman Wandaba, Madhouse, Guangdong, Kindness, they've all come out. The 3-meter-tall Lady Skyscreen, who was in charge of the Archer Corps, said with a serious expression. Putting the two big shots aside, it seemed like the enemy had 8 new gods while their side had 10. It seemed like they had the upper hand, but in reality, that wasn't the case at all. The god of knowledge, Mithran, was more of a filler. He never participated in battles, and one could even say that he was neutral. The god of forging, Hay-8, was also a technical god. Even the Heavenly Father's beloved general, Wuja, had never seen her in action. She didn't seem to be very strong either. Thea, on the other hand, was destined to not be able to participate in this battle. The gods were all watching. This time, Darkseid, who had come aggressively, was weaker than ever. He had created a clone. No matter what the chances of his clone going to Earth were, Thea had to go back to her home planet. Even Thea's clone couldn't defeat Darkseid. If she left, Diana would have to go back as well. Originally, it was 8 against 10. Now, it was 8 against 6. The situation was dire. Although the generals were worried sick, they couldn't complain. This was because Darkseid's clone was good news for the Heavenly Father. For the first time in millions of years, the Heavenly Father's overall strength was superior to Darkseid's. The eternal war might end soon, and the Heavenly Father had no reason to give up. Goddess Thea, I'm sorry. I have to stay here and keep an eye on Darkseid, so. The Heavenly Father had promised her, and it wasn't appropriate for him to go back on his word now. Thea was already mentally prepared for this. Earth, or rather, she would have to face Darkseid alone. Was she afraid? Actually, she wasn't that afraid. If she couldn't defeat Darkseid alone, she could fight as a group. No one mentioned that the Heavenly Father's avatar would fight for her. If the Heavenly Father wanted to end the battle in one fell swoop, he would stand a good chance against Darkseid, who was at his weakest. If he diverted some of his divine power to his clone, the battle would be a complete mess. A weak soldier against a weak general would definitely lose. She had to admit that Darkseid had made a brilliant move. He used himself as bait, and the entire game came to life. He attacked from 2 sides, and forced the new creation planet, which was already weaker, to split its forces. You can take the magic army with you. You also need manpower on your side. The Heavenly Father was quite loyal. However, Thea rejected his suggestion after some thought. Your Majesty, the new creation planet needs magic more. I'll take 1/3 of the sorcerers and all the spell breakers with me. Help me replenish the melee fighters with the rest. She wasn't being selfish. She was just thinking about the bigger picture. Earth's army could basically be considered long-range. How could she bring back 1,000,000 long-range sorcerers? How could she rely on the few hundred Amazons to hold the line? She would be gone with a wave. On the other hand, the new creation planet had more melee fighters than long-range ones. Leaving most of the sorcerers behind to replace them with melee fighters would be advantageous for both sides. The gods were all intelligent, and the benefits of doing so were obvious. The Heavenly Father nodded in agreement. Chapter 721. The four armies were temporarily disbanded. Thea handed over 600,000 sorcerers in exchange for 200,000 giant beast riders, 200,000 lightning spearmen, and 200,000 sky archers. Over the next few days, all kinds of information were gathered. The information is conclusive. Darkseid's clone and the Wasteland Wolf, Desard, are both on planet Revelation. There are about 30 million to 50 million troops attacking your home planet, the Heavenly Father said solemnly. Goddess Thea, I'm not asking you to kill Darkseid's clone, the Heavenly Father said slowly. Thea smiled bitterly. Boss, you really think too highly of me. As long as you can hold him back, victory will be ours. Following the Heavenly Father's declaration, the generals roared angrily. It seemed like their morale had been boosted. It was no wonder they were so excited. The Wasteland Wolf, Desard, had also retreated. This meant that the battle had changed from 8 to 6. The generals who were prepared to fight to the death to repay the Heavenly Father's kindness secretly sighed in relief. Thea did not care about the situation. The Wasteland Wolf, Desard, was not a big deal. Superman against the Wasteland Wolf, the Martian hunter, who was not afraid of fire, against the Great Warlock, and herself and Diana against Darkseid's clone. This lineup could definitely put up a fight. Even if another enemy jumped out, with the Guardian Gantherseed's combat power, 2 against 1, it would not be a problem to hold back one enemy. There was no need to tell the Heavenly Father about these details. Tell him that Earthlings are all hacks. Can you give me more responsibility? Impossible. Sia looked like she was about to cry and bid farewell. She begged her Heavenly Father not to give her any more enemies. Earthlings are all weak. Facing 2 new gods and Uncle Da's clone head-on is the limit. After the Heavenly Father repeatedly assured her, they left the planet of creation. Before leaving, Thea even tricked the Heavenly Father into giving her a bunch of precious materials. She wanted to build a permanent magic net on the new continent. Diana was also a member of the Council of 10. She coordinated with Thea's adjutant, the female sorcerer Becca, to command the ordinary new gods to station in the human fortresses and assign missions. Thea began to build a small weave, using the same rules as the new creation star. The next morning, she summoned the 4 deans of Hogwarts. They had all studied magic for their whole lives and were amazed by this simple way of casting spells. Only Zatanna had some objections. Teaching a mage this way seems to be too. She could not say what was too much, so Thea finished her sentence for her. It's too simple, right? The previous mages had to learn a lot of things. Not only did they have to know how to use magic, but they also had to understand the principles of magic. When casting a spell, they had to learn syllables, gestures, movements, and casting materials. Not a single mistake could be made. The ones raised this way will definitely be all-rounders, like you or Constantine. You can use all kinds of magic at will. That's definitely true, but it's just not suitable for the current era. Magic is about to enter the eyes of ordinary people. Those with high talent should not be abandoned as long as they can use it proficiently. Several mages with professional backgrounds had nothing to say. Thea asked about the current situation of the magic school. Including the artists, there were only 1,000 mages in the magic school. Their strength was uneven. A few teachers could hold their own, but the students were too weak. Zatanna proposed to invite Madame Xanadu to teach divination after the war, and Midnight's father was ready to bring Dr. Shavana to teach the history of magic. Thea agreed to all of them. She had no objections even if they brought old Marshall to teach astrology. These 1,000 mages were the only magic power on Earth at present. She did not keep them in her hands. She instructed Zatanna to communicate with Batman and assign them to the main force. They would more or less provide some support. The unknown enemy seemed to jump out at the next second. The leaders of various countries, including Moira, expressed their condolences to the frontline soldiers and then ran back to Earth. A large number of people who had nothing to do with the battle were also withdrawn. Batman and Luthor's activities to catch the traitor were not effective. Thea did not have a good solution. Those who left were searched. The people could go back, but the mother boxes must not be brought back to Earth. The mother boxes were placed on the predetermined battlefield. The human soldiers, the new Star Warriors, the Atlanteans, and the Amazons all spent 3 days in torment. A silent silence suddenly swept through everyone's hearts. Everyone felt that a mountain was rushing towards them. Some of the recruits who did not have enough willpower were so scared that they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Thea did not have time to care about the situation on the ground. She shouted, "The enemy is coming. Get ready." With the help of the divine position of the soul, this loud shout allowed everyone to recover once again. The artists who had been assigned to various troops gathered their courage and began to dance. The singers began to sing loudly, and the original bards of the new god race also began to play ancient melodies. The people of Earth gradually broke away from the terrible pressure. Room. The mother boxes rose one after another. The orange-red passageways opened on the other side, and countless black shadows flew out. Only this time, the locust-like miscellaneous soldiers did not rush directly. Instead, they were distributed in the sky and on the ground, eyeing the Earth Coalition army on the other side. There are so many of them, these guys won't eat people, right? The whispers of the soldiers were not stopped by the officers because they were also in a state of confusion. In a war in peacetime, a missile was enough. There was no need to fight face to face. A group of officers tried hard to control themselves and did not turn around and run. This was already a sign of their high quality. 2 more passageways opened. The old acquaintance Wasteland Wolf and the great warlock Desard came out one after another. Wasteland Wolf saw Thea standing at the front and could not help but clench his axe. He was afraid that Thea would shoot him, and his eyes were a little evasive. Thea snorted contemptuously. This guy was no longer her opponent. If it was a fair fight, she could take him down with some time. Unfortunately, Diana wanted to take revenge for Wonder Woman in the other world, and Wasteland Wolf was her target. Thea flew up, Diana was on the left, and Superman, who had improved greatly after half a year of seclusion, was on the right. The Martian hunter finally revealed his true form and flew to a position behind Superman. The 4 of them lined up and looked at the largest passageway. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts. The Dark Lord, who was 4 meters tall, had green skin, wore blue heavy armor, and had a big Omega symbol on his chest, slowly walked out. An irresistible aura suppressed everyone, and an incomparably heavy pressure shrouded everyone's hearts. Can we really win against such a terrifying enemy? This time, even the dancers and bards could not withstand it. They all shrunk their bodies and collapsed on the ground, trembling. It was not that they did not want to run, but their legs were weak, and they could not run. Hee, Dark Lord, don't you think it's beneath your dignity to bully these ordinary people? Just when the ordinary people were about to take out their guns and commit suicide, Thea's light words entered everyone's hearts. Chapter 722. Thea was going to fight Darkseid head-on. His aura was like a light breeze to her. It was not enough to overwhelm her. However, it was too much for ordinary people. She had no choice but to use some of her soul's divine power to break Darkseid's mental suppression. However, Darkseid had only released his aura, and she had to use her divine power to deal with it. The difference in their strength aside, the difference in their understanding of divine power was obvious. Darkseid hovered in the air, his hands behind his back as he looked at her coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. "What's the matter, Your Majesty? Do you want to fight again?" Thea asked tentatively. In fact, she was feeling very guilty. If she fought one-on-one, she could only last 40 to 50 moves before she lost. The Dark Lord's stoic expression was comparable to Batman's. He looked at her condescendingly. His voice was so deep that it sounded like it came from a rock. "You're no match for me." He was absolutely right. Thea knew her limits. She chose to remain silent. Similarly, Darkseid did not want to fight himself. If he fought with Thea, it would take a lot of effort to defeat her. It would damage his invincible reputation. The two of them chose to confront each other. Thea did not dare to fight, while Uncle Da was afraid of losing face if they fought for too long. "Clark and I will deal with that big guy." Thea was about to arrange the battle formation when Diana interrupted her. "I will deal with Darkseid with you." Thea was happy. Diana was no longer obsessed with killing the Great Plains wolf to avenge Wonder Woman. Her cooperation with her would be better. The two goddesses had sparred countless times, and their cooperation was flawless. They were much better than Superman. "All right. Clark, you deal with that guy in armor and holding an axe. Uncle Ranjan, you deal with the guy in the blood-red robe. His magic is impressive, but I believe your spiritual power is better. You are no longer afraid of fire. Remember that." After Thea made the arrangements, she focused all her attention on Darkseid. She was under the most pressure, and she had to stop Darkseid if he attacked. The battle in the sky was on the verge of breaking out. On the ground, Batman was also making the final arrangements. Unlike the 7 heroes in the original universe, this time Batman has the title of Special Military Advisor of the Pentagon, and all aliens, superheroes, and human troops are under his command. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to him, Thea even sent her only fierce man, ferocious wolf Luo Bo, over to protect him. At this time, Batman was assigning tasks to Luthor, who had redeemed himself. The 10 million troops of Earth were not under each other's command. They were a coalition of 85 countries, plus the 2 million troops of the Atlanteans and various aliens. Even though the two of them were extremely intelligent, they were still extremely busy. 37.1% of enemies are within the range of the quantum field. 11.5% of the enemies have entered the range of the electromagnetic cannon. 17% of the enemies have entered the maximum range of the plasma cannon. For this battle, be it Thea or Batman, the Heaven's Eye Society had brought out many advanced weapons. The enemy had the advantage in numbers, and the people of Earth were confident that they could eliminate 1/3 of the enemy with the preset battlefield. However, the sky had not attacked yet, and the relevant personnel on the ground could not make a decision. They would rather not fight if they could. That was the voice of many people. After the information was gathered, the command center fell into a brief silence. Even Batman was silent. If he did not give the order, there was still hope for peace. If he gave the order, humans might enter an era of war. Faced with such a choice, he only felt immense pressure. This was completely different from fighting the criminals in Gotham. The responsibility was as heavy as a mountain. However, he was Batman after all, and he directly abandoned the possibility of peace. Without informing anyone, he went to Earth 2 and took a look at old Thomas from afar. The tragic state of that Earth was still vivid in his mind. Peace. How was that possible? War is coming, don't hesitate. Fire. His voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the command system. Some pressed the switch directly, some hesitated, and some chose a different path. All kinds of energy weapons landed on the Apocalypse demons, and countless pre-installed traps were activated. 5 motherships opened fire at the same time. 40 giant mechs began to clear the Apocalypse demons on the periphery, and even more small mechs opened up a path for the ground troops. The 100,000 Spellbreakers and new Protoss warriors all picked up their weapons and charged into the Apocalypse demons, causing waves of blood. The Behemoth cavalry demonstrated what it meant to go on a rampage. Just like their commander, Wuja, These rough-looking warriors wielded giant hammers and rode their behemoths into the enemy's midst, leaving behind a trail of broken limbs. The lightning lancers and sky archers cooperated well, one in close combat and one in long range. Any enemy that entered their attack range did not survive for more than 3 seconds. They were either pierced in the chest or shot in the throat. It was efficient and fatal, completely different from the behemoth cavalry. The spellbreakers who held long swords and kite shields marched in an orderly manner. Following their commander's orders, a rain of swords rained down. They were like an iron wall that constantly compressed the front line. The remaining Taurans, fully armed Amazon warriors, and Death Knights were also killing their own enemies. Realizing the strength of their allies, many of the human armies finally abandoned their worries, picked up their weapons, and joined the war in an organized manner. In the command center, Batman kept looking at the feedback from various parts of the battlefield. The human alliance's morale was high, and all kinds of preset traps had been activated. The situation was completely within his expectations. However, his heart still clenched. The danger premonition that he had honed over the years was attacking his brain. Soon, something bad would happen. After 20 years of fighting in Gotham, he trusted his intuition very much. How many enemies are there on the battlefield now? Seeing a few generals in the command center rejoicing, Batman was furious. Do you think you've won? What a joke. The statistics were calculated very quickly. A staff member reported loudly, there are now 25 million enemies on the battlefield. The original number should be less than 30 million, but the Human Alliance has eliminated more than 1 million enemies in just 1 minute. The excitement in the staff member's voice could not be suppressed. The enemy had hidden a portion of their army. Thea had previously said that there were between 30 to 50 million enemies. Although Batman studied the anti-Thea armor when he had nothing to do, he still firmly believed in Thea's words. Where was the enemy going to attack? Was it his command center or the rear? Commanding so many people to fight was countless times more difficult than commanding a few heroes. Batman, who was used to controlling everything, was annoyed to death. He could not even predict where the enemy would take the next step, let alone think 10 steps ahead. If there was a next time, he would rather wear his armor and fight the enemy than do this job of commanding. Chapter 723. A staff member rushed into the command center. Batman narrowed his eyes. What was to come had finally come. Sir, the plasma cannon's target is off by 70 degrees. Someone has changed our settings. The staff member hurriedly reported. Unfortunately, no one was listening to him. A pure white energy beam blasted towards the Martian hunter in the sky. This pure energy attack was completely harmless to the Martian hunter, who entered the formless state to dodge the energy beam. Before he could understand what was going on, 2 more missiles were launched. Superman turned around and detonated them with heat rays. Thea glanced at the ground. She immediately understood what was going on. She turned to look at the great warlock Desard and said, "You're really good at manipulating people. You must have spent a lot of time manipulating these traitors. Impressive. You even blocked my signal regarding the trade. You're so talented, you can die now." A sharp arrow composed purely of soul force converged in her palm, faintly transmitting the mournful wails of souls. Afterwards, she threw the arrow, dragging an ash-colored flame tail, towards the great warlock. Your attack is even more evil than mine. Desard's face turned bitter. The soul flame in the arrow could burn away half of his life. Normally, he would have turned around and fled. However, there was no such problem now. His dog had a master by its side. As expected, the giant blue hand caught the soul arrow. Darkseid was a little angry. He did not expect Thea to make the first move. He activated his unparalleled strength and crushed the soul arrow. Something felt wrong. In less than 1/10 of a second, he realized that he had been tricked. There was a huge problem with the soul flame. You've realized it? Too late. Thea was already past the age of being angry. She had already expected that there were traitors among the humans. She was just a little surprised that the great warlock could bypass her position as the deity of trade and secretly develop spies on Earth. However, it was only a small surprise. As long as she could defeat Darkseid, all problems would be solved. While she was comprehending the deity of souls, she went to see the shadow of the first twice. The pure and supreme shadow energy gave her countless inspirations. This was one of them. She added a new material to the soul flame. It was a bit like the corrosion spell in magic, but the effect was completely different. "Cover me!" Thea shouted loudly. Her golden hair danced in the wind as she bent her right arm and spread her fingers, aiming at Darkseid's left hand. A strange energy with unique corrosive properties began to corrode the great dark monarch's left hand as a gray-white vortex connected the two of them. Diana hurriedly held a giant shield to protect her. Thea wanted to extract Darkseid's soul. Of course, this could only be done literally. It would be too difficult to actually do it. Instant kill of Darkseid? Even Ghost and the others couldn't do it, let alone Missy. However, whether or not she could do it was one thing, and whether or not she could do it was another. Even if she couldn't do it, she wanted to disgust Darkseid. She wanted him to put his hands behind his back and act all high and mighty. She used Soul Siphon to the maximum, but even with her soul corrosion spell, she could not absorb much from Darkseid's body. Darkseid was like a towering mountain. Her soul siphon was like using a rope to drag the mountain. Even after using all her strength, she could only drag some soil away. It had no effect on the mountain at all. Thea was not disheartened. This was within her expectations. If the mountain did not come looking for her, she would go looking for the mountain herself. Her right hand continued Soul Siphon, and her left hand used what she had absorbed earlier to create a purple chain of light. Darkseid was in an awkward position. He had been ambushed at the beginning, and if he had cut off his left hand, none of this would have happened. But how could that be? Even if it was just a clone, it was still Darkseid's clone. If he cut off his hand in front of everyone, it would be embarrassing. Darkseid chose to take it head-on. With the support of a greater god, Thea could not do anything to him. After all, there was still a big gap between their levels. However, Missy kept coming up with strange moves. She used Soul Siphon with her right hand and Life Siphon with her left. She used what little she had absorbed from Darkseid's soul, mixed it with shadow power and a small part of his own life force. A black monster was slowly being shaped by her. Darkseid's eyes were sharp. He only needed one glance to understand her intention. He no longer cared about his dignity and raised his fist, which was several times bigger than a pot, to attack her. Diana was not just for show. Her body glowed with golden light as she held up her shield and took the punch head-on. If it had been Darkseid himself, she would not have been able to withstand it. But now, it was just a clone. The Valkyrie relied on her divine armor and her position as the guardian deity to barely withstand Darkseid's attack. The Dark Lord attacked again and again, but he could not take down Diana. In fact, because he was too anxious, he was hit by her sword. Ah! Kill her! His two henchmen, Desolate Wolf and Disad, saw that their boss had been hit by a sword. Regardless of how much damage was done, they were definitely embarrassed. The two of them rushed forward anxiously. Of course, Superman and the Martian Manhunter would not just stand by and watch. They each found an opponent to fight. Desolate Wolf had seen Superman from Earth 2 before. Superman was strong, fast, and had great endurance. He was just a little weaker than Desolate Wolf, so Desolate Wolf had underestimated him. He was also afraid that Darkseid would come after him after the battle, so he was distracted. After 3 moves, Superman landed a heavy punch on his lower abdomen. In the face of Superman, who had gone into seclusion, sleep, in the sun for several months, even the Great Plains Wolf's divine body could not withstand it. A large piece of his armor was shattered, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He forcefully endured it and waved his axe with all his might. It took 7 or 8 moves to stop the decline. After being beaten up by Batman for 3 days, it was impossible for Desolate Wolf to have any profound martial arts skills. However, Superman's talent in combat and his well-honed martial arts skills made the two of them greater than 1+1. With a feint, Superman dodged the Wasteland Wolf and threw an uppercut straight at his chin. The Wasteland Wolf's martial arts, which had been practiced for countless years, were also not bad. He slightly retreated to avoid the uppercut, and at the same time, he swung his axe at Superman's waist. Both of them had similar fighting styles. The difference was that Superman had more talent, while Desolate Wolf relied more on experience. Superman was afraid that the aftershock of the attack would affect the ordinary people below, so he deliberately led the battle to a place with no one around. Desolate Wolf also did not want to see his boss in trouble, so he ran to the other side. He was afraid of the consequences, but Desolate Wolf was even more afraid. Desolate Wolf was a relative of the royal family, but Desolate Wolf was nothing compared to him. If Desolate Wolf had not helped him block that soul arrow, would he have been ambushed? Darkseid's style was to vent his anger on others. Desolate Wolf almost vomited when he thought of the tragic consequences. Seeing that Superman and Desolate Wolf had moved the battle to the east, he also consciously led the Martian Manhunter to the west. There was no harm in staying away from his boss. Chapter 724. They were a bug-like race, and even the gods were jealous of them. The Martian hunter did not care about the old gods. He was already a few hundred years old, and he only cared about friends and enemies. Since he was an enemy, there was no need for him to be courteous. He raised his right hand, and the polymer chains in his arm reconstructed. A completely disproportionate arm covered in sharp teeth swept toward the Great Warlock. You are a valuable experiment subject. When the Archwarlock left Darkseid's sight, he began to tremble again. The sinister expression appeared on his face again, and 2 crimson flames appeared on his cracked hands. My Earthling friend told me about you. You have fire phobia, right? You are unlucky to have met me. The Martian hunter's face twitched. For a spy from Earth to know about him, he must be one of the higher-ups. It was just that their information was a little outdated. Unlike the young Superman, he was worthy of being called a cunning old fox. The Martian hunter pretended to be trembling all over, and his face was full of anxiety. When the Great Warlock entered his attack range, he suddenly went berserk. His hands turned into a pair of sharp claws, and he attacked the Great Warlock's chest. He wanted to tear this guy apart. Unfortunately, the Great Warlock had been very careful. His mana shield was always active. The colorless shield that was as thin as a cicada's wing blocked the sharp claws. Even if the Martian hunter used his soul force to break through the shield, it was still too late. The other party had already flashed away and pulled away. Are you not afraid anymore? Desard's gray eyes looked at the Martian hunter as if he wanted to see through him completely. No, you haven't completely gotten rid of your fire phobia. Your body is still in pain. Desard was the god of pain. Even though the Martian hunter tried his best to hide it, he was still seen through. He frantically mobilized his divine power, trying to use that little bit of fire phobia as a breakthrough to break through the Martian hunter's mental defenses and make him fear fire again. It's enough to deal with you. You have fear too. Let me see what's in your heart. The Martian hunter also mobilized a huge amount of spiritual force to read Desard's mind. One of them was the god of pain, an evil god who toyed with and tortured people for fun. The other was the strongest master of telepathy in the entire universe. Their battle was a battle of life and death. Unlike Professor X, the Martian hunter's ability to control his mind was strong, and his body was also strong. Mind control was not a burden to his body. Instead, it was a beneficial supplement. According to Thea's imagination, he was equivalent to the combination of Dr. X and Thor. 1 word, strong. 2 words, strong. Damn it, what a strange universe. Not a god? A living alien is actually so powerful. After trying 6 to 7 methods, Desard had not been able to break through the Martian hunter's defenses. Instead, because he was too proactive, the other party had seen through many of his secrets. Chi. The Martian hunter also fired heat rays, forcing Desard to retreat. He used the telepathic connection to inform Batman on the ground. I saw a part of the enemy's memory. The traitor on the human side is Maxwell Loudy. He has some mind control ability and may have some subordinates. You have to be careful. After saying that, he attacked the Great Warlock again. In the ground command center, Batman loudly questioned Amanda, who was beside him, "Where's Maxwell Lloyd? I remember that he was close to you." Amanda immediately claimed that she was innocent. She did not want to be the scapegoat when it came to matters of right and wrong. "He's from the chess club. It has nothing to do with me. It's a department under the United Nations, don't quibble. You used to be a member of the chess club. He has committed treason," Batman said gloomily. Then, he thought about the people at hand. Mind control was a very annoying ability. It was useless for ordinary people to go over. He turned around and instructed Ching Nu, "Please go and catch that guy." The green lamp ring was very domineering. Its ability to distort values was unparalleled. As long as the green lamp was with them, they would be automatically immune to mind control. The green lamp was good at teleportation, so they were the most suitable. "Why are you letting them go? Let me tell you, the strongest in the universe is our green lamp." The one who shouted this was naturally Hal Jordan. Batman acted as if he did not hear it and continued to issue orders. Control the scene of the positive ion cannon in Area 15. Order Firestorm to follow the ground forces in the East District. Green Arrow to the West District. Your Excellency Hercules, the battle in the North District is the fiercest. It's yours. Arthur, your Atlantis troops will go around the water and attack the enemy's south side. I have a hunch that the enemy still has a hidden card. We have to quickly annihilate the enemy here. A few superheroes were sent out by him to help. He then looked at the Flash. I'll leave the battlefield communications to you. The enemy's technological level is higher than ours. Many orders need to be conveyed by you. He then looked at a bunch of colorful lanterns. You guys will be the mobile soldiers. Before he could finish his words, he saw a violent explosion not far from the headquarters. Batman glanced at Flash, who ran out with a whoosh. When he ran back 2 seconds later, he was holding a woman. She had a double ponytail, wore a red and blue coat, and a pair of long legs wrapped in silk stockings. The woman was carried by the Flash. At first, she was a little stunned. Then, when she saw Batman, her eyes lit up. Stinky Bat. Ugly girl. The two Gotham fellows reluctantly gave an unfriendly greeting. Batman looked at the Flash and waited for him to explain. That Maxwell Lauder took a lot of his men and blew up Base 22. After that, he controlled a few strangely dressed people. Those few Green Lanterns were fighting fiercely. I saved her, who was standing on the side in a daze. She's a good person, right? Flash looked at Batman's fierce face and asked tentatively. Hee hee. The ugly girl let out a seductive laugh. The meaning was self-evident. Batman heard from Thea that the ugly girl was extremely resistant to mind control. An ordinary Earthling like Maxwell couldn't control her. However, the other members of the Suicide Squad, according to the Flash, were all trapped. The rear can't be messed up. Lanterns, all of you press forward. I'll send the mages from the Magic Academy to build a spiritual wall for you. Batman sent out a lot of combat power. In his calculations, against an agent who knew mind control, plus some ordinary soldiers and the Suicide Squad who couldn't use their full strength, the Lanterns could crush them. However, the situation changed so quickly that he was a little caught off guard. The greatest Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, who was full of anger, directly conjured and tied up Killer Croc. On the other side, Zatanna and Midnight Daddy joined forces to capture the revenge demon Chatter Santana. The only ones who were still firing were the mind-controlled Death Archer and a lot of well-equipped soldiers. A middle-aged man wearing a tactical vest and holding a pistol diagonally looked at the battlefield. He was dressed like an ordinary agent. There was no panic in his expression. He was Desard's insider, the traitor Maxwell Lauder. His public identity was the leader of the chess club, codenamed King. Chapter 725. Beside Maxwell stood an old man with a dignified demeanor. The old man, who used to boast of being a descendant of nobility, was sweating all over his face. He held a cane in one hand, and the veins on the back of his hand, which had age spots, were bulging, showing the nervousness in his heart. Can we really win? I'm betting everything of my family. Don't worry. Didn't you see the power of Sir Dessard? He personally promised that Earth will be ruled by the Morgan family in the future. How can you not take any risks? Maxwell was comforting them verbally, but in fact, he despised them in his heart. These greedy old bastards, pouncing on the slightest benefit like dogs. They were a disgrace to humanity. He looked at Thea, who was fighting with Darkseid at the highest altitude. He wanted to reach that height too. For this goal, he could abandon any human honor. Earth? It has nothing to do with me. His comforting words had almost no effect. Any of the lanterns had the combat power of a superhero. What's more, with the blue lantern present, everyone's lantern rings could be doubled. Against a group of ordinary people, even if they were elites trained by the Morgan family, they were no match for them. The mechanical power armor made by the Morgan family was directly dismantled, and the energy guns were like children's toys in front of the lantern rings. I'm going to find reinforcements. I'll leave this to you. The old man saw his own armed forces being cut down like wheat and panicked. He wanted to leave Maxwell to buy himself time. Unfortunately, there was a gunshot, and the old man only felt a warm liquid flowing over his old face. After that, he fell to the ground and did not know anything. Hee hee, old dog, you're still not honest even when you're about to die. Maxwell put away his gun and pulled down the curtain with a smile on his face. A 3-meter-tall box stood there. He quickly entered the password, and a muscular man with a livid complexion slowly walked out. Copy the abilities of those people in the sky. Let's use Superman's ability first to show these guys outside the power of Yamojua. Ha 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 ha. Maxwell saw all kinds of 0101 flashing through the eyes of the muscular man. He could not suppress his joy and laughed wantonly. Let's start with this guy. He instructed Muscle Man to attack Hal Jordan, who was charging the furthest. Before the husky could understand what was going on, it saw a burly figure rushing over at an irresistible speed. Who are you? Esper? He did not show any signs of weakness. He set up a green barrier in front of him. According to his experience, the barrier would wrap around the enemy after blocking them. He had always used this method to win when fighting against countless huge aliens. Unfortunately, this time, he met a super ferocious subdemon Joie, who had the legendary ability to impregnate anyone he looked at, to learn the opponent's ability with just a glance. He had copied all of Superman's abilities and didn't have any of Superman's weaknesses. He crashed into Hal's shield like a wild boar. The green light lasted for less than half a second before it was destroyed by the huge force. With a crack, it shattered into powder. The Demo Joie was almost unhindered as it charged straight at Hal Jordan. Now that he had gone through hundreds of battles, Hal was no longer the rookie he used to be. He did not panic in the face of danger. He conjured a giant fist and slammed it on the ground. With the help of the reaction force, he rose up a lot and dodged the Demo Joie's charge. Before Hal Jordan could rejoice, he heard Carol Ferris shout, "Be careful." He did not look back foolishly. Instead, he curled his body into a ball in the air and rolled to the left. Chi-chi, 2 crimson rays hit the place where he was just a moment ago. The rays flew out for a long time before disappearing. Kryptonian? Hal had seen Superman and Fiora with the yellow light. He knew about Kryptonians, but weren't Kryptonians said to be extinct? Now, how many of these 1, 2, 3, and 4 had appeared? The Demo Joie did not know what he was thinking. With a huge amount of energy in his mouth, he spat out another frost breath at Hal. Damn it. Big guy, let me show you this. Hal dodged the frost breath. The green light on his ring shone brightly, and a giant emerald sword was created out of thin air. Simulating kryptonite waves was something only a few Green Lanterns could do. It required a strong emotional ability and fine structural ability. The seemingly careless Hal Jordan had specially practiced this move. According to his estimation, it was impossible to simulate it 100%. It should be at least 60% or 70% similar. Just as he was waiting for his opponent to wail and fall to the ground so that he could fly over and brag, he saw the green lightsaber pierce the Demojua's rock-like chest. With a crack, it shattered into powder. The husky was dumbfounded. "You're not a Kryptonian? Who are you?" The Demojua did not care about him at all. He swung his giant arm and punched him. He could not win. Hal Jordan could only retreat. Carol Ferris, who had been paying attention to him, quickly came to his aid. However, the lantern rings always had their limitations. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were extremely powerful, but in the eyes of true masters, such as Sia and Diana, they were just so. The number of lantern rings did not affect the final outcome of the battle. The two of them joined forces and exchanged a few blows, but they still could not hold on. The Holy Walker, Ching Nu, and Akiro saw the crisis and joined the battle. They relied on the 5 outstanding people in their respective light rings to barely resist the Demojua. Seeing this scene on the display screen behind him, Batman looked at General Ryan with some doubt. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the product of the military's Demojua project. The military had exchanged a lot of data from me, but I remember that the president had ordered to stop the development of the Demojua." Old Ryan was also puzzled. "We stopped when we received the order. The early information was sealed, and the experimental data was destroyed." Even though he said so, he was not confident. The Pentagon was not his alone. All the political figures did not want the military to be monolithic. Various forces were trying their best to interfere. As the Minister of Defense, he was more like a butler, a spokesperson for the military. There were too many people who did not listen to orders and acted on their own. Now, no matter who had secretly developed the Demojua, it was a fact. "Does it have any weaknesses?" Batman looked at the Demojua on the screen. It was like a Superman without any weaknesses. It fought a group of lanterns alone and made them cry for their parents. He asked anxiously. Old Ryan looked at the few assistants beside him. They looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. "The Demojua has no weaknesses. Its artificial cells can imitate the superpower of anyone it sees. It has no original weaknesses. It is invincible." The old man was excited and regretful. It was hard to imagine that these two expressions could appear on a person's face at the same time. Chapter 726. Can't you control it? I've seen some of the data from the experiment. Its commands can be modified remotely, Luther said leisurely as he shook his bald head. It's now simulating Superman. I remember that it can only simulate one ability at a time. If we modify its encounter module and change it into a weaker state, we might be able to take it down. After all, it's just a robot that runs on programmed logic. It's still far from being invincible. Luther seemed to find the military's so-called invincible a bit harsh. How dare you call something you've pieced together invincible? Your Master Lu doesn't agree. Leon looked at him with an unfriendly expression. How do you know so much? Speak. How many spies did you plant in the Pentagon? But now wasn't the time to pursue the matter. Everyone was in the same boat. If the boat capsized, no one would survive. Just as they were discussing, Maxwell Lloyd's gaze turned cold as he took out another mother box. With a loud bang, a brand new passageway opened up. Millions of Apocalypse Fiend's soldiers appeared directly behind the Human Alliance army, forming a pincer attack. There are enemies behind us. A lieutenant was suddenly attacked. His pistol was torn to pieces before he could take it out. Carl. Ah, you bastards. Return my brother's life. A young man saw the soldiers falling behind him. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged forward. Unfortunately, in front of the huge enemy, he was drowned before he could even make a splash. Command Center, requesting backup, requesting backup. All kinds of signals sounded in the command center hall. The situation on the battlefield took a turn for the worse. Many soldiers who were fighting bloody battles were affected. They didn't know the overall situation of the battlefield. Were they defeated? This thought appeared in many people's minds. The originally high morale instantly dropped by half. "You too, I need you to stabilize the rear," Batman said sincerely to Gantha and said. The two little blue guardians floated out and joined forces with Planet Mogo to set up a new line of defense. The lanterns also retreated to Mogo's side. With the help of the large blue lantern, they finally stabilized the situation. Thea, who was in the air, saw this scene. The appearance of the Immerse was a bit unexpected. After Moira entered the White House, the Immerse project was stopped. She didn't expect it to be secretly created. This was a masterpiece of Earth's black technology. She was speechless. Copying superpowers with just one look? This was a technological version of the Sharingan. "Leave this to me. Let me play with the Dark Lord. You go down and help," Thea told Diana. The war goddess had been holding off Darkseid for half a day, and the second god King Kronos' shield was about to shatter. Diana was drenched in sweat, and she was exhausted. She wanted to argue, but seeing her lover's indisputable look, she could only go down to support the lantern. With Diana's cover, Thea finally completed her new move. With Darkseid's soul fragments and her shadow ability, she created a shadow version of Darkseid right in front of the man's fiery eyes. They were the same height and weight, but the only difference was that the blue fatty was now a black fatty. "Your Majesty, what do you think of my new doll?" Thea said mockingly as she patted Darkseid's face. "Do you want to die?" The Dark Lord's voice became colder. Thea snorted. "You're talking as if you're going to let me go. Our positions are irreconcilable. There's no possibility of peace. This is just an empty shell. Your little tricks are meaningless except for angering me." Darkseid could tell what was going on with just a glance. Sia had absorbed too few souls, and the shadow Darkseid could not be used for anything other than to scare people. "So, I'll have to take out more souls. Since you're not willing to give them to me, I'll have to take them myself." Magic and holy swords were too destructive. The battlefield was right below them, and Thea did not want to use those large-scale attacks. Now that she had a better understanding of the divine position of the soul, she wanted to fight Darkseid in close combat. Her hands, which used to be as white as jade, were now covered in a layer of gray mist. This was the divine power of the soul that she had painstakingly absorbed from Lauzon's divine power. Unlike regular physical attacks, she attacked the enemy's soul, which was too lethal. She usually had to practice it herself, but since the blue fatty was here today, she could use him as a test. Darkseid knew what was good for him. Even though he was stronger than Thea, he was not someone who could be defeated in a few moves. He finally became serious. However, he was on high alert. He still looked at Darkseid from the corner of his eyes. What was the use of this thing? He believed that his vision was much better than Sia's, but the Dark Lord was still confused because he couldn't see the use of this. He could shatter it with a single punch. Spending so much effort and relying on Diana to stall for time was useless no matter how he looked at it. Thea soon revealed the answer. Darkseid flew into the Apocalypse Demon army like a marionette. Wah! The Apocalypse Demon minions were in an uproar. They ran all over the place, afraid that they would be killed if they took a wrong step. Several battlefields where the Apocalypse Demons had the upper hand immediately collapsed, and the allied army began to attack. Thea was very cunning. Wherever the situation was dangerous, she would control Darkseid to rush there. The fear of the Dark Monarch was deeply rooted in the hearts of the soldiers. Even if Darkseid was a weakling that could be easily defeated with a few slashes, the fear that had persisted for so long made them not dare to do so. 3 battlefields where the Apocalypse Demons had the upper hand were all destroyed. The allied army did not know where this dark fatty came from or why he was helping them, but they still knew how to beat the enemy when they were down. Darkseid's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when he saw this. He was so proud of himself. Proud my *SS. Are my subordinates all pigs? Can't you see that this is fake? When he saw Darkseid causing trouble for the Great Plains wolf, he was right. In the eyes of the Dark Lord, this was just a troublemaker at best. However, the result was shocking. The Great Plains wolf turned around and ran like an idiot. Superman chased after him. Darkseid was speechless. It was understandable that a normal soldier could not see through this, but how could a Great Plains wolf not see through this fake? Thea would not explain to him. This was not a matter of strength, but of politics. The Great Plains wolf was the embodiment of political correctness in the Apocalypse Star. The old Great Plains wolf was a perfect example of this. Darkseid was obviously thinking the wrong way. His focus had always been on the divine power of the god seat. Thea did not waste any more time. She started attacking with lines. Chapter 727. This guy was really strong. The two had only exchanged a single blow, but Thea already felt as if her fingers were grabbing onto steel. Darkseid's arm was thicker than her waist, and she could feel a faint murderous aura from his counterattack. This guy's mastery of soul power was really deep. Thea instantly understood that Darkseid also wanted to get his hands on the soul godhood. Unfortunately, she had taken it first, and all his preparations had gone to waste. The conflict between the two was even more irreconcilable. Thea used her small size to grab his wrist with her left hand and his arm with her right. She activated her soul power and extracted another strand of Darkseid's soul. The price she had to pay was a backhanded slap from the Dark Lord. Thea looked at the soul in her hand and threw it to the fatty in the distance. She wiped the golden blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "Your Majesty, your doppelganger is not strong enough. Why don't you summon more from your main body? You will definitely fall here today." Let's try again. Thea began to attack crazily without caring about the consumption of her divine power. Darkseid was not used to this kind of crazy fighting style and was a little embarrassed for a while. However, the Dark Lord was finally annoyed after being caught twice. "Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my might?" The Dark Lord was finally serious. Even though it was only a doppelganger, it quickly turned the tables and forced Thea to retreat. At this moment, Diana, who had returned to the surface, had already exchanged blows with the inferior demon Joie. She had replaced the lanterns and guardians while simultaneously facing the tide of miscellaneous soldiers and inferior demon Joie. The two guardians couldn't take it anymore. Now that the inferior demon Joie was blocked by Diana, they were only facing some miscellaneous soldiers. Even if the other party's numbers were several hundred times greater than theirs, it was still enough to deal with them. Joie and Diana exchanged more than 10 blows. It could see that Diana was a close-range fighter, so it cancelled its imitation of Superman and switched to the Lantern's fighting style. At this time, Joie was imitating Mogo from the baby planet. It was wantonly squandering its emotions like the ocean. Diana could not get close to it even after using all her skills. "Batman, hurry up. Thea won't be able to hold on for long." Valkyrie's two treasured swords danced up and down. Unfortunately, Joie's AI was very high. Even if he didn't fight her head-on, she wouldn't be able to do anything for a while. "We're working hard." Batman quickly hung up. His plan was to hand over the rear to the lanterns with outstanding combat power to intercept, gather the enemy's main force in the front, and then turn around to attack the enemy behind. On the western battlefield, Green Arrow in his power armor was covered in blood. What was the principle of not killing? To hell with it. Oliver, who was obsessed with his sister, wanted nothing more than to rush up and chop that blue fatty to death. These little soldiers couldn't contain his anger at all. The Hercules on the north side and the Sea King on the south side also began to exert their strength. The Hercules' giant axe and the Sea King's trident gathered a large amount of energy from time to time and unleashed it on the enemy. Only the firestorm on the east side was a little weak. Even if the two scholars combined, they were not considered warriors. They fought hesitantly, but under Batman's strict orders, they finally began to attack fiercely. Faced with the essence of the Allied army, even the Apocalypse demons, who had the advantage in numbers, began to retreat. As for retreating to the other side of the sonic boom tunnel, they did not dare to do so. They could only firmly guard the tunnel entrance. Nearly 5 million of the 25 million enemies had been killed by the Allied army. Now, less than 20 million were still holding on, and this number was decreasing by the minute. Without a commander or a core figure holding the fort, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. Diana dealt with the enemy in front of her while looking at the sky. After exchanging a few blows with Darkseid, she knew that the Dark Lord was far stronger than her. When she saw Thea trying her best to deal with him, her heart almost jumped out of her chest. This bunch of trash from Earth, are we fighting so hard for ourselves? She looked at Maxvier Laudy in the distance with fire in her eyes. He was still waving at her in high spirits. She tried to rush over and kill this treacherous person several times, but she was firmly stopped by Yamojua. Ordinary people could not get close to Maxvier. The Apocalypse Star had used a device to increase his mind control. The closer he was, the stronger his mind control was. In a small area, only a few people were immune to his mind control, except for Diana. Maxvier firmly guarded the sonic boom tunnel, and countless Apocalypse demons flew out of it every second. The lanterns had already joined forces and were desperately trying to stop them. Even the two guardians, Ganzid, were on the front line. Moga would occasionally send out a beam of light to help clear the area. More than 1,000 lanterns were fighting against 1 million Apocalypse demons. They used all their strength to barely hold the line. However, there were more and more enemies, and their lantern rings needed to be recharged. Bearing so much emotional energy was also a heavy burden on their minds. Even with the blue lanterns recovering their minds and the green lanterns healing their injuries, it was inevitable that they would lose members. 2 yellow lanterns and 1 green lantern were emotionally exhausted and drowned by the enemies. Diana tried to break through Yamojua's blockade several times, but unfortunately, her movements had been calculated by the AI hundreds of times. She racked her brains but still could not kill her way out. Just as she was about to lose her patience, she heard a muffled boom. A motorcycle with 20-foot-long tires broke through the wall and stopped in front of Diana. "Wow, Wonder Lady. My arms have always been open for you. I can give you hugs and hot kisses too." The crazy clown girl still had her hair in 2 ponytails. She rushed to the scene on a Batmobile. The motorcycle stopped in front of Diana and even blew her a kiss. This person was one of the few people who was not afraid of mind control. "Next time, we have to be good friends, best friends." The clown girl acted like they were close friends and wanted to pat Diana's shoulder, but the Valkyrie hurriedly dodged. The clown girl did not have any self-awareness and did not realize that there was still a battle going on. She watched as Diana swung her sword and hacked at Yamojua, who was also retaliating with a large number of blue lights. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, the clown girl seemed to be very depressed. She turned to look at Yamojua. "Blockhead, you should smile more. This is medical advice." After saying that, she took out a bomb with a clown pattern on it and threw it over with a whoosh. Yamojua hurriedly used materialization to block it. With a bang, there was no gunpowder at all as he imagined. Instead, colorful paper pieces flew all over the ground. That's right, these were the colorful paper fireworks used during weddings. Who knew what the clown girl was doing with these things for no reason? Yamojua, who was hazy and had already gained some self-awareness, was instantly attracted. These things looked pretty good. Seeing that it was effective, the clown girl did not know if it was because she remembered Batman's request for her to pull it away or because she simply felt that it was fun. She took out a bucket of spray ribbons and sprayed them at Yamojua for a long time. Finally, she took out a spray can and drew a smiley face on Yamojua's ashen chest. Chapter 728. Feeling that the mission was almost complete, the ugly girl rode the motorcycle and sped away. As she ran, she took out her submachine gun and fired another shot at Yamojua. Yamojua's attention was completely attracted. It felt that this spray was very interesting. Unfortunately, the black technology that developed it was too high-end. The so-called simulation was all focused on superpowers. What spray ribbon? Sorry, I didn't design it at all. I didn't even think about it. Ignoring Diana, it stayed in place for 2 seconds and realized that it couldn't simulate this thing. Yamojua had a vague sense of desire. It spread its legs and chased after her. As for why it chased after her, it didn't know either. After running for 2 steps, it realized the problem. Yamojua could only use the abilities of one person at a time. Even if this person had many abilities, it could still simulate it. Now, it was running the simulation of Blue Lamp Mogo. As the planet's consciousness, Mogo didn't have legs. Yamojua's AI directly rejected the revolution, which was the legendary round-rolling method. Instead, it chose to use its 2 legs to chase after the ugly girl. In the end, it definitely couldn't catch up. It could only continue to switch modes. Yamojua stayed in place for a second. The data in its eyes ran quickly. Then, it suddenly bent its knees and flew out like a cannonball. Its left arm was in front and its right arm was bent. Other than the fact that it didn't have a cape, it was the standard flying style of Superman. Wow! You're so enthusiastic. The ugly girl laughed very happily. She stepped on the gas pedal to the max. Unfortunately, the distance between them was still rapidly closing. A yellow lightning flashed past, and the old acquaintance, the Flash, continued to carry her in his arms and run wildly. Yamojua stayed in place for 2 seconds. Then, yellow lightning surrounded its body. It chased after her with a speed that wasn't inferior to Barry's. Barry looked back and almost fell down. This guy also has the power of Godspeed? However, he felt that it was somewhat specious. He didn't dare to let his guard down. He remembered Batman's instructions and lured this guy as far away as possible. Barry also used the power of Godspeed to wrap around the ugly girl and let her enter a world where time was relatively still. This allowed her to retain the ability to move while she was running. After all, the mission of mocking Yamojua still required this guy. Barry's role was just to run errands. Flash, quick. Speed up, haha. The clown girl looked at the yellow lightning around her as if she had found a good toy. She threw some random things behind her from time to time and patted Barry's shoulder to make him speed up. The Flash was very embarrassed at this time. Batman gave him this task. At that time, he thought it was quite simple. Now it seems that this is a trap. The enemy was actually able to imitate his abilities. How could this be described as awesome? Unable to move his hands while hugging the clown girl, his speed was reduced by at least 20%. It was only due to the opponent's seemingly real speed that he wasn't able to catch up. In addition, the guy she was hugging was too dishonest. A pair of long bare legs swayed in front of his eyes. Later on, he threw away most of the things on his body. When there was nothing left, he threw away a pair of shoes. The fair feet and firm, round thighs swayed in front of his eyes. The hot-blooded youth, Barry Allen, felt some parts of his body become hot. He dared to swear to all the gods that the fairy he was hugging had distracted at least a third of his attention. The clown girl felt bored after lying down for a while. She crooked her mouth and frowned, wanting to find some fun to relieve her boredom. Coincidentally, she saw Barry's serious big face. A devilish smile appeared on the clown girl's mouth. What are you doing? Barry was running while hugging her. Suddenly, he felt the weight in his hands gathering. He saw the clown girl's head was down and her legs were up. She was doing a standard handstand on his palm. As an elite in the gymnastics world who was one step away from participating in the Olympic Games, the clown girl's body was much more flexible and balanced than the average person. However, Barry Allen didn't have the mood to care about that at this time. It was because he seemed to have seen something indescribable. Amanda didn't prepare underwear for the prisoners. The crazy clown girl didn't have that awareness either. With this handstand, the already loose tank top fell down to her neck. Time seemed to have frozen. What are you looking at? The clown girl's face popped out from under the clothes and questioned him sternly. When Barry's eyes couldn't stop moving, she changed into a smile. Her legs clamped onto Barry's neck and she jumped up with strength from her waist and abdomen. She rode on his face. I can't see the way. Barry was quick-witted. He wouldn't say that his face touched an indescribable part. He hurriedly found an excuse. Oh. The clown girl was very obedient. She held onto his shoulders and turned 180 degrees. Now, she was riding on Barry's neck. Although the clown girl's two legs were still swaying in front of his eyes, at least it was better than messing around like before. Alamo was approaching rapidly. Barry, who had freed his hands, was finally able to run in a standard posture. Little Flash, run. Blockhead, chase after us if you have the ability. Diana looked at the three of them running further and further away in a strange manner. Their unique crazy laughter could be heard in the wind. She didn't waste any more time. Her two swords kept slashing at the approaching soldiers. She had to close the sonic tunnel behind her. Seeing that Alamo was lured away, Maxwell Lauder foresaw his failure. However, he knew that he couldn't run away. He still sat firmly on the chair that was specially made to magnify the effect of the mind control. Goddess? You aren't gods at all. All of this was caused by you. Do you think I don't know? It's that guy in the sky who attracted. Unfortunately, before he could finish his complaints, and before he could even elaborate on his grand ambitions, Diana grabbed his chin and pressed it against his head. With a twist of her arms, Diana broke his neck with a crack. The mind control that he was so proud of, the skillful battle techniques, and the profound scheming were all useless in the face of absolute power. Diana spat at the corpse. How dare you talk about my lover in front of me? I thought your neck was hard. She didn't even have time to look at the corpse. She slashed the mother box with her sword and hurried to the sky battlefield. Miss Thea wasn't in a good situation at the moment, but she wasn't completely powerless either. After grabbing Darkseid twice in a row, Darkseid had become more cunning. A large amount of divine power of massacre surrounded his body, and this kind of divine power had a great effect on his nature. Sia felt uncomfortable all over after taking a whiff, and it took her 2 full breaths to recover. Are you all right? Diana, who was like a firefighter, returned to her lover's side. She took out her shield again and infused it with guardian god power. The cracked shield glowed again. Ha, of course I'm fine. You should ask our Dark King if he's fine. Miss Thea was very confident now. She was flattering herself by saying that they had a 50-50 chance of winning. However, Darkseid's advantage wasn't that obvious. Miss Thea didn't care about the consumption of god power, so Darkseid was in a passive position. He didn't know that Thea had a humanoid source of god power, Shazan, who could continuously absorb Zeus Great's god power. He didn't want to waste too much god power on Earth. After all, the Heavenly Father was his eternal enemy. At most, Thea was worth paying attention to. Chapter 729. The Dark Lord's thoughts were simple. Even if he lost this time, as long as he could exhaust more of Thea's divine power, he would be able to win the next time they fought. Thea might not be as strong as the Heavenly Father, but she was still worthy of his attention. This was the embodiment of her strength. With such thoughts in mind, one of them recklessly squandered his divine power in an extremely unrestrained manner, while the other was extremely cautious and did not want to expend too much of his divine power in an extremely conservative manner. The scene actually seemed to be somewhat of a draw. You're an incredible expert. Darkseid was a man of few words. He was a man of few words. But she isn't. The great Lord of Darkness turned to look at Diana. His eyes were scarlet, and a power that seemed to transcend the concepts of time and space erupted from his eyes. Your Majesty, are you confused? Thea was puzzled. Do you have amnesia? Although Darkseid's Omega Ray was suffocatingly powerful, she could still block it with some divine power. Her eyes flashed green, and 2 rays of light shot out. She knew that the Dark Lord was using a feint. It looked scary, but it was just a superficial power. What is he trying to do? Thinking of bluffing, Sia hurriedly looked to the other side. She saw the Dark Monarch cross the distance in a single step and grab the dark-skinned fatty who was causing trouble in the Apocalypse Fiend. Darkseid sneered at Sia. You are worthy of my schemes. His tone was the same as usual, as if he was explaining something. Darkseid exerted a little force and crushed the fatty. The soul fragment was like a drop of water falling into the sea as it fused into his body. Something seems to be in my body. Darkseid immediately realized that something was wrong. Haha. I said you were stupid, and you were really stupid. With such a big brain, I really have to hand it to you. You even dare to absorb the soul that I've tampered with. Thea laughed heartily. She could easily win an Oscar for her acting skills. She aimed her left hand at Darkseid and clenched it into a fist when she sensed the special power in his body. Darkseid's body emitted a large amount of black smoke. The Dark Lord reacted quickly. He had the divine seed of darkness, and he hurriedly used the divine power of darkness that was somewhat related to his soul to suppress the black smoke. Unfortunately, Thea also had her own understanding of darkness. What she understood from the shadow of origin was naturally of a higher level than the god of darkness. Instead of suppressing Darkseid's divine power, it seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. Ordinary people might not be able to hear it, but the deities heard it loud and clear. Boom! There was a dull thud as Darkseid exploded from his soul to his body. 2 drops of black, almost transparent divine blood splattered on the ground, forming 2 3-meter-wide craters. Black smoke billowed from the craters. It contained both Darkseid's dark divine power and the strange energy Thea had learned from the shadow of the first. Whether it was the apocalypse demons or the human army around the crater, they were all vaporized and disappeared completely. Oh, your majesty is very decisive. You were able to force out all my hidden cards in such a short time. That's amazing. Thea nodded in praise, but there was a tinge of regret in her voice. Everything had happened so suddenly, but Darkseid had still been able to make the most advantageous choice. His calmness was commendable. At the cost of some light injuries, Darkseid had wiped out all the hidden cards that Thea had been scheming against him since the beginning of the battle. He could be said to be wise and heroic. Both sides were back to square one, but one's soul was slightly injured, while the other's divine power was greatly depleted. Everyone, get out of this battlefield. Thea's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. It was obvious that she was about to unleash her ultimate move. Diana hurriedly ordered the human army below to leave. No one in the modern world was stupid. 2 drops of blood had turned the ground into a crater. Not to mention this kind of black blood that fell from the sky, they would not be able to withstand the aftershock of a normal attack. They did not even have the chance to cheer, so how could they not get out of the way? The allied human army quickly retreated. The apocalypse demons didn't want to get involved in this mess either. Under the pretext of chasing after the enemy, they cleared an area of about 10 miles in the center of the battlefield for the big bosses to have fun with. Thea shouted, and an endless stream of soul power emerged from her body. First, it was a river, then a lake, and finally an ocean. It was an ocean formed by souls. Countless souls cruised in the ocean, their blurry faces indicating the difference between them and the living. They wailed, complained, and were dissatisfied. All kinds of negative emotions were expressed to the world and to the living. There were also countless shadow creatures among the souls. Some souls were even mixed with shadows. Even Thea did not know what they were. What the F***ck? Darkseid was finally angry. Are you still trying to get your hands on the divine seed of darkness? Darkseid was already pissed that the soul deity's seat had been taken by someone else. Now, Sia was trying to take his deity's seat with such an aggressive attitude? This was simply unbearable. Does your heavenly father know that you're trying to get your hands on the power of darkness? Actually, Thea had no choice. She had seen the shadow of Primordial many times, and all she had learned was something like corrosion and darkness. Ferocious beasts were definitely able to create light from the shadows. She was just a small fry. With the guidance of the divine seed of darkness, the characteristics she absorbed were all inclined towards darkness. Since her talent points were already in the wrong direction, she might as well continue in the wrong direction. She waved her hand, and the Sea of Souls slowly began to move. Eventually, it gathered all the energy and rushed toward Darkside like a boundless river. This was a new technique that Thea had developed by imitating the river Styx. It did not require the filtering ability of the river Styx. Instead, it relied on the power of the soul to wash away the enemy. Even if Darkside was a huge mountain, she would still crush it. Without hinting with her eyes, Diana leaped into the air above the Sea of Souls and took out a golden spear. This was a divine weapon made from old Shazan's lightning staff. There was still a gap between it and the original Zeus lightning spear in Hera's hands. However, the two girls did not mind. No matter how powerful a divine weapon was, it depended on the user. Diana continued to pour divine power into the spear. She persevered and protected her guardian. "Let's go together." Thea saw that the Sea of Souls had taken shape. She jumped onto the only rock on the surface of the sea and controlled the water. Diana also turned into a golden lightning and rushed toward Darkside with the help of the Sea of Souls. "Two juniors," Darkside said with contempt, but he was actually going all out. He reached out with both hands to meet the Sea of Souls and the lightning. He was the first to obtain the divine position of strength, and he was also the most familiar with it. He wanted to use his strength to subdue the two girls. The giant fist and the golden lightning came into contact first. Darkside did not pay much attention to Diana. He could see through the Valkyrie's true power at a glance. He was confident that he could take her on. However, he could not see through Thea. Most of his divine power was in his right hand, and he could easily take on Diana's attack with his left hand. However, when he punched into the sea, he felt something strange. Souls did not have a physical body. Even an ordinary person on Earth could think of this, let alone him. The Dark Lord was very proud of his own power. He believed that his understanding of power was higher than Thea's understanding of the soul. This was not wrong, but he did not know that Thea had also learned some things beyond the laws of nature from the Shadow of Origin. These things could not be explained clearly, and could even be explained as unreasonable. No matter how deep your understanding of power is, it is useless. I have surpassed the laws of nature. I will not reason with you. Chapter 730. Darkside's punch missed. Thea manipulated her Sea of Souls to avoid his attack. The surging waves gathered enough power to sweep Darkside up. Darkside's right fist missed, and he staggered. Diana, who was on his left, could not hold him back either. She and Thea were connected mentally, and the Sea of Souls was dragging him along with the golden lightning. The two goddesses pushed and pulled Darkside, who was as huge as a mountain, into the Sea of Souls. The wailing souls were vaporized the moment they came into contact with Darkside, but there were too many of them. Thea mixed a large portion of wealth divine power into the Sea of Souls. Even Darkside was confused. He almost thought that there was treasure at the bottom of the sea twice, and he almost lowered his head to fish for it. Fortunately, the Lord of Darkness was not an ordinary god, and he quickly regained his senses. He felt that he had been tricked, and he attacked the Sea of Souls to vent his anger. Diana turned back into her human form. She took off the silver bracelet of protection and shouted. She grabbed Darkside's neck and tried to push him into the sea. Thea was also controlling the waves on the other side. She turned them into several tentacles and grabbed Darkside's limbs to pull him into the sea. Only half of his body was in the water, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Naturally, Darkside resisted, and the two ladies were in a stalemate. No matter how hard the Lord of Darkness struggled, he had lost the upper hand. He was in the Sea of Souls, and he was constantly harassed and attacked by the souls. He could not get out in a short time. Thea did not hesitate. She turned into a gray river and rushed into the sky with him. That was the battlefield she had set up. There were still many moves waiting for the Lord of Darkness to experiment with. Seeing this, the Great Plains wolf, who was dealing with Superman, could a duck egg be stuffed into his mouth? His boss, was not going to lose, was he? The giant axe that was tightly swung revealed an obvious flaw, which was caught by Superman. Superman was also very anxious. They had not taken down this monster for so long, and countless human soldiers were dying every second. This made him feel like he was committing a crime. Luckily, the wasteland wolf didn't know what he was thinking, or else it would have scolded him for being a small monster. His whole family were small monsters. Both of their attacking methods were similar, and both of them advocated attacking. Originally, they were evenly matched, but now that the Great Plains wolf was slightly distracted, it was immediately caught by Superman. Relying on his invulnerability, Superman grabbed the wasteland wolf's hand that was holding the axe and punched him in the face. The wasteland wolf had been through hundreds of battles and was very experienced in dealing with such situations. He reached out to grab the giant sword behind him. He wanted to teach the reckless Superman an unforgettable lesson. However, he caught nothing but air. Ah. Suddenly, he remembered that his giant sword had been taken away by Thea last time. He didn't have a sword with him today. Clang! There was an earth-shaking sound, and the Great Plains wolf's face took a solid punch. Blood mixed with a few teeth sprayed all over the ground. Fortunately, he was experienced and managed to injure Superman with a backhand blow. A 20-centimeter cut appeared on the blue tights. A little blood flowed out, but it quickly healed. Damn Kryptonian. Superman's martial arts were still not as good as the Wasteland Wolf's, but he relied on this healing power that was stronger than the gods to make the Wasteland Wolf feel like a mouse trying to pull a turtle. Unfortunately, he still had to fight. Although he was worried about the overall situation, he still had to persevere. The result was regrettable. He wanted to dawdle, but Superman couldn't wait any longer. Every wail on the ground could be heard in his ears. At least more than 100,000 people had died in the human coalition army. Batman's plan of first gathering the essence to annihilate the enemy's main force, and then turning around to clean up the rear was not very agreeable to him. Instead of annihilating the enemy, it was better to repel the enemy. But now, not only were the Lanterns fighting a bloody battle, but even Batman himself had joined the ranks of the army with the remaining personnel in the command center. Lex Luthor and Amanda Waller had joined the battle with pistols just to buy time for the main force in front. Superman couldn't say anything. Thea and Diana were fighting the fiercest of the enemies in the distance, and he couldn't help them at the moment. The Flash was carrying the clown girl in a strange posture, followed by a giant man. They didn't seem to be in danger. After dealing with the Wasteland Wolf in front of him, he would join the human forces and end the war as soon as possible. His mission was very important. Superman, who was full of honor, told himself so. After making up his mind, he began to fight the Wasteland Wolf without caring about the damage. 2 punches for an axe, 1 kick for a punch, and injury for injury. Superman began to fight a war of attrition with the Wasteland Wolf. Facing Superman's serious eyes, the Wasteland Wolf complained in his heart. Superman didn't have any divine power, not at all, but this extremely strong physical attack power also made him suffer. The originally majestic armor looked like it was picked up from the garbage dump, and his body was damaged in many places. The Wasteland Wolf could only constantly use his divine power to repair his body. In less than 2 minutes, his divine power was reduced by a third. Without a human-shaped battery to charge, the deity position was only a pitiful deity position of hatred. He had to recuperate for decades to recover his divine power. Now, it was consumed by Superman, who was a fool in his eyes. He was in such a miserable state, and Superman wasn't feeling any better. The Wasteland Wolf's axe was called the Axe of Heaven and Earth. The name was a little Chinibu, but its power was not to be underestimated. Superman had been hit 6 or 7 times by the axe, and one of the axes almost broke his ribs. His blue tights had become like strips of cloth, and his red cloak had 3 holes. The Wasteland Wolf relied on his powerful recovery ability as a Kryptonian to survive, and Superman didn't kill him. According to the Wasteland Wolf's estimation, the enemy should have been scared away by his crazy attacks, but why wasn't the guy with the axe running away? Superman had supervision, and the Wasteland Wolf was also alert. If he had encountered a madman like Superman in the past, he would have retreated if he couldn't win. After living for tens of thousands of years, he cared about his life very much. But now, he didn't dare to run away. How could he run away? In the distant sky, Darkseid finally stopped pretending to be a man of few words. The Dark Lord and Thea were now fighting fiercely. One used the power of darkness, while the other used the power of the soul. Dark clouds rolled in the distant sky, and black gas raged. Seductive singing could be heard faintly, and Diana's lightning and the Dark Lord's Omega rays could be seen intermittently. What if he ran away while his boss was fighting? What would happen to him? The Wasteland Wolf didn't dare to imagine that scene. As for defecting to the Heavenly Father's side, that was even more ridiculous. He had a feud with the Heavenly Father for killing his wife. If he defected, he would die even faster. Attack? It seemed like he couldn't win. Run away? He couldn't run away now. The Wasteland Wolf had no choice. He wanted to stall for time, but Superman was attacking like a madman. At that moment, the Wasteland Wolf felt exhausted. Chapter 731. Superman could not figure out why his enemy was fighting to the death. He could not see through Wasteland Wolf's predicament with his knowledge and experience. An experienced Martian hunter would definitely have noticed something, but unfortunately, Clark, who grew up on a farm, did not have this kind of life experience. He could only think that his enemy was cruel and could not be communicated with. He sighed in his heart. For the sake of humanity, I have to kill you. In the underworld, Superman was able to fight Darkseid to a draw. He had not reached that level yet, but his potential was limitless. Superman, who had made up his mind, did not hold back anymore. His attacks, which were already fierce, sped up. Ouch! If you don't give me a way out, I'll make you suffer too. The Wasteland Wolf was a petty person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Now that he was forced to the edge of the cliff, his ferocious nature was stimulated. He swung his axe like a windmill, aiming for Superman's vital points. Both of them gave up on defense and began to fight without caring about themselves. Superman's attacks were powerful and heavy, while Wasteland Wolf relied on his rich experience and tricky moves. The intensity of their battle increased exponentially. After parrying his enemy's arm, Superman grabbed Wasteland Wolf's shoulder and kneed his chin. While Wasteland Wolf was looking up, 2 heat rays were fired at Wasteland Wolf's face. The feeling of being burned by a star's energy was not pleasant. Even though the Wasteland Wolf had tried his best to dodge, one of his eyes was still blinded, and the other was badly mutilated. He was also a ruthless person. He sent Superman flying with an elbow strike, and after using his divine power to repair his eye, he wiped the blood off his face, raised his axe, and used all his strength to chop Superman. Boom! There was an explosion. With Superman as the center, the ground within a kilometer of him cracked. A huge crater more than 100 meters wide and more than 10 meters deep formed in the center. Huff, huff. Wasteland Wolf panted heavily. It was a rare occasion for him to squander his divine power like this. Superman, who had suffered a heavy blow, spat out mouthfuls of blood and knelt on the ground. However, his recovery ability was amazing. He stood up again in 2 breaths as if the kneeling man was someone else. F***ck. Wasteland Wolf was about to curse out loud. No one could beat the other to death. How could they have fun like this? If he knew that Superman was consuming the energy of stars, which could be replenished by simply absorbing it, and that he needed to accumulate his divine power for hundreds of years, he would be even more desperate. As the overall divine power decreased, the divine power's buffs to the body gradually decreased. In battle, the Great Plains Wolf's overall attributes began to decrease. He was already a little unable to beat Superman. On this side, the Wasteland Wolf was getting more and more nervous. On the other side, his little friend, Desard, was having a good time fighting the Martian hunter. The Martian hunter's fire phobia was still tormenting him. Although he had not reached the point where he would faint at the sight of fire, he was still affected. This was a mental illness that had accumulated over hundreds of years, and it was not easy to recover from. Martians. Be obedient and become my experiment material. I will transform you into the greatest weapon. Desard was aware of his opponent's weakness. He did not use any dark or ice spells. His fire spells were not as flashy as Thea's, but they were still at the pinnacle of the standard that ordinary magicians could only dream of. Using fire spells directly did not cause much actual damage. Most of the magic damage was resisted by Desard's psionic power. He began to use some continuous spells. If he did not burn the target to death, he would disgust the target to death. At this moment, the Martian hunter was like a torch. Orange flames, light green demonic flames, and yellowish sulfur flames were all burning on its body. He could only use his psionic power to extinguish the flames. As he continued to fight, the gap in his psionic power began to widen. The great warlock did not fight him in close combat. He only cast spells from afar. He wanted to capture the Martian hunter alive. Originally, everything was going according to plan. As long as he was given time, he would be able to take down the Martian hunter without sustaining any injuries. However, Thea and Diana had swept away Darkseid. The scene of the gray sea sweeping across the sky made him lose focus. He did not understand why the invincible monarch in his heart looked so pitiful. After much difficulty, the battle-hardened Martian hunter finally saw a flaw in the enemy's defense. He no longer cared about the various flames that were still burning on his body and pounced toward the great warlock. Under the great warlock's astonished gaze, a sharp sword formed from the purest spiritual force pierced into his chest. Smelly blood splattered in the air. The great warlock hurriedly ignited several types of flames on the Martian hunter and used the impact of the explosion to distance himself. When he used his divine power to repair his body, he felt the psionic power. If I feel that you are injured, then you must be injured. Divine power could not quickly eliminate this kind of idealistic power. The universe was vast. The great warlock had naturally studied psionic power. In his research, psionic power was a very inert ability. However, he had never seen psionic power at the level of the Martian hunter. This was the first time he had seen psionic power that could affect the new gods. If the Wasteland Wolf, who led the army, was a general, then Desard, who was in charge of all government affairs, was equivalent to the Prime Minister of the Apocalypse Star. Seeing that Darkseid had been swept away, he forced the Martian hunter to retreat and hurriedly turned to look. Things had not reached the point of no return. Darkseid was still attacking. Even though the Dark Lord was a little angry, he was still far from being defeated. This made Desard feel more at ease. If his master was really killed, he would not be any better off as an old dog. Unlike the Wasteland Wolf, he knew that he could not defeat Thea with a single glance. Whether it was divine power, spells, or realm, Thea could crush him in all aspects. When he looked at his old companion, the Wasteland Wolf, he could not help but twitch his mouth. This fellow was beaten too badly. The great warlock was speechless. Even Darkseid's doppelganger had been dispatched. He had originally thought that this would be a one-sided victory. He and the rest should have been able to win the battle while singing songs. How did it end up like this? The resistance of this universe was too strong. If their goal was to conquer this universe, they would have sent more troops. They did not need too many, just another 10 million troops and a new god, and Earth would not be able to withstand them. However, he did not dare to say this. The Heavenly Father was still watching from the other side. If they lost the Apocalypse Star in order to conquer Earth, Desard felt that Darkseid would eat him alive. There was no other way. So be it. Let's continue fighting. Seeing how the Wasteland Wolf was so loyal to his master that he would not hesitate to put his life on the line, Desard could no longer leisurely play with the Martian hunter. Shadows burned, flames roared, and shadow energy accompanied the flames. He started to focus his magic power on the Martian hunter. It did not matter whether he could win or not. It was always right to put up a brave front and fight to the death. Without the messy fire spells, the Martian hunter finally recovered. He used his soul power to the maximum and attacked without showing any signs of weakness. While casting spells wildly, Desard rejoiced a little. Compared to the density of Thea's shadow energy, his spells were a little shameful. Fortunately, they had gone to the side to play. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to show off in front of an expert. Chapter 732. The battle in the sky was extremely intense, and the battle on the ground was also in a stalemate. The killing speed of the Human Alliance army was still sharp, but the enemies were constantly flying out of the tunnel. The advancement of the battle line was seriously delayed, and most of the melee fighters were injured. The long-range ammunition was also reduced to a very dangerous level. Batman stood on Hal's lantern ring and panted heavily, looking at the battle situation while thinking of countermeasures. Thea and Diana were fighting all the way to the horizon. Dark clouds were rolling and black fog filled the air. It was impossible to tell who was winning and who was losing. In the remaining battles, Superman obviously had the advantage, and the Martian hunter was barely tied. The main forces of the human race also had the advantage, but it would still take some time to wipe out the enemy. The rest was the rear. Thanks to Diana breaking the mother box, the Flash and Clown Girl luring Yamojua away, even if there were only 1,000 lanterns, they could still barely hold off the millions of Apocalypse Planet soldiers. Now, the only one who was still energetic and shouting on the front line was Violent Wolf Rob. The lanterns' endurance was really worrying. They could only fight for 3 minutes. If it weren't for the 2 little blue men and the planet above, the line of defense would have been broken through long ago. At this point, they had to use their trump card. Before the battle, Thea and Batman had a deep talk. They could be considered mobile troops or seeds, but they couldn't put all the resistance on Earth at once. Most of the ordinary superheroes like Kara, the Green Arrow team, Batman's team, the Flash team, and most of the ordinary superheroes stayed on Earth. Batman also agreed with this point. Now that the situation was critical, they had to use some of them. He crushed the teleportation gem that he had already prepared, and 4 people appeared on the battlefield. Swamp Monster, you and Animal Man will join the battle below and replace Hal Jordan. Nightwing, you and Princess Starfire will replace Green Arrow on the western battlefield. Hal, put me down. You will leave the battle line and pull Green Arrow on the western battlefield to help Superman first, Batman ordered. Hal Jordan's so-called greatest Green Lantern was just a little stronger than ordinary lanterns in Batman's eyes. However, he was not very useful in such a big battle. There were 1,000 lanterns, and one more or one less would not make much of a difference. If he joined the battle between Superman and the Wasteland Wolf, then he would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Not to mention, with Green Arrow and Superman who already had the upper hand, they could completely crush the enemy. Hal immediately accepted the order to provide support. His empty spot was filled by Swamp Monster and animal hero Buddy Baker. On the other side, Green Arrow Oliver was even more anxious than him. After giving a few words to Nightwing and Spark, he controlled the power armor to fly into the air and took out the pseudo-divine longbow made by Diana. He knocked the specially enchanted armor-piercing arrows and shot 2 arrows at the Wasteland Wolves. Green Arrow's martial arts attainment was much higher than Superman's. What he aimed at were the openings that the Wasteland Wolf would reveal in the next second. The Wasteland Wolf, who was struggling, dodged the first arrow, but he hesitated for a moment for the second arrow. If he continued to dodge, then he would not be able to dodge Superman's fist. Might as well take one arrow. He thought that the arrows of the people on Earth were just so. They were completely incomparable to Superman's casserole-sized fist. However, he underestimated Oliver. The first arrow was just a normal enchanted arrow. Even if he was hit, it would not be a big deal. However, he used a special arrow made by Thea for the second arrow. Thea added a trace of soul power to the arrowhead. The rest of the arrows were all magic arrows. This one was definitely a divine arrow. The Wasteland Wolf did not notice and was pierced by the arrow in the ribs. This arrow is quite sharp. It can pierce through my armor. The Wasteland Wolf was numb from Superman's attacks. He reflexively wanted to pull out the arrow and use his divine power to repair his body. However, when he pulled out the arrow, he realized that something was wrong. Why did he suddenly become so weak? In low-intensity battles, he could wield his axe and fight for a month without feeling tired. But now, he felt more tired than if he had fought for a month. His eyes were a little blurry, and he could only see two shadows. The axe that used to be like an extension of his arm now felt incomparably heavy. He had been tricked. He relied on his intuition to dodge two of Superman's punches. He hurriedly checked his wound. It was a shocking sight. There was a grayish-white hole in the skin below his ribs. He tried to use his divine power to heal the wounds several times, but it was blocked by a strange divine power. Furthermore, there were fragments of his soul flowing out of the hole. This was the reason why he was so weak. Darkseid was very proficient in the path of the soul. Even though Thea had taken away his divine position, he was not afraid of soul attacks. The Wasteland Wolf did not have this ability. He tried several methods, but none of them could stop his soul from flowing out. Although he was a god and his soul was thousands of times stronger than an ordinary person's, he could not withstand this constant flow. On the other side, Hal Jordan arrived at the same time. He thought that he would be a savior in this battle, but reality gave him a solid blow. First, he was beaten up by Sumojua, who had mastered black technology. Then, he joined the mission to stop the million-strong Apocalypse demon army like an ordinary Green Lantern. This kind of terrible battle did not reflect his greatness as the greatest Green Lantern. I'm not happy. Hal Jordan saw that the Wasteland Wolf was a little dazed. He did not hold back at all and conjured a large green hand to grab him. He did not know that the Wasteland Wolf was competing with the divine power in his body. Seeing that his opponent did not dodge, Hal Jordan became even angrier. You're looking down on me too. The large green hand grabbed the Wasteland Wolf and squeezed. Knowing that he had broken the taboo of battle by being distracted, the Wasteland Wolf did not care about the flow of his soul and struggled with all his might. If he was at his peak, Hal Jordan would not be able to trap him. Unfortunately, half of his divine power had been worn away by Superman, and he was hit by an arrow. He was not prepared and could not break free. In the next second, Oliver shot two more arrows. The Wasteland Wolf gritted his teeth in hatred, but he was not sure if these arrows were normal magic arrows or divine arrows. He could only tilt his head to avoid them. Naturally, he was hit in the face by Superman's heat ray. Faced with the siege of 3 people, he could not hold on anymore. Although he was embarrassed, he still chose to call for his personal guards to help. Thousands of elite Apocalypse demons were ready to join the battle. The warriors of the new god race were not incompetent either. Both sides had been fighting for tens of thousands of years, and their tricks could be seen at a glance. Hold them back. The mages of the new god race, under the command of the blonde Becca, collectively set up a fiery red curtain of flames between the Wasteland Wolf and the ground troops. Occasionally, there would be a few who rushed over, but they were shot to death by the green arrows like sparrows. Desard, come and help me. The Wasteland Wolf and the Great Warlock, 2 gods, 1 civil and 1 martial. No one would believe that they lived in harmony on the Apocalypse Star and had brotherly love. But the Wasteland Wolf was in too much danger, so he could only lower his head and ask for help from his old rival. Chapter 733. Can't you see that I'm busy too? The Great Warlock was bitter. He was stronger than the Martian hunter, but if he didn't have the weakness of being afraid of fire, he would only be slightly stronger. The Martian hunter's abilities were too well-rounded. He couldn't be taken down in a short time. But Desard couldn't leave him in the lurch. If the Great Plains Wolf escaped, he would be the next to be besieged. Damn it. He could only curse silently. He sent Hal Jordan flying with a shadow burn from a long distance, allowing the Great Plains Wolf to escape. The price was a slash from the Martian hunter's mind blade. His left hand was almost chopped off, and he had to use his divine power to repair it. Seeing that Hal Jordan wanted to attack the Great Warlock, Superman, who had a higher reputation, pointed at the Great Plains Wolf and said, "Continue attacking him." The Great Plains Wolf wanted to cry for the first time. "You're bullying me because I'm a close combat god, right?" Superman's judgment could be said to be very wise. Compared to the wasteland wolf who was reckless with an axe, Desard was indeed much more slippery. He used all kinds of flash, shadow stealth, and mirror image. Even if there were many people surrounding him, he could still last for a long time while running around. The Great Plains wolf didn't have this advantage. Hal could become the leader of the Green Light Corps in the future. If he got rid of his arrogance, he wouldn't be lacking in insight. Olivier was chosen as the successor by the Ninja Master. He was only slightly inferior to Batman in all aspects, but he was also good at seeing the big picture. He fully utilized his martial arts advantage and made up for the flaws in Superman's attacks. Every arrow hit the Great Plains wolf's fatal spot. Superman focused on offense and defense. Green Light used all kinds of instantiations to control the Great Plains wolf's movements. Green Arrow waited for the opportunity to find the enemy's flaws and create a good opportunity for her comrades to deal heavy damage to the enemy. The three of them worked together for the first time, and the effect was unexpectedly strong. In just 2 minutes, the Great Plains wolf was hit by 2 arrows. One of them was a normal armor-piercing arrow, and the other was a soul arrow. Its body was like a broken bucket, and its soul kept leaking out. It felt like a slow death. The Great Plains wolf couldn't stay calm anymore. He took 2 punches from Superman and rushed out of the encirclement. He raised his axe and wanted to chop Green Arrow. The armor on Green Arrow's body was modified by Thea using the body of the cheetah deity. When it ran, it was really fast. With a whoosh, it disappeared from sight. The Great Plains wolf chased for 2 miles and knew it couldn't catch up. Turn around and go after Hal Jordan. Let me kill at least one of them. However, Green Lantern was a space patrol officer, flying back and forth across the entire universe, so his speed was not slow. Turning back took some time, and Superman caught up with him again. Ouch! The wasteland wolf wanted to howl at the sky. There was no way to fight this battle. It was extremely awkward. Run? His boss was still fighting, so he didn't dare to run. Fight? There were 3 of them against 1, and they couldn't win. Defeat them one by one? However, they all ran away like rabbits. Since I was destined to be unlucky, I had to drag someone down with me. The Great Plains wolf thought of his good brother, Desard, as a scapegoat. Since you're not going to help me, I'll look for you instead. He waved his big axe so hard that water couldn't splash through it. He wanted to drag these guys to Desard's side, and gather the power of 2 new gods to fight 4 enemies. His goal was not hard to guess. Superman didn't want to add more variables, so he ignored the opponent's sharp axe and led the attack. Lunatic. The Great Plains wolf had seen many people, and killed many. He had seen too many cornered beasts put up a desperate fight, but those people all fought with their lives on the premise that there was no hope. It was indeed the first time he saw someone like Superman who was playing with his life even though he had the upper hand. The axe hit Superman's collarbone. The blue battle suit had long become a beggar's outfit. The blade of the axe cut deeply into Superman's shoulder. Even the body of steel couldn't block the edge of the top divine weapon. Superman clamped the axe with his muscles. His facial muscles were a little twisted. Do you know why you lost? You were not united. What the hell is unity? The Great Plains wolf didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. He felt a piercing pain in his back, as if an invisible blade had pierced through him from the front to the back. Someone ambushed him from behind? The 3 guys who had been chasing him were all in his sight. Were they Desard's match? How was he going to explain to Darkseid that the Great Warlock had just watched him get attacked? Before he could think, Superman hit him in the face with a headbutt. The force of the blow was so strong that the Great Plains wolf's consciousness went into a daze. Everything in front of him was blurry. There were sounds of explosions, flames burning, and the sound of something breaking through the air. This should have been caused by his first opponent, Superman's fist. The Great Plains wolf felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like only a moment had passed. His consciousness finally returned to his body. Why did it hurt so much? The Great Plains wolf immediately checked his body. The situation wasn't looking good. His left arm was broken at the elbow, and there was an arrow in his abdomen and shoulder near his neck. He then looked at the battlefield. The guys who had surrounded him were all there. There was also a tall, burly guy with green skin who was staring at him. The focus of the gaze seemed to be behind him. It was common sense not to turn back during a fight, but it wasn't an iron rule. The Great Plains wolf turned back to take a look. The first thing he saw was the great warlock, Desard. This god of pain had always been dressed like a sadist. Now, half of his evil-looking red robe was torn, revealing his dry skin. His body emitted a foul stench, and there was a faint smell of blood. It was obvious that the great warlock had come to save him. Seeing that the Great Plains wolf was about to die, he fully utilized the friendship characteristic of the Apocalypse Star. That was to use the Great Plains wolf's large body as a shield to fight for time with the heroes. Did he save him? Yes. The effect of the rescue was obvious from the Great Plains wolf's severed left arm and the arrows in his body. The Great Plains wolf pulled out the arrows and regrown his left arm. He growled to his companions, "I have less than half of my divine power left." Actually, it wasn't just half, he only had a little more than 30% left. However, he didn't dare to tell Desard the truth. The unity and friendship of the Apocalypse Star wasn't just for show. He had to prevent the Great Warlock from attacking him after the battle. The Great Warlock's condition wasn't much better than his. At this moment, the two new gods were looking at the four heroes with their backs against each other. It's hard to imagine that he recovered faster than us. Desard's concern was naturally Superman. The Martian hunter's condition wasn't good. Green Light's energy was also below the warning line. The Green Arrow was just a normal person and wasn't in their eyes. What should we do next? The Great Plains wolf held his axe with both hands and looked at the enemies nervously. In such a stalemate, he hoped that the resourceful Desard could come up with a good idea. The Great Warlock's face was full of bitterness. The battle situation could be described as rotten. In the past, the boss would take the lead and kill his way out, leaving him and the Great Plains wolf to clear the battlefield. When had they ever fought such a troublesome battle? Could the boss win? He couldn't help but look into the distance. Chapter 734. Could Darkseid win? He had no doubts when he first arrived on Earth, but it was hard to say now. Darkseid was unaware of his subordinates' expectations. He was currently roaming in Thea's Sea of Souls. He hated the heavens and the earth for not having a handle. He had the power to destroy the world, but unfortunately, he couldn't use it in the Sea of Souls. Thea's Sea of Souls seemed to be empty, and Darkseid's power seemed to be hitting the air. He wanted to pierce through the water, while Thea wanted to pull him down. In the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. The Dark Lord was embarrassed. Thea's motive was obvious. She wanted to stall for time, but he had to take it. The power of origin kept hitting the Sea of Souls. Thea could only empty 3 or 4 times out of 10, and she had to use her divine soul power to endure the rest of the attacks. She was uncomfortable. Rise, people of the Sea of Souls. Thea stood on the only reef in the sea, her golden hair fluttering in the wind. At first, she didn't notice it, but just now, she accidentally sensed that a new life had been born in her Sea of Souls. A grayish-white gas slowly emerged from the water. It was much more solid than the souls in the sea, and it had more layers. As soon as it emerged from the water, its eyes kept looking around. It was obvious that it had high intelligence. As if to please Thea, the Lord of Souls, its appearance gradually became feminine. Its hair and curves were slowly taking shape. It could now be called she. Thea looked at this new life that had grown in her Sea of Souls and was amazed. This new life's every move was full of charm. She only needed to say one word, and it was like the most beautiful melody in the world. With the divine soul power as the main body, and the allure of the wealth divine seat and the beautiful singing of the literature divine seat, this new life had all the characteristics of Thea's divine power. Siren is your name. From now on, you will be the leader of the Banshees. This Banshee was quite powerful. She was a demigod the moment she was born. However, she had almost no ability to fight head-on. All she could do was hide at the bottom of the sea and sing songs to mess with Darkseid. Come on, come to me and have a good time. The banshee seemed to want to show off her abilities in front of her creator. Her murmurs drifted into Darkseid's ears. The Lord of Darkness was not easily bewitched, but he could not resist her nagging. There were no absolutes in this world. Constant harassment would always yield results. Darkseid let his guard down for the 100th time when he heard the voice calling out to him. Good chance. The long-legged goddess flew up and circled Darkseid's neck twice with the mantra lasso. She then jumped behind him and tried to pull him down with all her might. Thea cooperated well with her. Darkseid's feet were in the Sea of Souls. She controlled the turbulent seawater and pushed Darkseid to the other side. Unprepared, the Dark Lord was caught by the neck, and his body leaned back slightly. Thea's forceful push made him lose his footing. His soul sea was constantly washing over him, severely hindering his ability to fly. Darkseid's giant body fell straight into the sea. Quick! Diana said anxiously. She did not even have time to retract the mantra lasso. Thea did not need Diana's instructions. She activated the formation she had prepared beforehand. She must have planned to bring Darkseid to this battlefield. She had set up a magnificent ceiling formation here. Ordinary ones were completely useless. She referenced the design of Naboo on Earth to suppress the shadow of darkness and added many precious materials to create a cage that could be called a divine artifact. Crack. After a few cracking sounds, Darkseid, who was struggling to get up, felt his arms, thighs, and waist being shackled by something. That was not the end of it. The seawater quickly solidified and held him in place like a few large pliers. He was a young god, after all. How could something like this possibly restrain the god of strength? Darkseid began to exert his strength. He could no longer wait to see the two goddesses' dejected expressions. But when he exerted his strength, he realized that something was wrong. Something seemed to be sucking away his divine power. This isn't metal. He lowered his head and looked at the huge metal lock on his waist. It looked like a silvery white metal, but it was actually made up of countless tiny units. Every unit here was absorbing his divine power continuously. The nanomachines were absorbing his divine power. Planet Revelation's technology was far more advanced than Earth's. Darkseid did not care for the power of science, but he was not illiterate. He could recognize nanomachines, but the nanomachines were not simple. The thing that was absorbing his divine power seemed to be some kind of special cell inside the nanomachines. Darkseid was relieved that Thea was not the one absorbing his divine power. Unfortunately, he had used his divine power twice in a row and destroyed countless nanomachines on a microscopic level. Unfortunately, his body was still tightly bound. These were the cells that Thea had extracted from the man in the jacket in Central City. The man had been able to absorb Barry's power of speed, so it was not difficult for him to use them to absorb divine power. The only drawback was that they did not have much storage capacity. Milady duplicated countless cells and added them to the B-Girl's nanomachines. She then used magic to communicate with them. After combining her abilities, dark technology, and magic, they became the lock that was imprisoning Darkseid. However, she also knew that the lock would not last long. Compared to the number of nanomachines, Darkseid's divine power could be described as endless. Die! Die! The two goddesses roared at the same time. Thea did not dare to use her holy sword in the Sea of Souls, so Diana threw her one of the two swords. They flew up at the same time, their eyes filled with determination. Like two shooting stars, the two swords stabbed into Darkseid's eyes at the same time. Ah! The Dark Lord's screams echoed throughout the battlefield. The soldiers fell into chaos, and the two generals were at a loss. This did not sound like a declaration of victory. Their boss was beaten up so badly. Too bad these are not the eyes of the main body. Otherwise, they would be more valuable for research. Thea kicked Darkseid's face and pulled the sword out. She looked at the bloodstains on it and said with a little dissatisfaction. Diana threw the sword to her, and Thea put the two swords away. The Omega effect had been stained on the swords, so she had to go back and study them carefully. The Omega effect was the source of Darkseid's power, and it was also what he relied on to dominate the multiverse. It was of a higher level than divine power, so it could not be repaired with divine power. Now that his eyes, which represented the external manifestation of the Omega effect, were destroyed and he was tied up like a dumpling, the Dark Lord felt a little gloomy. It seemed that he was going to lose this battle. Chapter 735. Do you regret it? Are you afraid? Are you fearful? You're not invincible, right? You've always known that. That's why you've been pretending to be invincible. Thea put on the yellow light ring for the first time. She amplified her fear and channeled it into the great Dark Lord's heart. Her muttering was extremely soft. It blew into Darkseid's heart like a gust of wind. She was right. He was not invincible. He had always known that. Who are you afraid of? You won't be able to catch up to that person even today, right? Perhaps he's the true ruler of the universe, and you're just a pitiful worm. What's his name again? Thea's voice was even softer now, but Darkseid could hear every word clearly. You won't know. You're so young. How could you know him? Darkseid encouraged himself. He was still struggling against his fear. What a terrifying new god. He's the most powerful of the new gods. So what if you work hard for your entire life? You'll have to run the moment you see his back, right? You really have a good father. The devil's muttering finally reached the most crucial point. Don't mention him. I order you to stop. Ah. The great Dark Lord's psychological defenses were broken. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. The blood contained countless drops of divine power essence. Thea did not hold back. She collected a portion of it with a wave of her hand, and the rest fell into the sea. Even if it was a clone, the nature of the divine power was the same as the main body. She would take it back to study what the Omega effect was. Since the other party did not stop her, she would not continue talking. Mentioning Khan Yoja's name in the New World? She was not that stupid. Rise. 8 dark golden chains flew out of her sea of souls. These were Hades' collection. They were originally used to restrain their father, the second-generation god King Kronos. Now, Thea had brought them over. She did not care if they were suitable for her. With a few cracks, Darkseid was bound tightly from the neck down. At the same time, 3 more banshees were born in the Sea of Souls. They were far weaker than the sirens, so they could only join in the fun. Thea finally had the time to look at the sea in the sky. Although she was the one who created the sea, she couldn't take it back because of Darkseid's interference. At this moment, other than the new god race warriors who had returned to the reincarnation pool, most of the souls of the dead on the battlefield had entered their soul realms. Of the 3 banshees that had been reborn, one of them had been a Green Lantern, while the other 2 were very interesting. They were actually a mixture of the souls of the Apocalypse demons. The Apocalypse demon and the others came from planets that Darkseid had conquered. They were either resistance fighters or important leaders, but they were eventually captured and modified. The strength of their souls was not low, but because of the cruel mechanical modification, their souls had become muddle-headed. Now that they were free from the shackles of their bodies, they finally regained a trace of their original nature. The 2 banshees formed by the souls of the Apocalypse demons let out a soundless roar. They wanted to grab Darkseid and bite him, but they didn't dare to do so. Thea didn't have such a problem. Now that the enemy was restrained, when was the best time to strike? She ignited 2 balls of soul fire in her hands and pressed them against Darkseid's blinded eye sockets. On the other hand, the Valkyrie was even more ruthless. She stabbed the lightning spear into the wound on Darkseid's abdomen, but it was as if she had stabbed a rock. Diana shouted and poured her accumulated divine power into the spear. She even stirred the spear twice in Darkseid's abdomen. Ah! Damn you! Darkseid was furious. Being injured by 2 bugs was a humiliation to him. His body swelled up twice as much as before, and the energy-absorbing nanomachines exploded one after another. The dark gold chains that followed behind were also torn apart. "You're pretty loud. Let's see if you have what it takes." Sia was extremely busy. She sent out 7 or 8 balls of soulfire, which burned fiercely on Darkseid's body. Darkseid's dark face looked a little pale in the grayish-white flames. Diana was slightly weaker than her, but she still managed to pierce 2 holes in Darkseid's body with her spear. Her golden divine power kept ramming into Darkseid's body. After another half a minute, Darkseid's divine power was completely disrupted, and he could only take the beating. Room. An orange tunnel opened with a loud bang. Darkseid was finally ready to retreat. The goddess of wealth wouldn't let him escape so easily. She had used up at least a third of Hades' collection to set up all kinds of traps. "Darkseid. You have to leave something for me." The several people, gods, who saw this scene in the distance were overjoyed. Superman and the others felt that victory was in sight, while Wasteland Wolf and the Great Warlock felt that, "Thank God, boss, you're finally retreating. There's nothing to say. Let's run too." Although they had made up their minds to retreat, they couldn't just run away. They had to use a strategy. The 2 brothers saw Darkseid's predicament at the same time. Their boss seemed to be in a terrible state. They looked at each other and understood what each other meant. The outcome of the battle was obvious, but they had to save their boss's clone. The 2 gods attacked at the same time and forced the 4 heroes to retreat. They shouted something like, "Don't you dare hurt my master," and "The Great Plains Wolf of Mount Chang is here," as they attacked Thea. Of course, they were just putting on an act. Using one's comrades as a shield was a characteristic of the Apocalypse Star. They didn't think that Darkseid, the boss of the Apocalypse Star, had any good qualities. After all, their boss was a clone, and they were the main body. If they died, they wouldn't be able to revive until thousands of years later. Although the 2 gods shouted loudly, they pretended to be dizzy and had cramps as soon as they entered the Sea of Souls. Even Thea was shocked. "My ultimate move isn't that strong, right? You 2 are the best among the new gods, but you 2 are weak after touching my soul? Your acting is a little too exaggerated. Your Majesty, hold on a little longer." The Great Plains Wolf was paddling with his axe like a paddle. On the other side, the Great Warlock was very curious. He secretly scooped a small bucket of water from the Sea of Souls and wanted to take it back to study it. Thea didn't have time to pay attention to their little tricks. She ignored them and continued attacking Darkseid. However, the Great Dark Lord was determined to leave. She had used up all her trump cards and couldn't do anything about it. He would be a hooligan if he came looking for trouble next time. Darkseid was a man of character. Even though he was blind, his empty eye socket still looked coldly in Thea's direction before he entered the tunnel. Then, he left without looking back. Their boss didn't say anything and left quietly. The Great Plains Wolf and Disarad didn't have the guts to do so either. The 2 gods quickly followed him into the tunnel. Chapter 736. Thea was so tired that she was about to faint. She did not have the energy to continue the chase. Diana, on the other hand, stabbed the Great Plains Wolf in the end. She had avenged Wonder Woman from Earth too. Diana supported Thea as they flew out of the Sea of Souls. Superman and the other heroes watched from the outside. They did not have any divinity, so they could not enter this place. Facing Superman's expectant gaze, Diana shouted, "We've won." Her voice reverberated throughout the land. When the Great Dark Lord retreated, all intelligent beings could sense it. The heaviness in their hearts disappeared. Even the slowest person knew what this meant. "We've won. Long live the humans. Long live freedom. Long live Atlantis." The allied army of different races cheered. The battle between the bosses had ended. Their battle was over. There were less than 10 million soldiers left on the Revelation planet, and they all retreated through the sonic boom tunnel. The allied army chased for a while before stopping their attacks. The entire battlefield fell silent, and many soldiers collapsed to the ground. Some kissed the ground, rejoicing that they had survived, while others cried because their comrades had died. More than 100 banshees were born in the Sea of Souls. Although each batch was not as good as the last, they were still stronger than ordinary people. They were immune to physical attacks and could charm souls with their songs. Any one of them could become a second-rate villain on Earth. "Thea, are you all right?" The person who was anxious was naturally her brother, Oliver. "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired." She was not pretending. She was indeed about to faint. Her body was exhausted, her mind was drained, and her divine power was almost depleted. She looked back at the Sea of Souls and sighed. This Sea of Souls had used up 30% of her divine power. It was a pity that Diana's and Darkseid's divine power were mixed together. She could no longer retract it. The few of them landed on the ground and looked back at the battlefield in the distance that was shrouded in black gas and gray fog. The heroes were a little speechless. Sia's soul sea was previously colorless and transparent, but now it was completely black and looked very evil. "This is all Darkseid's doing." Milady had no sense of shame at all as she blamed the Dark Lord. The rest of them nodded in agreement. This was very much in line with mainstream values. They automatically assumed that the golden lightning in the dark clouds was Thea, and the black fog that seemed to cover the sky was naturally Darkseid. Justice is so small, but evil is so powerful. This thought appeared in their minds, and they were even more determined to fight against evil. Although the heroes were very tired, they could not rest. The Flash still needed help. Clown Girl rode Barry around the new world for more than 10 laps. When Thea and the others flew over, she was almost asleep. Although Yemojuo was very powerful, he could only simulate one ability at a time. A group of people besieged him, but he was quickly tied up by Diana. Batman rushed over and rewrote the main program. This bomb that the Earthlings had developed finally calmed down. Treating the wounded and cleaning the battlefield did not require the help of the heroes. However, as the representative of the White House, Thea still received an initial damage report. A mothership was shot down. At the critical moment, Superman flew over to save it. The loss of personnel was not too great. The other 4 motherships were slightly damaged. 19 of the giant mechas were completely destroyed. None of the pilots survived, and the remaining mechas were damaged to varying degrees. 150,000 human soldiers were killed, and more than 700,000 were injured. 70,000 Atlanteans were killed, and 31 Amazons were killed. The Taurans and Death Knights were also injured to varying degrees. The Lantern Unit, which was the rear army of 1 million enemies, was also badly damaged. 4 Green Lanterns were killed, and 7 Yellow Lanterns and Blue Lanterns were sacrificed. "They're all warriors." Thea patted Diana's shoulder. The Valkyrie half knelt on the ground. The 31 people in front of her were all her sisters. 2 of them were even Hippolyte's guards. They had watched her grow up. "Let's bury them on Paradise Island later. We still have to return to the new star of creation. The battle on Heavenly Father's side is even more intense. We have to pay him a visit." Sia's voice was extremely soft. "Becca," she called out. "Commander." The blonde Becca was covered in wounds. When she saw Thea, she hurriedly bowed and greeted her. Her commander was a god who could defeat Darkseid's avatar. Becca had to respect her. "I know that everyone has suffered heavy casualties, but we need to go back to the new planet immediately. The battle on Father's side is very intense." She was not lying. The war on Apocalypse Star was about to break out at the same time. If the Heavenly Father's side was defeated, it would be pointless for her to defeat 2 of his avatars. Sia had already offended Darkseid, so she had to go and take a look. The new Protoss warriors were excited when they learned that they had become the decisive force. They ignored their injuries and said that they would die on the charge. Thea and Diana each left a fragile avatar behind to deal with matters. They led the new Protoss army back to the new planet through the sonic tunnel. The new creation planet, which was usually quiet and indifferent, was now like a lively market. Countless people were running around. Some were passing on messages, some were helping the seriously injured to retreat, and even more were holding the bodies of their loved ones and wailing in pain. Anna? You're back. Aunt Eliza, how's the battle going? Everyone asked their friends about the current situation. Thea looked over. The situation on the battlefield was clear at a glance. Her brows gradually relaxed. Not bad. Father had the upper hand. Darkseid's avatar had taken away at least 30% of his divine power. Even though it looked like the battle was going well, he was actually the one who had used up the most divine power. As for the remaining battlefields, none of them were optimistic. The dark transformation being 3 times stronger was not an exaggeration. The new gods of the Apocalypse Star could indeed suppress the new gods of the new Creation Star. Thea saw an old acquaintance, the Great Plains Wolf. When their eyes met, the Great Plains Wolf hurriedly dodged. This guy won't be able to recover for at least 100 years, Diana whispered when she saw the Great Plains Wolf. Hold on, everyone. Victory is right in front of us. Thea pretended to pull out her holy sword and led the charge. Diana followed closely behind, and the rest of the new Protoss soldiers also charged into the battlefield. Great Plains Wolf? When did you guys come back? The kind grandmother was fighting Lady Canopy. Both sides were evenly matched. When she saw Thea leading the charge, she suddenly realized something. She turned around and saw the Great Plains Wolf, who had returned earlier and was preparing to slack off. None of them were kind people. They were willing to fight when the wind was blowing, but none of them wanted to fight when the wind was blowing. Great Plains Wolf, I let you escape with your life. Stop right there. Thea shouted from afar. The Great Plains Wolf's power had dropped to its lowest level in history. He did not dare to fight her. He turned around and ran without thinking. Thea was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She was stronger than the new gods, and the Apocalypse Planet's gods could not see how strong she was. Seeing the Great Plains Wolf turn around and run, they were all very smart. Since someone had taken the lead, they did not want to fall behind and ran in all directions. Darkseid glanced at Thea, took a step forward, and left the battlefield. Without 30% of his divine power, he would not be able to defeat Father Canopy. His clone's injuries needed to be treated. Even if they could not be healed, taking back that portion of his divine power was a top priority. Milady only glanced at him when he was out of sight. She whispered, "Damn fatty, why are you staring? We won." It was unknown who it was that roared on the vast battlefield, but the originally evenly matched two sides finally met with a turning point. The Revelation Star began to flee from the entire battle line. Chapter 737. Chase. The Heavenly Father was covered in wounds, but he was in a good mood. This was probably the first time he had defeated Darkseid. He waved his scepter and shouted, but after a moment's hesitation, he stopped himself from attacking the ordinary soldiers. Seeing that the enemy new gods were fleeing one after another, the generals of the new Creator Star, including Sia, who was almost out of mana, all stopped what they were doing. They claimed that they did not want to attack the ordinary soldiers because of their status, but in reality, they did not have much combat power left. There were many times more apocalyptic demons on the battlefield than there were on Earth. Even though the morale of the new gods' armies was high, it took them a long time to defeat the enemy. Taking into account the casualties on the new continent, at least 300 million apocalyptic demons had died in the battle. The new gods had also suffered heavy casualties. Of the million soldiers who had followed Thea to the new continent, less than 700,000 had returned. 1/3 of them had died on the new continent. The war on the planet of creation was even more intense. Many untrained civilians had picked up weapons and joined the battle. One could only imagine the devastation. Goddess Thea, please come and take a look at the light. Just as Milady finished telling the Heavenly Father about the battle on her side, the second-generation god, Orion, hurriedly asked her to go and save his good friend. The Heavenly Father really did not have any objections to this adopted son, and hurriedly asked them to go quickly. The bright young man in a white robe and red pants, who used to be very fast, was now lying in a room with a black face. Some unknown substance kept rising from the black gas. Thea knew that it was death gas. The god of light energy, the new god who was known to be able to run as fast as light, was now lying on the bed, barely breathing. A piece of golden dragon skin covered his body. Unfortunately, even the strong aura of light could only delay his death, not heal him. This room was located at one of the highest points on the planet of creation, second only to the Heavenly Father's room. Strong light shone in through the window, but even the strongest sunlight could not get within 3 meters of the light. Can you guide some light here? Maybe he can heal himself by absorbing external light? Nonsense, do you understand the condition of Lord Light's injuries? He lacks vitality. We should replenish it. When Thea and Olion came in, a few healers were arguing with each other. Watching a deity fall into a long slumber due to severe injuries was not something to be happy about. The healers frowned as they discussed the treatment. Unfortunately, their treatment was like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Compared to the body that had been corroded by the black gas, their treatment was too insignificant. Lady Thea. Lord Orion. When they saw them come in, they heaved a sigh of relief. Regardless of their professions, they were only mortals, while these two were gods. Olion waved them away impatiently and gestured for Thea to come and take a look. Huh. When Thea saw this injury, she immediately understood that it was a soul injury. Who injured him? Black Runner. Ray lured him away and the two of them competed in speed. In the end, Ray lost. Olion said hatefully. As he spoke, he displayed an image of two figures moving as fast as lightning. The one running in front was naturally Light Ray. He was just the god of light, not the god of light. This additional word made the difference in level. In Thea's eyes, he was about the same as the current Barry Allen. The person behind him was dressed in black. It looked like a hilarious set of ski equipment. He held a ski pole in one hand and a ski on the other. He looked comical, but his speed was frighteningly fast. In Thea's eyes, this person's speed had surpassed the speed of taking drugs. He was not running. He was gliding on the path of death. He looked cool, but in reality, he ran fast and died fast. Like Barry and Light Ray, running a few steps was nothing to them. It was normal for them to use their super speed to buy coffee and tidy up their rooms. However, this Death Runner was different. Every time he started running, he had to kill someone. It sounded like he had to draw his sword and kill someone when he was unsheathed. In reality, it was like drinking water. Only the person who was comfortable would know if it was warm or cold. The rules of death were not easy to manipulate. Darkseid could not do it, Thea could not do it, and this person could not do it either. Moreover, this person was dancing on the head of death. A small accident could kill this new god. But wasn't this person a prisoner of Darkseid? Why was he fighting for the Dark Lord? Thea did not have time to think. She checked Light Ray's injuries. It was just as she had guessed. This Black Runner who was running around on a black sled was not the death god. He was the god of soul harvesting. Perhaps it was because the divine seat was empty after the death of the soul. This person took the opportunity to brag that he was the death god. Then, he was captured and imprisoned by Darkseid. It was not difficult for those who knew. If his soul was extracted, Thea would not be able to do anything. After all, she did not have the divine seat of death. Fortunately, Light Ray was also a new god. His soul was strong, so there was still a chance of saving him. Prepare 10 Een spirit stones for me. Ice spirit hair, Morag spider silk. He rattled off a bunch of materials. Olion memorized them carefully. Who covered him with this piece of broken skin? Isn't this stimulating the soul power in his body? Nonsense. The young mistress took the golden dragon skin away from Light Ray and put it in her pocket. She was not afraid that someone would tell on her. Now that she had made some contributions, if her character was perfect and she was popular, the Heavenly Father would be wary of her. The Heavenly Father was a good boss. She had to show some of her shortcomings so that they could get along well in the future. Therefore, she had no qualms about holding an adult golden dragon skin. Sia stayed on the new creation planet for half a month to cure the light. Along the way, she also listened to the teachings of the Heavenly Father several times. Over and over again, the final battle between the good and evil had not really happened yet. This time, it was just a rehearsal and so on. The new gods listened with bitter faces. Everyone's condition was really bad. They could not fight even if they wanted to in a short time. The Heavenly Father knew the situation of his subordinates. Their divine power level was below half. If they fought again, more than one light ray would be injured. The legions replenished their ranks and recovered their strength. They were ready for the next battle. After another half a month, the great battle ended. The multiverse seemed to have quieted down. Thea returned to Earth. First, she accompanied Diana to bury the Amazon sisters. Then, she paid a visit to the magic school. They had also contributed in the great battle. Other than Constantine, the scoundrel, all the teachers were injured. More than 30 students died in the battle. Among them, 5 celebrities died in the battle. 2 artists died. Yellow Lantern and Blue Lantern's families had to be compensated. Green Lantern's death also needed to be sent back to the main planet of Ura for burial. Thea sent away the reinforcements of the various lanterns. The tense atmosphere was gone. She could finally go home and take a breather. Chapter 738. The Morgan family, as a traitor, was condemned by people all over the world. The family property was seized and all of it was gathered to establish a victims' fund, which was used as compensation for the dead and future living expenses for the injured. 150,000 elite soldiers died in battle, 700,000 soldiers were injured, and more than 300,000 of them lost their ability to move and needed to be supported by the country. The amount of money needed to pay for this could not be calculated in a short time. Coupled with the loss of various weapons and equipment in the battle, a huge number was shared among the countries. Even with the Morgan family's property as a foundation, it still made the finance ministers of various countries tremble. Moira seemed to be possessed by the power of speed. The government worked very quickly, collecting evidence, prosecuting, and adjudicating. The process was completed in less than half a month. Thea had just cured the light, and the 2 knowing main criminals of the Morgan family were shot to death. The remaining family members were each sentenced to 20 years to 1 year in prison. While he was at it, he also made a copy of their property. As for Maxwell Lloyd's shogi club, it would bring great pressure to the White House. Moira insisted that this human cancer should be banned. This organization, which was attached to the United Nations and composed of elite agents from various countries, resisted tenaciously. They could remove Maxwell's name and apologize, but they could not ban him. During the war of words between several parties, it was discovered that Maxwell had previously shot a businessman named Ted Cotter. Unfortunately, it was covered up by the Shogi Club. There were nearly $800 million in Maxwell's personal account, which did not look like the wealth of an agent. When the White House continued to investigate, all the clues were cut off, and the investigator could only provide a report of a huge amount of funds from unknown sources. Hey, these guys have new ideas after the war. Moira complained to the young lady who was lying lazily on the sofa in the White House. Thea's spiritual power was greatly depleted, and the external manifestation was that she was sleepy and easily distracted. She also knew who these guys, her mother, was talking about. How could a few agents dare to challenge the White House? Obviously, there was someone supporting them. They were not satisfied with their current interests and wanted more. Now they were testing the mother and daughter's bottom line. Limited by her identity as a hero of justice, Thea could not make a move. She also knew that her mother's intention was not against the Shogi Club, but the people behind them. It's too complicated. You take your time to deal with it. If it's too troublesome, just let them dance for a few days. Thea leisurely freshened herself up and went to attend the hero assembly. He yawned as he arrived at the Hall of Justice. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Batman and Superman arguing. "I don't understand. Why didn't you destroy such a dangerous robot?" "Superman, I've told you many times that Demon Joie is worth preserving. He is the crystallization of human wisdom and should not be destroyed so easily. You're playing with fire." Superman frowned as he looked at his old friend. He knew what the other party was thinking too well. It was still the same old trick of leaving a backup plan in order to contain the superhero. Thea looked at the two of them arguing and found it a little funny. She sat lazily beside Diana and watched the show. "Did you know that Rong-en quit?" Diana whispered. Thea nodded. Today's meeting was naturally to propose the establishment of the Justice League. Unfortunately, when they found the Martian hunter, he refused to participate. His reason was that he was not a superhero, but a Martian who relied on Earth for protection. The two of them had a deep talk. The Martian hunter felt that he had not recovered from his fear of fire and could only be absent from many fiery occasions. Instead of occupying a position and not doing anything, it was better not to join in the first place. Thea could only express her understanding. "Uncle Rong-en is a good person." Unfortunately, time passed quickly, and the remaining people arrived one after another. In this time and space, Victor Stone was still happily playing football as a wide receiver. As one of the shareholders of the Red House, Thea had seen this star athlete in the Red House. From the aesthetic point of view of black people, he was a handsome young man. Victor liked sports and liked to fly on the field. He hoped to get the attention of his father, Silas Stone. Unfortunately, Dr. Stone did not realize this. The father and son's problems could only be solved by themselves. Thea would not be so cruel as to modify him. Steel bones would not appear. The Martian hunter quit, and the few of them proposed that they pull the Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, in. Together with Thea, Diana, Superman, Batman, the Flash, and Poseidon, there were exactly 7 of them. Superhero? Even superheroes had to be political. Although Hal Jordan made it clear that he would not stay on Earth for long, the few of them still pulled him in. As the universe police, no matter who became the Green Lantern in the future, the Green Lantern would always occupy a place in the official league. Poseidon, who could communicate with Atlantis and was not close to the few of them, was indispensable. In order to balance the ratio of gods, aliens, and Earthlings, Batman forced the Flash to participate in the meeting. In general, there were 2 goddesses, 1 Kryptonian, and 1 mixed-blood Atlantean. No matter what the other 3 did, they were all pure Earthlings. 3.5 to 3.5 was very equal in terms of bloodline. The few of them were silent. Superman motioned for Thea to speak. As the main force of the battle, the title of leader belonged to her by default. Let's first welcome Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern of Sector 2814. This is his first time attending our meeting." Thea was the first to introduce. The Flash wanted to applaud, but he put his hand down when he saw that the few of them were very serious. "Although there were heavy casualties in this war, we have defeated the invasion of evil. This is not the first time, and I don't think it will be the last. Everyone here is the best of the best. No matter what your background is, we need to unite and be united. This will be our theme for a long time. We are sitting here today to make Earth better and to protect the pure land in our hearts. Although we have ideological disputes, such as whether we should bring hope or fear to mankind," Thea said and looked at Superman and Batman. "Or the contradiction between the lanterns. Hal Jordan was still upset about the yellow light. The friction between us and Atlantis is now on the rise again." She looked at Poseidon. "It takes 2 to clap. The politicians on the surface are F***ked, and the ones under the sea are not much better. Although there are so many problems, I believe that the future will get better and better. Future battles should not be fought alone. We need our collective strength and wisdom. My proposal is to solve all the big problems in the future, resolve the contradictions between us, and dissolve the estrangement between humans and aliens. Seek common ground while reserving differences, and establish an alliance, a united Justice League." Chapter 739. Thea didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that the Hall of Justice was filled with holiness. The warm sunlight shone into the hall, and everyone's faces seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. I won't be on Earth often. Does that mean I'll? Hal Jordan was more than willing to show off in front of the people on Earth, but he scratched his head when he thought of his own responsibilities. Thea explained to him, our alliance is very loose. Everyone is very capable and has their own things to do. For example, Batman is in Gotham, Superman is in Metropolis, and Diana and I have to go back to New Creation Planet from time to time. This alliance was established to unite everyone. We help each other so that we won't be defeated by our enemies. Okay. I can only say that I will try my best to participate in activities. You know the Guardians of Ura. Thea saw that he was about to say something like F***ck and quickly stopped him. Go ahead and scold them in front of them. Everyone, do you have any questions? No one had any objections. This far-reaching alliance was thus established. Thea glanced outside under Diana's strange gaze. Sure enough, novels were all lies. There was no golden light for such a great event. This building will be the surface base of the Justice League in the future. I have a lot of training equipment, like Superman's red radiation training room and the Flash's speed treadmill. Everyone can come and train if they have nothing to do, Thea said nonchalantly. Superman's face fell. Red radiation training room? Are you sure that's what I need? Thea glanced at the faces of the people in the room. It was as if she was saying, if you have nothing to do, I'm going home to sleep. Your high-dimensional design is very interesting. The trouble on Apocalypse Planet can be intercepted by the New World. What about the crisis in our universe? Batman, who lived in calculations every day, still asked a question. Green Lantern can solve all the problems in the universe. Thea didn't say anything, but Hal jumped up. Batman was expressionless. He was sending a message, I don't believe you. In fact, Thea did not believe it either. The universe was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The Green Lanterns could only solve at most half of the problems. The rest were all experts. Just the group of biochemical weapons from Krypton, the Destroyers and Terminators, could easily cause trouble for the Green Lanterns. In her memory, there were still a few galaxies that the Green Lanterns did not set foot in. What happened next was not too surprising. In order to intercept cosmic threats, Batman contributed his own Watchtower space base as a foothold and observatory for the Alliance in the universe. The cost of this satellite orbiting the Earth had already exceeded the limit that could be measured by money. The technology contained in it was also beyond the current peak level of human beings. They teleported directly from the Hall of Justice to the Watchtower. In an instant, they came to space from the bright hall. Looking at the blue planet under their feet, the Flash and Poseidon were a little surprised as it was their first time coming to such a high place. Diana and Superman also looked at the large space base. The black walls and silver pipes were a perfect match for Batman's color. There were meeting rooms, training rooms, lounges, and entertainment rooms. It was hard to imagine how an ordinary person like Batman could build such a base in space with existing human technology. Thea tried to feel it with her heart. She was too familiar with this kind of teleportation technology. It was an imitation of the Green Lantern teleportation, and there were some traces of her magical teleportation. Needless to say, this was simulated by Batman using scientific means after collecting various data from her teleportation. The weapons and equipment of the Watchtower were also extraordinary. There were all kinds of missiles, planes, space-based weapons, and so on. If there was a warning in advance, the Watchtower could indeed provide some protection for the Earth. Poseidon was not interested in modern weapons, and Superman pulled him aside to look at the sky scenery. Thea checked the main control system of the Watchtower. Even if her computer skills were not as good as Felicity's, she could see that there were a lot of backdoors. However, she did not point it out. Batman must have left a lot of backdoors if he had contributed such a giant, which was very in line with his character. I'll share part of the maintenance costs in the future, Thea said. There was no other way. Unlike the Hall of Justice that she contributed, she only needed to find someone to clean it. It did not cost much a year. The watchtower was such a large sky fortress, and the daily maintenance cost was huge. Diana and Poseidon were nominally princesses and kings, but they did not have much power. They were all poor in the secular sense. Superman and the Flash were working class, and Hal Jordan was a member of the unemployed army. The rest were the two tycoons. Batman contributed the watchtower mostly because he wanted her to help share the cost. Lord Bat happily took the check from Missy, and the rest of the people shared part of the work. Those who had space survival skills were responsible for external maintenance, and those who did not were responsible for internal cleaning. The establishment of the Justice League did not require approval, and there was no need for a press conference. The heroes only needed to show their faces in the Hall of Justice, and everyone would know that they had chosen this place as their base. Darkseid had suffered a great loss, and Earth had finally ushered in peace. Thea was ready to continue her big development plan. The people of Earth had to go out. As long as they went out of the solar system, human technology would welcome a new round of explosion. Unfortunately, there were always some people who liked to disagree. After the war ended, the media was released, and all kinds of discordant voices burst out. Who should be responsible for the lives of the 150,000 soldiers? The New World is a complete scam. Without the superheroes, there would not be such a disaster today. Are they really heroes? The traditional media was still reporting conservatively, but some online media began to unscrupulously criticize the current situation. Under their provocation, the trust of the ordinary people in the government and the superheroes began to decrease. Even after the release of the Avenger 3, the people still did not understand why so many soldiers would go to a foreign land to fight. 150,000 soldiers died, and 700,000 were injured. What benefits did they gain? This is stupid. What kind of view is this? Without the superheroes, there would be no war? Does it mean that people would not fall sick without doctors? Do we have to fight on Earth until the mountains collapse and the Earth shatters, and let everyone see that we are saving the world? Thea slammed the table in anger, but she did not lose her mind. At the end, she held back and slammed the table lightly. Shut down all the websites that started this. Check their taxes and verify their qualifications. If there is nothing wrong with them, release the hackers in your prison and take them down. At this time, Missy was sitting in the Heaven's Eye Society's office, and she was throwing a tantrum on behalf of the president's mother. Amanda was expressionless. She was used to being behind the scenes, and she had seen worse and worse. This was nothing. Thea then went to the Hall of Justice. The defamation incident had affected the reputation of the heroes, and it had to be discussed. Chapter 740. The few superheroes had participated in the great battle not long ago. To be honest, pulling them to a barren continent to fight was already the best choice. However, the people chose not to believe it under the guidance of some ulterior motives. They thought that it was all fake and a lie. The superheroes could not hand out flyers on the streets to explain Darkseid's origin, how the Universe Emperor could affect the lives of ordinary people, and how much help it would provide for their future employment. Ordinary people only cared about what happened in front of them, how much the new energy stock rose, who would win the Super Bowl, and what they could buy at home. That was all they cared about. Telling them that there were 52 parallel universes was like playing the lute to a cow. Since she couldn't brainwash them or use administrative intervention, Sia really didn't have any good ideas. She could only leave the problem to the Alliance. What's the president's response? Batman asked. Maintain the status quo. Our system allows for voices of dissent. That's what her aide suggested. Thea said casually. Moira was the only official channel of the Justice League. She was also under great pressure. Thea did not want to make things difficult for her mother. It was laughable. The reason Batman could walk into the Hall of Justice so openly was because of the government's amnesty order. No matter how high his reputation was among the people, it was useless. His criminal record was 3 meters high, enough to fill 5 safety deposit boxes. His crimes spanned nearly 20 years. From a legal point of view, he was a real fugitive, and the most serious one. His amnesty order was issued at the same time as Luther. Even though Bruce Wayne had been the chief of the Gotham Police Department for many years, Batman's arrest order had never been lifted. It was only right before the war that he was pardoned. Otherwise, he would have to deal with the government's pursuit while fighting Darkseid, which would be like the original Batman universe. Use your identity as a reporter to explain it, Thea looked at Superman and said vaguely. It had to be mentioned here that Batman had made a bad start. He wore a mask every day, making it so that some of the 7 of them knew each other's identities, while others didn't. For example, Green Lantern didn't know Superman's true identity, the Sea King. Only Superman, Thea, and Diana knew about Batman's true identity. The whole world knew about Thea's identity, so this was easy to handle. The whole world knew that Diana Prince was Diana Prince, but the people didn't know that Diana was Wonder Woman, but the heroes all knew. The remaining 3 intersected with each other, knowing how many of them there were. In short, their relationship was very messy, which made them feel very restrained when they addressed each other. Brother Superman agreed very quickly. Thea knew that the effect wouldn't be too great. Back then, the higher-ups knew that they had to face a crisis, so they were very harmonious. Now that the crisis was over, all sorts of troublemakers jumped out. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Batman proposed a new topic. The Justice League couldn't rely on the 7 of them alone. They needed new blood. Even if they didn't join for the time being, they could be included in the list of candidates. Okay, I propose one. Green Arrow. Miss Thea said with a normal expression, as if she was talking about a stranger. Batman's face twitched. There was no problem with Green Arrow Oliver's qualifications. The 7 people in this room basically all knew Green Arrow. But he was too close to Miss Thea. In order to curb Miss Thea's power and not turn the Justice League into the new meeting room of the Quinn family, he couldn't let Green Arrow in, at least not now. This can be a candidate. Batman didn't reject it directly. Black Canary? Thea suggested another candidate. Batman was a little depressed. Don't think I don't know about your relationship with Merlin. This Black Canary is also your relative. He thought about it. A lady with a strong sense of justice. She can also be a candidate. The few of them mentioned a few more names. There was Firestorm, who performed well in the battle, and Atom Man, who had already made a battle suit and made a name for himself. The young heroes were all rejected. According to Batman, the Justice League wasn't a babysitter. Those who joined had to be able to fight. In the end, a short list was made for future observation. As expected, Green Arrow's name was at the top. This person appeared in Gotham. I think his actions are very suspicious. We should investigate. At the end of the meeting, Batman threw out a stack of photos and distributed them to the few of them. Thea picked up the photo and looked at it. A young man with blonde hair, wearing a pair of goggles and yellow and blue tights. The photo was very blurry. The person emitted a wave of energy and stopped a speeding car. Although it seemed to have saved the citizens, the car still flew out and crashed into a shop. Batman attached a message to the photo. The car crashed into the shop and injured 11 people. The Gotham police were looking for this person. Anyone who knew his whereabouts could contact the police. This guy was the Golden Vanguard, right? Thea looked at the photo for a long time. She didn't have a deep impression of him. She only knew that this person existed. This was another transmigrator. If she remembered correctly, he was from the same hometown as Reverse Lightning. They were both from the 25th century. His son was also an old acquaintance of Thea. The famous Wave Rider captain of tomorrow's legend, Rip Hunter. Never seen him before. I don't know him. She didn't tell the truth. After all, the Golden Vanguard wasn't a bad person. If he had any problems, he would contact the Justice League himself. She didn't think much of it. Green Lantern, on the other hand, was excited to capture the Golden Vanguard with Batman. The Golden Vanguard's technological equipment was very sharp. The two of them chased him for a week and saw him twice. He had a good attitude. Unfortunately, Green Lantern Hal had a bad temper. The three of them started to fight after a few words. They couldn't catch him either time. After another meeting, Batman suggested that everyone should go and capture him together. This guy's technology is very advanced, and he seems to have some kind of magic effect. Anyone who appears around him will be unlucky. We've been following him for a week. There were 3 traffic accidents around him. All 3 times, we saved the dignitaries who were about to die. The price was the destruction of a post office building, 5 police cars, 25 police officers, 39 injured passers-by, and property damage. Batman rambled on for a long time before he came up with the conclusion that this guy was a magician, or had some kind of power that brought bad luck with him. Thea almost spat in his face. What kind of magic was that? He was a transmigrator. What was so strange about him knowing a lot of information about the rich people who were in trouble? As for those injured people, it was all because the Golden Vanguard didn't know how to control his power. This guy could be said to be a hero who was arrogant but weak. However, she couldn't say this. Seeing her lover in a difficult position, Diana volunteered to help. The Valkyrie's action was no small matter. In less than 2 hours, they caught the Golden Vanguard like a dead dog. The golden-haired man was brought into the Hall of Justice with a truth lasso wrapped around his neck twice. He then spilled the beans. Chapter 741. My name is Michael Carter. I was born in Gotham City. It's the 25th century in Gotham City. I was originally the quarterback of the team, but I was exposed due to gambling. After that, I found a job guarding a museum at night. In the end, I stole a few pieces of equipment and came to this world. I want to start over, be a good person, be a superhero. The truth was revealed. Everything that was said under the truth noose was the truth. This guy was not a bad person, so they did not make things difficult for him. Go, we'll protect this world. You should return to your timeline. Diana untied the noose and comforted him. As for the Golden Vanguard's suggestion to join the Justice League, they all voted against it. Even the Green Arrow was not in. Who do you think you are? Originally, Thea thought that the Golden Vanguard was just a small fry, so she did not pay much attention to it. It was not until Moira brought her a piece of news that she took it seriously. International Justice League? Are you kidding me? Thea looked at the news in her hand and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Just by looking at their leader, she knew how unreliable this organization was. The Golden Vanguard. The leader of this International Justice League was the Golden Vanguard. It was worth mentioning that this name was issued by the United Nations Committee for the Supervision and Management of Supernatural Beings. Another pawn thrown out by those people, right? There was nothing that could not be said between mother and daughter. A committee that she had never heard of randomly put a few officials in front of the stage, and then used the name of the United Nations to form a team to fight against the alliance. It was full of the style of a politician. Thea did not need to look at the report to know that the Golden Vanguard was still dreaming of being a superhero. Unfortunately, he did not know that he had become a pawn of those people. From the bottom of his heart, the Golden Vanguard did want to help others. Unfortunately, the records of the 25th century only recorded the rich and powerful. The history books would only write that on a certain day, a certain financial group's chairman, or a certain state senator was killed. It would not write that ordinary citizens were killed by a certain neighbor, or how many people in the slums froze to death in winter. These were not recorded. This guy was very characteristic of a transmigrator. He followed the map and saved a lot of people, but in the end, he found out. Why are all the people I save rich people? His reputation was indeed high enough to cause a group of people to misunderstand him, thinking that he was someone who fished for fame, even though he was originally. The International Righteous Alliance is currently recruiting. It is estimated that they will officially appear at the United Nations at the beginning of next month. Are you interested in taking a look? Thea gave it some thought. She had nothing to do at that time anyway, so she might as well go. She wasn't even afraid of Darkseid. She didn't attack those small fries only because of the rules of the game. Go, use your status as the first daughter to take a look. Do I need to get rid of some of them? Thea asked as if nothing had happened. The politicians thought that they were doing it discreetly, but in fact, without a new god like Desar to cover them up, their little tricks could not be hidden in front of the deity of trade. It was too easy to cause a fire or a car accident to deal with them. Moira thought for a moment. She had always known that her daughter was not a pure person, so she was not surprised. We can't deal with too much at once. Let's deal with 1/10 first and see their reaction. The mother and daughter pair had very viciously decided the fate of several families and dozens of people. It was not suitable to have a big change of blood. Instead, they created some unexpected conflicts, such as having two long-cherished families fight each other. Who would know? It was impossible to tell who was behind the scenes from the outside. As for who to suspect, it was better to let them be on tenterhooks and be paranoid. How are the preparations for the business alliance? Moira asked. It has entered Pluto's orbit. It's best if we can find it here and establish a trade relationship. The Neutral Business Alliance had been providing her with various resources. Now that Earth's technology was almost established, it was a little difficult to enter the universal era. However, with the support of the Neutral Business Alliance, the speed would increase instantly. The mother and daughter's plan was to put on a show to divert the attention of the ordinary people. Interstellar trade, how classy. On the other hand, they would use underhanded methods to intimidate those unruly wolves. With both methods, it would be easy to resolve the situation. By the way, what's in the black land that you circled in the New World? At the end of their conversation, Moira suddenly thought of this and asked. The military and those families have sent people in to investigate. Unfortunately, no one came out alive. Thea smiled and shook her head. I remember that I put up a sign saying no entry. It's dangerous inside, but these people still went in. That's the Sea of Souls. Even Superman can't enter. These people really don't want to live. You child. Moira patted her shoulder lightly. The sign you mentioned is not even the size of a palm. What's the use of it? Your Sea of Souls is about the same size as the 5 Great Lakes. It can't stop those people's curiosity at all. Thea raised her small face with a proud expression. Who cares if they die? Anyway, I've reminded them. If they want to go, they can go. She didn't tell her mother that she had created the Banshee clan inside the Sea of Souls. A large number of souls of the dead were stored there. Every day, there would be new Banshees born. Now that the number of the clan had exceeded 200, a few elites would enter every few days to relieve their boredom. For the establishment of the International Justice League, the existing heroes were not very happy, but they felt that it was not a bad thing to increase the power of justice. Only Batman saw everyone as an enemy. He wanted to infiltrate the enemy's ranks to spy on them. Several people had an understanding of his character. No problem, you can go. Justice League, International Justice League, American Justice League, Dark Justice League, Youth Justice League. These were the scenery on the road for Thea. Her goal had never changed, which was to establish the Women's Justice League. Star City, this was the base she chose for the future of the Justice League. Star City's economy was prosperous. Under Moira's 8 years of governance, the population had exceeded 11 million. Now it was a super city. Occasionally, there were some small thieves, but they were all eliminated by the Green Arrow team. Star City's public security had always been the best in the country. Star City's transportation was very convenient, and it was rich in materials. Whether it was shopping, leisure, or entertainment, it was a first-class resort, not to mention that this was her own territory. Miss Moira's position for the Justice League was not to fight and kill. Those dirty and smelly villains, such as mud faces and crocodiles, were all left to the heroes to fight. Do you really want to establish such an organization? Hee hee. Diana looked at the program document that Thea had spent 3 days researching and laughed. Isn't there a little too many people? There are only 7 of us including the Justice League. Your list. She laughed and asked. Thea leaned on her shoulder and whispered as if she was talking in her sleep. How can it be? With our reputation, we can gather everyone to play together and they will all come. Chapter 742. Thea and Diana still had a lot of face. The next day, the female heroes who received the invitations all over the world hesitated for a moment before choosing to attend. Star City's local Green Arrow Shadow, the Black and White Canaries Lance sisters, and Felicity began to help clean up the scene. The rich Thea directly occupied half of the street. In fact, this was the real estate that Robert Sr. had bought in order to stop Malcolm's plan to destroy the slums. It could be said that this large area had occupied the Quinn Group's cash for a long time. Now that time had passed, Robert Sr. had long passed away, and Old Ma had gone to the New World to teach astrology. This real estate had not been of any use. Thea waved her hand 2 years ago and flattened it all. Now, it had built a women's street that integrated food, accommodation, and entertainment. She did not set up a sign that forbade men from entering. She did not object to those who wanted to come in for a stroll, but the shop sold only female products. If they were not afraid of being pointed at by a bunch of women, they could come in at any time. Female heroes came to Star City one after another. The first to arrive were Batgirl Barbara, Catwoman Selena, Huntress Helena, Batwoman Kate Kane, and the big lowly Cassandra Kane. She took away more than half of the entire Batgirl team. Thea even had a malicious thought. Ah Fu was old and could not cook. Master Bruce, who did not trust others, was most likely squatting at home and eating instant noodles with his son. What was Batman's expression when he heard that I was going to set up a couplet? Thea asked Barbara curiously. Barbara hurriedly put on a straight face, rubbed the lines of her face, and looked very serious. She imitated Batman and took 2 steps. Finally, she said in a low muffled voice, "Nonsense." Haha. A few women who knew Batman laughed so hard that they were convulsing. Using this familiar person as a source of amusement, the gap between people was instantly closed. As for whether Master Batman would sneeze or not, they didn't care. Not long after, Supergirls Kara Danvers and Alex Danvers were born. Princess Starfire and Martian Manhunter's niece Megan. Superman's wife, Louise Ryan, the Flash's girlfriend, Iris West, and the Sea King's wife, Mira, all the superheroes' family members rushed to the scene. Many independent heroines had also come. Mary McBee, the female fox who wore a tribal necklace and could use the abilities of any animal. Raven, the big lowly who left Thea 2 years ago to attend high school alone. Hal Jordan's girlfriend, Carol Ferris of the Purple Lantern Corps. The Sea King's little friends, Yavala, and the Prophet Cassina. Zatanna, Poison Ivy, Lightning Lady, Frost Killer. There were also Blazing Beatrice and Icy Dora who were preparing to join the International Righteous Alliance. When they heard that there was no conflict between the International Righteous Alliance and the International Righteous Alliance, they also came to join in the fun. Thea had also invited Madame Xanadu, but Madame Xanadu declined the invitation on the grounds that she was an old woman and would not attend a gathering of young people. Fiora also didn't like this kind of occasion and chose to reject it. There were those who were particularly good at fighting, such as the 2 goddesses, and those who could not even kill a chicken, such as Felicity. In short, no matter how strong or weak they were, there were 29 heroines gathered. Compared to the slacking Thea, Diana had the demeanor of a big sister. When she saw that everyone had quieted down, she opened her mouth and spoke a lot about how women should be self-reliant and get rid of the male-dominated society. Thea didn't have such a strong sense of feminism. Everyone present were heroines. If they lacked independence, they wouldn't have made it to where they were today. The purpose of her establishing the Righteous Alliance was to unite the ladies. Compared to the male superheroes everywhere, there were too few heroines, and they all appeared as support staff. In a relaxed and comfortable environment, they could exchange some insights with each other. If they were of similar strength, they could both learn something from each other. Most of the time, it was to expand their social circle. Many heroines had few friends apart from their teammates, such as Barbara Gordon. During the day, she was the librarian of the reference room, and at night, she fought and killed with Batman. When she got home, she fell asleep and had almost no private time. Ladies and gentlemen, No, It's a slip of the tongue. There are no men here today, Thea said in a relaxed tone to ease the atmosphere. Everyone here is the elite of the elite. The purpose of my initiative to establish the Righteous Alliance is to give everyone another platform to communicate and learn from each other. Heroines aren't appendages to male heroes. They should have their own voices, but we shouldn't make ourselves too nervous. Only by understanding the world and seeing the beauty of this world can we have enough faith to protect it. We won't use hope to move the world, nor will we use fear to frighten the bad guys. In my opinion, this is a little biased and arbitrary. Everyone should have their own view of the world, but we can't use one standard to apply to everyone. Our purpose is to be tolerant, to use the unique perspective of women to observe the world and change the world. Alright, I've finished speaking. Our Female Justice Alliance is officially established today. It's still the same thing. Even if the mission is heavy, don't forget to laugh. The more happy memories there are, the stronger the belief to protect. The heroines applauded respectfully. This opening was over. You have a deep understanding of protecting? The Valkyrie teased her. Thea laughed. She wouldn't say that this sentence was extracted from the memories of the protagonists. Wasn't it a habit of heroes to recall the beautiful past and defeat the enemy? Half a block and a short coastline were drawn together by her. Whether it was swimming, fitness, sunbathing, shopping, training, or beauty treatments, there were all kinds of places. With her wealth, she even created many entertainment programs that were popular in other planets. Diana once asked if she should give the heroines some funds for their activities. Thea thought about it but didn't say anything. Heroines generally had high self-esteem. Giving money to others didn't have any practical use other than showing that they were rich. It could easily cause the opposite effect. In fact, most heroines didn't lack money. For example, Felicity was an executive, while Carol Ferris's family ran an airline. Satana was the descendant of an ancient family. Frost Dora was the princess of the Norwegian royal family. They naturally didn't lack money. Otherwise, there were those like Shadow and Laurel who had rich boyfriends. The poor studied and the rich fought. This saying was true most of the time. A few familiar heroines went out to play in 2s and 3s. Half a block was filled with heroines. It had to be said that this was quite rare. They took off their combat suits, threw away their swords, put on light makeup, and changed into casual clothes. They walked on the comfortable streets with their companions. They didn't have to walk through tall buildings in the hazy night. They didn't have to carefully avoid the rain of bullets. They faced the sun calmly like ordinary people and walked into the shops. This kind of time was too rare for them. Chapter 743. The heroines could fight back and forth among thousands of soldiers and horses, so she didn't need to arrange any guides. Sia and Diana were dressed very casually. They went out together, arm in arm. Are you feeling better? Diana asked as they entered the cafe and ordered a cup of coffee. More or less, but there are still some problems. Diana was the only one who understood Thea's current situation. Defeating Darkseid was not an easy feat. She had used up a huge amount of divine power in a short period of time, and it was a burden on her mental state. This was also why she was so dizzy every day. She did not have the energy to think about anything else. She only put up a no entry sign in her soul sea. This was not a joke. She simply did not have the energy to enter. Darkseid's divine power must still be lingering in the sea. She could only put it aside for now. As for the Earthlings who were not afraid of death and thought that there were many secrets hidden in the sea, she would just let them be. In the fight with Darkseid, the dark divine power had infected part of her. She had her own understanding of the dark domain. She could get rid of it with time. Otherwise, her origin would be damaged. How long do you think Darkseid will take to recover? This question stumped Thea. She had not thought about it. She took a sip of her coffee. The warm coffee flowed down her throat and into her stomach. The warmth was very comfortable. I'm trying my best to dissolve the dark divine power. He has more soul divine power in his clone. If he doesn't want to give up his clone's divine power, he'll have to dissolve my soul divine power before he can merge them again. Theoretically speaking, I think it'll take 2 years. Because of his level, he has more tricks up his sleeve than I do, so the process might be shorter. However, to recover and replenish his divine power, I think it'll take at least 3 years. 3 years, huh? Diana was silent. She had done her best in this battle. Unfortunately, she had not done much damage. The difference in strength between her and the great Lord of Darkness was too great. Thea grabbed her hand. Don't worry. I'll be back to normal in half a year. Father will also be mostly recovered. Next time, even if he fights in his true form, we'll have a good chance of winning. Ah, all right. I believe you. Looking at Diana's determined gaze, Thea didn't know what to do. In this world, the only one who could infinitely improve was Superman. After hiding in the sun for thousands of years, he would definitely be invincible when he came out. He was the real protagonist of destiny. No other person or god had this potential. As for Thea and Diana, their paths were already set in stone. They could only accumulate godhood until they reached Darkseid's level. As for what would happen after that, only the heavens knew. It was a pity that there were only so many godhoods. The ones that were suitable for Diana were all with Heavenly Father. Unless Heavenly Father was killed, it would be very difficult for Diana to take a step forward. As for asking Diana to comprehend the shadow of origin, that was pure nonsense. Not to mention whether or not she could comprehend it, even if she could, Diana's personality would change greatly. Without her sunshine-like warmth, Thea herself would also sink. When that day really came, it was simply unimaginable. 2 demonesses. Torturing the earth and attacking the apocalypse star and the new star of creation. Killing all the old and new gods and returning the world to its original state. That was really good and powerful. Diana's warmth was the most important thing that kept Thea's heart. Thea couldn't let her see the shadow of origin. Let's go to the beach to sunbathe, she suggested, seeing that the atmosphere was dull. Diana didn't care. When they were about to walk to the beach, they realized that neither of them had brought swimsuits. The customs of the Amazon were originally from ancient Greece. Diana grew up on Paradise Island, which was full of women. At first, she didn't have the concept of swimsuits at all. Now, she had more or less restrained herself, but she still felt that swimsuits were troublesome. Thea wasn't that bold. Her secretary, Miss Maisie, had taken leave to deal with Luther's matter. She didn't have an assistant by her side. She was also not in the right state of mind for the past 2 days. She took out her travel bag from the space ring and searched for a long time, but couldn't find a swimsuit. She had no choice but to buy one. The shops here were all female shop managers and female employees. There was almost no one who didn't know Thea. The 2 of them picked a few swimsuits according to their sizes and went to the fitting room to try them on. The swimsuit that Diana chose in the end was the same as her. It was a fiery red swimsuit, revealing her firm and smooth stomach. The slender belt went around the back and tied to the back of her neck. Her hair was tied into a ponytail. Thea casually chose a swimsuit. She was happy when she put it on. It was a classic black and white style. The left side was white and the right side was black. There was a thin belt at the back. Overall, it didn't look too seductive, but it was very beautiful and refreshing. She didn't plan to go into the water. Her hair was still loose. The 2 of them put on sunglasses and moved 2 beach chairs to lie on. As for the sunscreen, it was completely unnecessary. Diana had been on Paradise Island for thousands of years and never knew what sunscreen was. She didn't have this habit even after entering human society for hundreds of years. Miss Maisie didn't need to mention, she also had a physique that absorbed sunlight. The 2 of them weren't the only ones on the beach. A few female heroes who were close to the water were also here. Mela the water controller, Caitlin the frost killer, and Dora the ice controller were seriously practicing. Inadvertently looking over, Thea realized that Dora's energy attribute was very similar to that of a mage. It was just that the way she cast spells came from her bloodline. She had the ability to control and create ice. When she gave it her all, her eyes were white and she could control the weather. She could even create a strong snowstorm. Ice arrows, ice walls, ice storms, and all kinds of ice applications were used by the three of them. The Queen of Atlantis, the descendant of a human scientist, and the Norwegian royal family. The three of them had similar abilities and combat power. Waves and ice were constantly being created and transformed between the three of them. Each of them could see that the other party's method of energy circulation was completely different from their own. Although they could not learn it, they could use the other party's knowledge to improve themselves. By learning from the other party's usage of ice, they would be able to improve themselves. Thea took a few glances and stopped paying attention. The strength of the three of them was not bad, but it stopped at a decent level. With a wave of her hand, she created a barrier and blocked the cold current. Under the warm light of Hashi, she relaxed and slowly fell asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when he heard shouts in his ears. Only then did he slowly wake up. Faster. Faster. She knew it was Felicity from the loud voice. Go Mela. The accent was a little strange. It seemed to be the Sea King's little friend, Yavala. The rest of the guys were also watching the show. Thea took off the sun hat on her face and looked over. She couldn't help but laugh. She saw a few female heroes shouting excitedly on the shore. Diana was competing with Mela in swimming. Chapter 744. Diana's popularity was not bad, and there were many people cheering for her. Her movements were very graceful. Her arms swung in turn, and great strength flowed in the lines of her muscles. The blue seawater was lightly swept behind her, and her two long legs kicked the water elegantly. She and the water had reached a kind of extreme harmony. If Diana was like a fish, then Mira herself was a fish. She nimbly twisted her waist and swung her legs, and her whole body darted forward as if the resistance in the water did not exist. She ignored the resistance and gravity of the water. She did not need to paddle like a human. She was like a sharp arrow that had been released from a bow, piercing through the water. When Thea began to watch, they had just finished their warm-up and were each exerting their strength. Diana's swimming skills were very pleasing to the eye. With a few consecutive strokes, she overtook Mela with the help of her divine power and was 5 or 6 meters ahead. Mela smiled. Swimming to her was as natural as breathing. She did not make any extra movements and easily overtook Diana with the help of the current. There was not much suspense in the competition between the two girls. Even if the Valkyrie used all her strength, she was still no match for the Atlantean. Mela was much faster than her. Even if she was no match for Diana, she still swam the entire distance. You're awake? Thea handed a towel over. Diana did not look dejected as she dried her hair and asked casually. Thea nodded and curled up in Diana's arms like a lazy cat. Seeing her like this, Diana knew that she was not awake yet. She coaxed her back to sleep. You're making my heart ache. Diana made the bed and threw Thea onto it. She gently stroked her furrowed brows. This girl kept saying that this was a child and that was a child. In fact, she was also a child. She had inexplicably shouldered the burden of the entire world and fought so hard to defeat the enemy. Ordinary people did not understand and were full of sarcasm, gossip, and doubts. Diana was actually very angry. Even her belief in protecting was almost shaken. She fought so hard just to protect this group of people. Were they worthy? However, looking at Thea's weak and powerless appearance, she hid everything in the bottom of her heart. It had nothing to do with those arrogant people. This was her true goal to protect. The next morning, the young mistress rubbed her sleepy eyes and opened the thick curtains. Only then did she realize that it was already past 10 o'clock. I actually slept for such a long time. Stretching himself, he was unexpectedly in good spirits. Putting down the burden and having someone by his side to look after him, that feeling was really relaxing. Activating her supervision, Thea could see everything clearly. She couldn't help but sigh. These women had gotten to where they were today partly because of fate, but mostly because of their personalities. They were a bunch of tough women who couldn't stay still. The female heroes were now competing in the martial arts field. She changed into a casual outfit and walked over slowly. The training field was originally a gymnasium, but now it was completely private property. The huge martial arts field was divided into 9 sections. The outer section was an ordinary martial arts field. In order to take care of personal habits and privacy, there were 4 sealed rooms and 4 open-air arenas. The middle room had a superpower suppression effect. Even Thea's ability would be suppressed by more than half if she went in. In order to prevent the female heroes from going into play and the bad guys blocking the door and shooting at them, the superpower suppression device was placed in the center of the field. The control system was controlled by Gideon, and there was an emergency gem underground that could teleport them to the new world. At this time, the Danvers sisters were training in the central room. They were similar to her cousin. Without the Kryptonian attribute bonus, Kara could not defeat Alex, who had undergone strict special agent training. This was the result of being trained by Fiora several times. The original spacetime was probably worse. Kara, the Supergirl, was beaten black and blue by her sister, but she had a good learning talent. She could quickly master everything related to combat. Thea only watched for 5 minutes and noticed her improvement. Although the improvement seemed small, it was quite amazing compared to the people on Earth who had to persevere and practice to improve. The other few sparring partners were ordinary people. Laurel's lips were a little swollen, as if she had been slashed by a wooden sword, but she still persisted in sparring with Barbara. White Canary Sarah Lance was having a duel with Batwoman Kate Kane. She had been trained by the Assassin League and her skills were a notch higher than Batwoman's. However, her opponent was equally experienced and it was impossible to tell who would win in a short period of time. Diana was also suppressing her strength and sparring with the big lowly Thea. The big lowly's martial arts talent could be said to be earth-shattering. Now that she had received careful guidance from Batman, Diana did not use her divine power, sword, or shield. She was not a match for her at all with only her Amazon martial arts. Thea estimated that she would be defeated in a minute. The rest of the sparring partners had special abilities and magic. They were either gesturing with each other or discussing some theories with each other. Poison Ivy and Fire Beatrice were researching a kind of powerful flower fertilizer, and they summoned a plant to test it on the spot. Ice Dora knew Zatanna, and the two families were somewhat related. They were talking about the effect of bloodline on magic power. Of course, not everyone liked to fight so much. There were always a few exceptions. Thea saw Princess Starfire and Lightning Lady. The two of them were excitedly telling the Martian girl Megan about their experiences on television. Lightning Lady talked about her past as a host, and Starfire also talked about her new show. When they talked about the fanaticism of the fans, the two women's faces were flushed red, causing Megan to be amazed. She wished that she was the one surrounded by the crowd. The 3 fellows at the periphery were even more unique. Felicity, Iris West, and Louise Lane, the 3 powerless women, were sitting together, discussing their experiences in terms of wedding dresses and childcare. Black Lady Ayres talked about her relationship with Barry and the problems she was facing now. The two of them, who were childhood sweethearts, were already living together, but they still felt that something was missing. The other 2 experienced ladies analyzed the crux of her problem. They were too familiar with each other. It was not easy to do it. Wedding dresses, decorations for the new house, wedding preparations, the 3 women talked more and more about common topics. Although there was an accident, the child was already 10 years old, and Louise was quite experienced in this aspect. She taught the 2 women who were preparing to walk down the aisle. She talked a lot about her wedding decorations, what she did on the day before, what she did on the day, and what she did after the wedding. As for her childcare experience? Sorry, the child was already 10 years old. How could she have any childcare experience? Thea was speechless. She had thought about taking in these 3 fellows for a long time. It was impossible to expect them to fight criminals in capes. It was already a blessing for a hero not to cause trouble. However, as the wife of Superman, the girlfriend of the Flash, and the girlfriend of the Atom. They had the qualifications to join the women's union, no, the women's union.